Saint Xia saw that they both agreed, and nodded with a smile, saying, "My original intention was to calm the sacred war. After all, a continuous battle will only hurt both sides. But since the two sides can't see eye to eye, you will have to abide by the agreement you just reached." He looked to Xia Qingyuan sitting beside him and said, "Do you have any objections, Supervising Inspector?" Xia Qingyuan had been sitting there quietly all along. Seeing that Saint Xia had asked her opinion, she remained very calm, without the least bit of perturbation. "Since both sides have agreed, you will be given a chance to amend the rules of the Sacred War. The rules of the Sacred War will be re-established according to what you have said, and they cannot be changed in the future. If anyone violates them, the 9 State Guard will arrest them," said Xia Qingyuan calmly. Her voice was clear, cold, and feminine. Although she was dressed as a man, she did not hide the fact that she was a woman, and indeed she could not hide it. She had not said that she was going to report to Emperor Xia. She had directly made the decision on his behalf. Everyone looked at her. Her face was unsurpassed in its delicateness, without a single blemish. But she gave people a feeling of an unapproachable coldness. It was a kind of extreme pride. She was definitely quite young, but sitting before the saints, there was no trace of disturbance from her. She was so calm it was frightening. It seemed she was already very used to this kind of situation. This was by no means something that ordinary people could do. The auras of people at the Saint Plane were so strong that even Yi Futian felt the pressure when Saint Ji spoke. The implications of Xia Qingyuan being able to sit there calmly were self-evident. The great Zhou Sacred King nodded. Although he was extremely arrogant, he still did not dare to violate the will of Emperor Xia. As the king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he naturally had a deep understanding of the world of cultivators. And the more he knew, the more reverence he felt for them. Yi Futian was the least reverent person he had ever seen. It was just 5 years. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village had been one of the people who followed him into Nether Sword Mound. He had cultivated for years, but his potential was limited to this. Unless there was an opportunity to defy the natural order, he would never reach the level he was at now. As for Dozhan, it was said that even in 50 years, he wouldn't even reach the steps of the divine path. The reason he had not agreed to 10 years was that he was impatient. He couldn't wait that long. Other than that, as far as he was concerned, there was no difference between 5 years and 10 years. Once the 5 years were up, he would grab Dozhan and sacrifice him to those of the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had fallen. And once Yi Futian lost the divine sword and his battle matrix, he would be able to kill him within 5 years. Unless Yi Futian hid within the Holy Ji Palace and did not come out, he would kill him in 5 years, if not sooner. So, from any perspective, he was the winner in this trade. Yi Futian waved his hand, and suddenly, the golden phoenix sword went towards the great Zhou sacred king. At the same time, the village chief down below also waved his hand, and the divine sword flew towards him, swallowing up the powerful sword will. The great Zhou sacred king grabbed it, and it seemed like the image of a phoenix appeared in his hand. It trapped the divine sword that was swallowing up the sword will, and then accepted it. "Get out of here," the village chief said coldly. Zhou Huang and the other two looked embarrassed as they moved over to the group of people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. As for Sage Dozhan, he had not been sitting with the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He had been beside the Holy Ji Palace people all along. Which of the great Zhou sacred dynasty people could have bound him beside the great Zhou sacred king? And the great Zhou sacred king had no need to guard him. With Saint Li's guarantee and Saint Xia mediating, the great Zhou sacred king was not worried that Dozhan would dare to escape. And now there was of course no need to worry. Seeing this solution, Saint Xia said, "Then let us end the affair between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace here. I have sent invitations to people from all the Holy Lands. Should I tell them all one more thing? Are you referring to bringing the talents from the younger generations?" a saint asked. Saint Xia nodded. "Yes, tell them. They naturally will not forget." The saints nodded one by one. This time, when they came, they would bring their young talents. At this banquet, there would not only be cultivators from the Saint Plain but also almost all of the top talents from the Holy Lands. It could be said that the people coming to the banquet represented both the present and the future of the 9 states. The only thing was, the people of the Holy Lands did not understand why Xianxia had done this. The elders of the 9 states had the 9-state forum to exchange their training and views. As for the top talents of the Sage Plain, there was the battle of proving holiness. Would Xianxia really arrange a battle at his banquet? No, there must be another reason. Everyone gazed at Xianxia. They would probably find out soon. I'm sure everyone would like to know where the supervising inspector has come from, said Xianxia. The saints all nodded one by one. As cultivators of the Saint Plain, they naturally knew where Emperor Xia was. It wasn't a secret, but people would rarely speak of it out of respect. Yifutian sat there quietly. When he was palace lord, he had asked that same question. Later, he had learned a little bit. Thus, he also knew a little bit about where Emperor Xia was. The world was bigger and crueler than he had imagined. Why don't you tell us, supervising inspector? Said Xianxia. Suddenly, everyone looked at her delicate and flawless face. Many people imagined how beautiful she would be if she put on women's clothing. Xia Qingyuan stood up and stepped away from her seat. She faced away from Xianxia and walked step by step out of the group of people. Even though the people on both sides of her were saints, she was still very indifferent. She quietly walked to the edge of the steps and looked out at the crowd. Many powerful people from the 9 states were there, and now their gazes all fell on Xia Qingyuan. Her eyes were as cold as frost as she swept them over everyone. At that moment, all the supernatural figures had a wonderful feeling, as if the woman there before them was the most outstanding figure in the Holy Lands and that they must lower their proud heads. She seemed to have been born with this disposition. Xia Qingyuan waved her hand and a brilliant light shone. A pagoda appeared before her and flew into the air. At this banquet, the saints sat in a ring shape below the steps. There was an empty area in between them, and it seemed that Xia Qingyuan had arranged for it to be there. The pagoda kept expanding until it was 30 meters high. An incomparable brilliance bloomed from within it like a holy light. The will of the great path seemed to spill out from it, enveloping everything. There seemed to be a glazed lamp within that illuminated the pagoda. A divine implement. Everyone's eyes flashed. This glazed pagoda was a divine implement. This is the lapis lazuli pagoda. As long as you are standing beneath it, it can sense your breath and release a repressive power. Any 9 states cultivator of the Saint or Sage Plane who can light up the pagoda will be able to undergo a special assessment. Those who pass the assessment can enter upper-level cultivation. Xia Qingyuan spoke calmly, but when they heard her words, the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. As saint-level cultivators, they naturally understood the import of Xia Qingyuan's words. And it was not only them. Many powerful figures from the various Holy Lands' eyes flashed brilliantly. They obviously understood as well. This was a qualification possessed only by cultivators of the Saint Plain. In the land of the 9 states, what did Emperor Xia's orthodoxy and the orthodox battles of proving holiness amount to? The common folk of the 9 states did not understand, but how could the people of the Holy Lands not understand? The world of cultivators was far sterner than common people could imagine, and far crueler. In particular, saints who had lived for many years knew this very clearly. They had experienced an entire era. It was rumored that centuries ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing wanted to change something and so launched a sacred war. The divine prefectures of the East experienced unprecedented turmoil. Afterward, the world was unified. But there were some things that could not be changed. When he heard this, Yifutian's heart was also in turmoil. The youth who came out of the city of Qingzhou had cultivated himself and raised his status, and had gradually begun to come into contact with the world of cultivators. The 9 states were all under Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, but Emperor Xia did not cultivate in the land of the 9 states. Once he had thought to go and see for himself, but due to the sacred war he had not had time. But in the future he would probably have the opportunity. Many of the cultivators' eyes flashed. They knew that this was an opportunity to change their destiny. Xia Qingyuan had provided them with another means other than battles of proving holiness to change their fate. Was this Emperor Xia's command? Who was Xia Qingyuan? She clearly had fearsome power. At this moment, a line of figures walked out from both sides. They wore extremely beautiful golden robes. They came to the area under the lapis lazuli pagoda. They looked at everyone, and one of them said, "Who is first?" The people from the 9 states did not walk out immediately. Although they were extremely taken back after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words, all the people present were extraordinary figures with a strong frame of mind. They were all thinking about it. I would like to ask the supervising inspector, if lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda only gives us the right to take the test, where will the test be held? A handsome teen asked. The person was the 9 state college's prodigy Lin Shubai, St. Li's disciple. It will not be in the 9 states, Xia Qingyuan replied. If we pass, will we still be able to return to the 9 states? What happens if we fail? Lin Shubai asked again. The questions he was asking were questions that many people had wanted to ask. If you pass the test, you can cultivate in the upper worlds and you can return to the 9 states. As for failure, you are asking how dangerous it will be. Xia Qingyuan stared at Lin Shubai with a deep expression and replied nonchalantly, "I will not force you." Everyone had a glint in their eyes. The nonchalant attitude contained an extremely proud attitude. What Xia Qingyuan meant was it was up to them whether to participate. How long will the test be? Another person asked. I don't know. It could be 1 year, it could be 5. Xia Qingyuan's voice was still calm as she replied. Many people were taken aback and looked at their elders. All of you decide for yourselves, Saintly said from the saint's seat. His words meant that he allowed the disciples of the 9 state college to go try. He naturally understood more about the cultivation world than his disciples. Entering the upper worlds to cultivate was a right given to those who had entered the Saint Plane. Now, Xia Qingyuan was giving the younger generation such an opportunity. The real prodigies should not miss it. This was a huge opportunity. If they were able to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, their chances of entering the Saint Plane would increase greatly. After they entered the Saint Plane, they would have more choices. Master, I wish to try, Lin Shubai said to Saintly, then stood up and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Stand underneath it, the person in golden armor said to him. Lin Shubai knew that the other person was a 9 state guard. He walked underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda and released his aura. In an instant, wisps of light landed on his body as though the lapis lazuli pagoda could feel his aura. At that moment, Lin Shubai felt his entire body jerking violently, and a horrific force attempted to pull out his soul from his body. His spiritual will moved uncontrollably towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Ah! A voice filled with agony sounded, and many people felt chills go down their spine. Lin Shubai was extremely strong, but he was in such a terrible state under the lapis lazuli pagoda. Soon, everyone saw the pagoda above Lin Shubai let out rays of light, turning into an illusion of Lin Shubai. His face contorted wildly as though he was suffering unbearable pain. He released his life spirit involuntarily, as though he was not the one who had released it and it had been dragged out from his body. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun in the air, and many people stared attentively at the scene. Many people from the 9 state college were extremely worried, but nobody interrupted it. Even Saintly stared intently at the scene without attempting to stop it. Finally, a tragic cry was heard as the light in the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. 3 zhang lit up in the 9 Zhanghai pagoda. Then Lin Shubai's illusion shattered and the light went out. A terrifying light ray shot through Lin Shubai's body and shook him away from the lapis lazuli pagoda. This, many people thought, surprised. What a terrifying lapis lazuli pagoda. Name, the person in golden armor at the side asked. 9 State College, Lin Shubai. Lin Shubai replied after catching his breath. At that moment, everyone saw the 9 State Guard at the side wave his hand. Instantly, an empty piece of parchment appeared, and he used spiritual qi to inscribe Lin Shubai's name on it. He opened his mouth and said, Lapis Lazuli Pagoda 3 Zhang. You have obtained the right to take the test. Lin Shubai nodded and returned to his position, his mind still thinking about what had happened. The lapis lazuli pagoda was 9 zhang tall, but he had only lit up 3 zhang. If he had prepared beforehand, he would probably do better. What had happened just now was too sudden and he did not have time to think. Next, another hallowed disciple from the 9-state college stepped forward. This time, only 2 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. The hallowed disciple was dejected as he knew how much of the lapis lazuli pagoda lighting up had its purpose. People from the 9-state college walked out in succession to try. However, when Tong He stepped out, everyone became more serious. Tong He and Lin Shubai were the 2 people who were acknowledged to have the highest potential in the 9-state college. They wondered how far Tong He could go. When Tong He stepped underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda, his life spirit moved up into the lapis lazuli pagoda. At the same time, an illusion of him appeared, as though his spiritual will had been extracted from his body. However, with the experience of those before him, Tong He appeared calm. Although he was suffering extreme pain, he did not waver in the slightest. The light lit up higher and higher, rushing past 3 zhang, then 4, 5, and when it reached 6 zhang, it seemed as though it could not go any further. However, Tong He did not give up and continued pushing. Finally, the light on the 7th zhang lit up and he reached his limit. The light went out and the glow dimmed. Tong He's body convulsed and he stepped out. Lin Shubai's expression became pale. The people from the 9-state college had compared him with Tong He many times. They were the iconic figures of the 9-state college, but today, he had been crushed by Tong He in the lapis lazuli pagoda's test. Of course, this was also because of him being first to take the test, but others would not think about it that way. Congratulations, little brother. Seeing Tong He walk back, Lin Shubai smiled and nodded at him, calming his emotions. If brother had been more prepared, you would definitely have fared better. Tong He nodded at Lin Shubai, then took a seat. The people from the Holy Lands then stepped forward. Xianxia had not replied to them how dangerous the test would be, and had only replied that she would not force them. However, the geniuses from the Holy Lands continued to step forward, wanting to grab hold of the rare opportunity. Of those who had walked out, only about half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. This caused many people from the Holy Lands to be shocked. The people that had come this time were carefully selected by the Holy Lands. All those who dared to take the test were people with extraordinary potential. Even so, only half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Moreover, lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda would merely give them the right to participate in the test. Nobody knew what they would experience later on, but it would probably be extremely difficult. Yi Futian quietly watched the Holy Lands prodigies taking the test. Tong He had lit up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, and nobody had surpassed him after that. Even the strongest person had only obtained the same result as him. That was probably the limit of the 9 states Holy Lands prodigies. What surprised Yi Futian was that Lu Zong had also managed to light up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Evidently, the genius of the Xihua Sacred Mountain really was outstanding. Even though Yi Futian did not like Lu Zong's hypocrisy, he had to acknowledge his talent. Apart from that, the Hall of Holy Light, Battle Sage Palace, and other Holy Lands also had geniuses who caused the lapis lazuli pagoda to light up 7 zhang. They were all the most outstanding figures in their own Holy Lands. The lapis lazuli pagoda seemed to be able to reflect one's potential on a certain level. At that moment, Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and transmitted her voice to him, asking, "Are you going?" Yi Futian shook his head. There were too many details that Xianxia had refused to divulge. Where they were going for the test. How long they were going for. As long as he did not know this, he would not go. What if it took longer than 5 years? He was now the Holy Ji Palace Lord, so he could not just leave. Although he did not care about the daily activities of the palace, leaving was another matter altogether. Moreover, apart from that reason, that saint instrument seemed to be able to reveal one's life spirit. He did not want others to see all his life spirits. As for going to the upper worlds to cultivate, he did not really mind. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same. The saint plane could not constrict him. He would naturally go when he wanted to. There were too many unknowns if he followed Xianxia. When given the choice, He preferred to have control over everything instead of leaving the choice to others. Of course, he was considering for the others as well. Second sister, third brother Yi Wuchen Huangjioga, Suke Yuanzhan, and many others. Would they want to take the test? The sacred war between the two holy lands had yet to end, but in the future, they could not use battle matrices, so even if war were to break out in the future, they would be able to make a significant impact. Soon, Yi Futian came to a decision. He would let them make the choice. At that moment, Yi Futian saw a familiar figure walking out to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda. Not just him, but many people from the Holy Ji Palace also saw the handsome teen. He was once the Barren State's chosen one by Luli. Yi Futian involuntarily looked towards him. However, Bai Luli only lit up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda before leaving. It seemed that he did not put in his best effort. Back then, Yi Futian had battled with Bai Luli as a noble plain cultivator against a sage plain cultivator. In reality, he had pushed his will of the emperor to its limit in that battle, and he had already comprehended many rule powers, including the spatial rule power back then. In actuality, the teen that had been held in high regard by the Barren State had outstanding potential. He did not expect that Bai Luli would go to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate after that battle. Perhaps his frame of mind changed after that battle, Yi Futian thought to himself. Back then, Bai Luli had been engaged to his second sister on Crouching Dragon Mountain, and he had been resentful of Bai Luli. However, times were different now. His third brother was with his second sister, and his frame of mind had changed. Compared to his younger brother Bai Zhe, Bai Luli did not do anything wrong apart from wanting to marry his second sister. Back then, the palace's will was dedicated to helping him enter the Saint Plain. As such, Yi Futian could not bring himself to hate or admire Bai Luli. He only felt a slight surge in emotion when seeing him again. "Little brother, will you go?" A voice transmitted in Yi Futian's ear. Yi Futian looked down. It was Gu Donglu transmitting a message to him. "Third brother, I still need to keep watch over the palace. I will not go, but if you wish to go, don't worry about the palace." Yi Futian transmitted a message back to him as a reply. After his third brother's battle with Bai Luli, his life spirit had transformed. As his cultivation level was not too high, the people from the 9 states did not notice that apart from Yi Futian and Yushang, as well as those who had participated in the 9-state forum, his third brother's potential and frame of mind were also elite. Thinking from that perspective, Yi Futian knew that his third brother should go for it. "Okay, I'll go and take a look this time," Gu Donglu replied. He hoped that he would be able to help his little brother after he came back. Although he was now a magi, it was still hard for him to make an impact in the sacred war. "Okay." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was not worried about his third brother. In reality, it had always been his third brother taking care of him. "Yushang will not go. Third brother, go and ask around to see if anyone wishes to go with you." Yi Futian transmitted a message to him again. People from all the holy lands in the 9 states and Xiaxing were here. Yushang's life spirit naturally could not be revealed. As such, he and Yushang would not participate in Xiaxing test. As for the others, he would leave it up to them to decide. Although this test might be dangerous, it was inevitable on their path of cultivation. As many experts stepped out one after another, Gu Donglu also stepped forward and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Many people's gaze landed on Gu Donglu. They were not familiar with this person, but as the first person to step out from the Barren State, they all wanted to see if he could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Of course, they looked forward to seeing Yi Futian and Yushang's performance. At that moment, they did not know that Yi Futian and Yushang had no plans to step out at all. Gu Donglu walked to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda and also felt a strong attracting force. His spiritual will seemed to move out of his control. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun as it let out a dazzling light. In an instant, 9 words surrounded an illusory figure that was surrounded by light, rushing into the lapis lazuli pagoda like an immortal's shadow. The 9 words let out a dazzling light, causing a zhang to light up on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Next, Gu Donglu retracted his strength, and a strong light sank down as his life spirit returned to his body. He then stepped out of the lapis lazuli pagoda's radius. As more people took the test, the people after them had started to figure out some of the workings of the pagoda. As such, there would not be a repeat of what had happened to Lin Shubai. Gu Donglu was evidently very composed when he went in and out. Lighting up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda was considered a pass, but it was not considered special. About half of those who had stepped out were able to do it. However, they did not know what the chances of passing the next examination were for those who were able to light up the pagoda. As he walked back to his position, he saw Zhuge Mingyue step forward as well. Evidently, she wanted to go too. Is second sister going too? Hua Jieyu saw Zhuge Mingyue step out and muttered to herself. Not long after, Zhuge Mingyue had also lit up one zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, but she did not clear it as easily as Gu Donglu. However, she had at least gotten the right to take the test. After that, people started to step out successively from the barren state. Huang Zhouge, Yi Wuchen, Zue Chenchou, Su Ke, and a few others were able to light up the pagoda. Moreover, they all lit up only one zhang on the pagoda. This caused many people to be surprised. Was this because of the barren state's lack of ability? Or were they doing this intentionally? These fellows... Yi Futian looked at the figures that had stepped out and mumbled to himself. He did not think that they were doing this to obtain the right to enter the upper worlds to cultivate. These fellows were probably treating the test as a means of training themselves. After all, because of the sacred war, their movements in the 9 states had been restricted. Apart from cultivation and fighting, they had no opportunity to go anywhere they wanted. Now that they could not make use of battle matrices in the sacred war, they would be of no use in battles. The sacred war would be determined purely by the strength of the elite sage plane cultivators again. So, they needed to raise their cultivation levels as soon as possible. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu looked towards him. Seeing Hua Jieyu's expression, Yi Futian knew what she was thinking. He transmitted a message to her, saying, "No way. This lass, what was she going to join them for? Their second sister and third brother taking care of me. Also, Sister Yun and Phoenix will also be going," Hua Jieyu replied. "My answer is still no," Yi Futian insisted. Hua Jieyu held his hand. She naturally understood that Yi Futian wanted to protect her, even if her cultivation would not progress forever. However, after all this, she knew it was not what she wanted. "I am a divine spiritual sorcerer. Moreover, I have the guidance of a Saint Plane divine spiritual sorcerer. If I don't go out and explore, how will I be able to protect you in the future?" Hua Jieyu said jokingly. Yi Futian naturally understood that there was a saint within Hua Jieyu's body. If she ever encountered serious peril, she could use a strength that far exceeded her cultivation level and could even protect the other people from the barren state. However, since the last time he nearly lost her outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had hoped that she would not put herself at risk anymore. "It's more fitting for you to look after me. I've gotten used to having you by my side. If you leave, I won't promise what will happen," Yi Futian threatened. Hua Jieyu glared at him, then broke into a radiant smile and transmitted a message to him. "Sure. When I'm not around, you can do anything you want." Yi Futian looked at her, speechless. He asked, "You really want to go? Master told me that the potential of a divine spiritual sorcerer is not limited to only this. If I keep staying under your protection, how am I going to help you take care of your harem in the future?" Hua Jieyu smiled and replied. Yi Futian transmitted a message to her in a woeful tone, saying, "Am I that sort of person?" "Yes." Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Evidently, he was. "Can't you not go?" Yi Futian asked again. Hua Jieyu shook her head. "Then I'll go with you," Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. "No need. I don't know how long I'll be gone for. Don't forget what you promised Saint Jiang about testing medicine," Hua Jieyu replied. Yi Futian stared at Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. There seemed to be a hint of obstinacy in her beautiful smile. "Be careful," Yi Futian said in a soft voice. "Okay." Hua Jieyu turned around and walked down, passing by Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at Hua Jieyu in confusion. Why was Yi Futian not with her? Hua Jieyu similarly lit up the lapis lazuli pagoda by one zhang. She did not return to Yi Futian's side, but walked over to the Holy Ji Palace's group with Zhuge Mingyue instead. Little brother. At that moment, another voice sounded. Yi Futian looked in the Barren State's direction, and the person who had transmitted the voice to him was his big brother. I'll go as well, the Sword Saint said. Yi Futian naturally understood his big brother's thoughts. Now Hua Jiu wanted to go along as well. Moreover, Gu Donglu, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, and the others were the disciples with the most outstanding potential, but their cultivation levels were not high. Gu Donglu was the one with the highest cultivation level as a magi, while the other holy lands from the 9 states would have archmages following them. Therefore, there needed to be someone to oversee them. If he and Hua Jiu were both around, they would not need to worry about being schemed against. Moreover, the Sword Saint's current cultivation level was not that high either. He still relied on the demonic blade during battle, so this trip would also be training for him. Okay. Yi Futian nodded in reply. The great Zhou sacred dynasties Zhou Huang and Zhouya also went to participate in the test. They did not want to miss out on the opportunity. As such, the sacred war would probably die down for a period of time. He also planned to cultivate in seclusion for some time. When the people from all the 9 states' holy lands had stepped out, several hundred of them had obtained the right to take the test. They were all geniuses from the various holy lands. However, the saints in the saint's seat understood that the test would definitely be extremely difficult. Xia Qingyuan had said that it would take several years. As expected, it would not be that easy to obtain the qualification to enter the upper worlds to cultivate. Of course, even if they could not pass, it would be good training for these people to go out and experience the outside world. As for the risk of dying, they should also experience it. It was originally a part of cultivation anyways. They guessed that Xia Qingyuan was likely to be a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, so she would not harm the 9 states' geniuses intentionally. However, they were curious about why Yi Futian did not step out. The opportunity is rare. Does Palace Lord Yi not wish to go for it? Saint Shihua smiled at Yi Futian and asked. Immediately, many people looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian also looked at Saint Shihua. He heard the other party continue to smile and ask, previously, at Shihua Sacred Mountain's 9-state forum, I had a deep impression of Palace Lord Yi and Yusheng. Now, Palace Lord Yi has the potential to dominate your generation. Yusheng has that potential as well. Are the two of you not interested in the opportunity that Emperor Xia has offered? Many people were also curious. They had thought that Yi Futian would go. That way, during the trial, he would not have to worry about the great Zhou Sacred King dealing with him. Xia Qingyuan turned around. Because she was standing at the edge of the stairs and Yi Futian's seat was the last on the saints' seats and near the stairs, the two of them were not far apart. The sacred war this time had been because of the great Zhou Sacred King and Yi Futian. As such, even Xia Qingyuan knew about Yi Futian. Although she did not know much, she had heard about his outstanding potential that could be considered elite in the 9 states. Saint Shihua, you flatter me too much. Yi Futian looked at Saint Shihua and smiled, replying, in this time's test, all those with outstanding potential will be going. I will not go and join in the fun. There are still many things waiting for me to do in the Holy Ji Palace. As the Palace Lord, I naturally need to oversee the palace. As for Yusheng, his personality is rather irritable. Without me by his side, he might not listen to others. Many people had witnessed Yusheng's personality on the 9-state forum. Many people had ended up begging for mercy at his hands, including the people from Shihua Sacred Mountain. I see. However, it is a pity that Palace Lord Yi and Yusheng will not be going, Saint Shihua continued. This trial is a special opportunity that will not appear again. Since the two of you have extraordinary potential, go to the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda and take the test and follow us. Xia Qingyuan suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Futian raised his head and saw a pair of endlessly deep eyes. Her flawless looks could cause anyone to fantasize. However, Yi Futian did not have time to think about it. He did not expect Xia Qingyuan to invite him personally. From Saint Xia's attitude towards her, Xia Qingyuan did not just come from the upper worlds. Her identity was also remarkable. There was an unquestionable look in her eyes, as though she had not asked them, but had merely informed them. Supervising Inspector, I have many matters that I need to attend to. I can only reject your good intentions. Yifutian smiled. The lapis lazuli pagoda was extremely bizarre. If it really extracted his life spirit, it could cause a huge commotion. Especially with Xia Qingyuan's identity being unknown, he would definitely not reveal his life spirit. Xia Qingyuan raised her eyebrows. It was a very minute action that could be easily overlooked, but Saint Xia had noticed it. He looked towards Yifutian and said, Palace Lord Yi, since the supervising inspector asks you to try it, just do it. It will only do you good. I am not evading it, but in the 9-state college, I promised to do something for Saint Jiang, Yifutian replied. He would not forget about testing medicine. Currently, even if testing medicine was risky and caused him extreme pain, he was willing to try it. It was not just because of his promise to Saint Jiang, but also because he had the desire to do so. After all, the previous round of testing medicine caused him much pain, but he also gained a lot from it. He believed that if he could withstand this round of medicine testing, it would not be any less beneficial than the previous round. I will ask Saint Li to bring word to Saint Jiang. Saint Xia continued to persuade him. Many people had shocked expressions. Usually, Saint Xia would not persuade a younger generation person like this. However, because of one sentence from Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xia kept trying to persuade Yifutian. This caused more people to think even more highly of Xia Qingyuan's identity. A few of the Saint Plain experts could not help thinking if she really was a descendant of Emperor Xia. Her identity was perhaps too shocking. I thank Senior for his goodwill, but... Yifutian continued. However, before he could finish a sentence, a crisp sound interrupted him. The wine glass in Saint Xia's hand had dropped to the ground, cutting him off. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. Countless gazes looked towards Yifutian. Everyone felt that although Yifutian had unparalleled potential, he really failed to appreciate kindness. Evidently, the supervising inspector's identity was very special. Saint Xia had even personally spoken up, but Yifutian did not give him any respect. The great Zhou sacred king's gaze swept across Yifutian as he gently shook his wine glass. In reality, he did not want Yifutian to participate in the test. After all, Xia Qingyuan had said that it might be very long and nobody knew exactly how long it would take. If he really passed the test and obtained the right to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, it would not be that easy to kill him. Palace Lord Yi experienced a huge battle not long ago. Saint Xia, you have personally helped to mediate the sacred war, but it has yet to end. As the Holy Ji Palace's leader, Palace Lord Yi must have his own troubles, Glass Saint said with a gentle tone. As the only female among the saints, coupled with her ravishing looks, she was the most suitable person to regulate the tense atmosphere. Moreover, the supervising inspector has also said that she will not force them. She only said that because of Palace Lord Ye's potential. There is no need to get angry with someone younger. As her voice landed, the repressed atmosphere lightened a little. Saint Xia's expression also relaxed, but he was still rather unhappy. We have already said that this kid does not know his manners. Why are you speaking for him, Glass Saint? The Hall of Holy Lights Saint Ji said coldly. The geniuses from the 9 states are all willing to take the test. He is the only one who thinks too highly of himself. Moreover, all the people from the Holy Ji Palace who entered the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda only lit up one zhang on the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda. Are they trying to show how special they are? Today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet. He indeed has no manners. Jisheng Cliff's head saint also chipped in. In the seats below, the people from the 9 states' holy lands all looked towards the saints' seats. The mood at that moment was rather subtle. They naturally understood that Saint Xia was not picking on Yifutian intentionally. He had only invited Yifutian to participate in the test because of Xia Qingyuan. However, Yifutian's repeated rejections caused Saint Xia to become unhappy. The Glass Saint had spoken up for Yifutian likely because she valued him highly. However, Saint Ji and the Jisheng Cliff's head saint evidently had a bias against Yifutian. In reality, not just the 2 saints but many people had witnessed what Saint Ji had mentioned. They had felt that the Baron State's actions were a little too self-important. They had probably let the holy Ji palaces rise to fame within the 9 states go to their heads. Yi Futian naturally felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. Previously, the glass saint had spoken on his behalf and relaxed the tension, but clearly, someone was not happy with him. Yi Futian raised his wine cup and toasted in the direction of Xianxia and said, "Today is the feast of Xianxia, who has been meditating on behalf of the Holy Ji Palace. We are forever grateful. It is completely my fault for interrupting the festive mood of the banquet for such a small thing. I will drink up as a penalty." As he was speaking, Yi Futian drank the wine in the cup. Saint Xia's status in the 9 states was highly respected, lofty, and peerless. He also knew that Saint Xia was not deliberately targeting him, so there was no need to offend Saint Xia over such a trivial matter. Seeing Yi Futian's action, Saint Xia eased up a bit. Twice he had invited Yi Futian and twice Yi Futian had refused, and his reason was clearly a pretext to evade which naturally displeased him. Yi Futian, the reputation of the supervising inspector in the upper worlds is not less than yours in the 9 states, and within the lands of 9 states, it is hard-pressed to find people who can compete with you in your generation. Following the supervising inspector to cultivate and test together would only be good for you. Don't waste your talent. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian nodded. I understand, but since I have declined, I have my reason for declining. Of course, if Saint Xia and the supervising inspector wanted me to participate in the assessment, then I would go. The test at Lapis Lazuli Pagoda would not be necessary. Everyone understood that with Yi Futian's talent, the test at the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda would just be a formality, and there was no doubt about other things. In truth, Yi Futian just didn't want to expose his spirit. Indeed, such self-importance. Saint Ji smiled and drank. Everyone in the 9 states must go through the test at the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda. It seems that Palace Lord Yi thinks differently about himself than of others, said the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. Saint Xia was being too nice about it. The sacred war between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace made the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs feel greatly threatened. He knew very well that the strength of Jisheng Cliffs was not far from that of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Previously, someone said that today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet. So why keep repeating such unpleasant talk to spoil the mood? Yi Futian's eyes now also became sharp. He did not respond to Saint Ji before because he felt that it was unnecessary. The other was in Saint Plain. There was not much power in his verbal response, so he simply chose to ignore it. However, the other party did not want to let him go so easily. Since you commented that I feel self-important, then let's just say it is so. Yi Futian continued. If both of you think that I am not qualified, the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs both have the most talented people in attendance today. I am an upper-level sage, so feel free to pick someone of that plane. If I am not up to par, I will resign my position as the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian's sudden aggression silenced the crowd at the banquet. He wanted to challenge both the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs by himself. The air now became cool, and the eyes of those from these 2 holy lands were extremely cold when they were fixed on Yi Futian. Saint Ji slightly looked up. His radiant eyes stared at Yi Futian. This genius once crushed his equals from the 4 major holy lands in the 9 states forum. The Hall of Holy Light was hard-pressed to find someone in this plane to compete with Yi Futian, and as far as Jisheng Cliffs was concerned, it would be even harder. Saint Ji wanted to refute. Talk is cheap. You have commented that I feel self-important and I have admitted it. If you have any questions, just send out the geniuses of the Hall of Holy Light. Yi Futian cut Saint Ji off and continued. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy the birthday banquet. There is no need to worry about me and the Holy Ji Palace. It would have been better if that last sentence was expressed in a different way. Otherwise, simple silence would have done. But Yi Futian's temper was not so mild. Among the saints' seats, he was the only one who was not yet a saint. He thought that he had already made concessions towards all the saints, but if someone was going to challenge him, then he would need to return the favor. The Great Zhou Sacred King was very pleased to see this conflict unfold. Although he said nothing at the moment, he was very leisurely tasting the fine wine. Truly aggressive. Saint Ji, ranked 5th on the Sage and Saint ranking, was someone that even he was unwilling to confront. Not to mention, Saint Ji was equally aggressive. Most of the saints in the saints' seats all looked at Yi Futian with great interest. They seldom paid any attention to those of the younger generations, but Yi Futian was an exception. Today was the first time that many of them had seen a palace lord of a holy land who was not a saint, and he was indeed different. The Sky Saint smiled imperceptibly. It was unexpected that Saint Ji was actually rebuked by a young one today. The defiance initiated by Yi Futian was not as simple as its literal meaning. He said that if he should lose, he would forfeit the position of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, and that was a bet equivalent to an outright challenge. If Saint Ji were to really send someone to fight in his position, it was unlikely that even if his person from the Hall of Holy Light were defeated that they would get off scot-free. At the very least, there would be a need to apologize. But this was clearly unacceptable to Saint Ji. So at the moment, even Saint Ji could only stare at Yi Futian in silence. The quiet atmosphere of the banquet once again subtly charged. Saint Ji's eyes were like a beam of light that penetrated everything, piercing into Yi Futian's eyes. "That's enough." Saint Xia spoke softly, breaking the awkwardness. Saint Xia gazed deeply at Yi Futian. He finally understood the cause of the sacred war between the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace. Not only was the Great Zhou sacred king domineering, but Yi Futian, though only a sage, was almost excessively aggressive. This was probably also the reason why some people in the Holy Lands of the Nine States could not stand the barren state. The legends of the past had always been the same, but Yi Futian, in his present state, was still a bit weaker. Too much inflexibility would only cause one an early demise. "What are the thoughts of the supervising inspector?" Saint Xia's gaze turned to Xia Qingyuan. Among those in attendance, only those in the Xia clan knew about the true identity of Xia Qingyuan, and he knew about it the most. Xia Qingyuan's status was definitely more terrible than those in attendance could have imagined. This was someone who lived in the close attention of others since birth, whose talent in cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If any of these cultivators of the Saint Plane in the Nine States had gone to the upper worlds in the past 10 years, they would definitely know of her. But clearly, these cultivators currently sitting in the Saint's seats had not. Never mind Yi Futian. One word from Xia Qingyuan could decide the fate of anyone present. Even those of the Saint Plane were of no exception, and it certainly included him. Xia Qingyuan waved a hand and put away the lapis lazuli pagoda. She did not look at Saint Xia, but instead looked at the people below and said, "Start preparing. We will leave after the banquet." Everyone looked surprised. Moving so fast? It seemed that this supervising inspector was all action, and was prepared to leave right after the banquet. As she finished, Xia Qingyuan turned and walked towards her seat. When she reached Yi Futian, she paused and said, "I won't force you. Since you don't want to go, you don't have to go." She did not look at Yi Futian after that and continued moving forward. Yi Futian said nothing. From Xia Qingyuan's person he felt a cold arrogance. This was a person who was proud to the extreme. Saint Xia did not comment on the matter again. He looked at Yi Futian and secretly lamented that Yi Futian had missed an opportunity through no fault but his own. Among the people who came from the Nine States this time, there were only a few who could really pass the assessment. If Yi Futian was willing to try, he should have a chance. He might even have gained the favor of Xia Qingyuan. Suppose it could really be like that, following Xia Qingyuan to cultivate together. The title of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace would count for very little then. Even if he gave it up, it would not have mattered. Saint Xia raised his cup to those facing him. "Our business has concluded today. Everyone can now enjoy the banquet in peace. Feel free to move about and mingle without restraint." To Saint Xia, everyone raised their cups in toast and drank. The mood of the place noticeably relaxed. Many people got up to walk around and chatted. On the side of the saints' seats, Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan got up and left. All the saints still chatted casually. He felt that he was somewhat out of place, so he got up and walked toward the bottom of the stairs. Yi Futian went to the side occupied by the Holy Ji Palace. Hua Jieyu stood with Zhuge Mingyue, Yun Shuixing, and Phoenix. Yifutian glared at Hua Jieyu, but she seemed not to care at all. She smiled brightly at him, and there was nothing Yifutian could say. Second sister, I'm leaving her in your care, Yifutian said to Zhuge Mingyue. What, you two have been together too long, so it's hard for you to separate. I heard that you have been doing very well at 9 State College. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and seemed to suggest something. Yifutian was confused and complained slightly. Just exactly whose sister are you? People such as Yun Shang, Undying Old Man, Huang Shi, Su Shang, and Zhuge Qingfeng bid everyone to watch out for their own safety. These people, who were on their way to gain experience, were almost all the top figures of the younger generation in the Barren State, and they were also the future of the Barren State. Palace Lord Yi. A gentle voice spoke, and Yifutian saw a beautiful woman coming to him. It was Yu Lingshuang, and there were many young people of the Yu clan around her. Miss Lingshuang, Yifutian called out. These are the people from our clan who will go to the assessment. This time, they go to the trial with the people from the Barren State, and they can take care of each other, Yu Lingshuang said. She did not qualify for the trip. Yifutian glanced in the direction of Moon Saint, and when he saw the other nod to him, he smiled and said, Well, this is my big brother, and we can take care of each other while we are on the road. The head of the Yu clan nodded slightly to Sword Saint and then bid goodbye. It was a good idea to pay a visit to get acquainted. After all, no one knew what danger would lie ahead. Big brother and second sister. People from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple are reliable and can be trusted. If there is danger, you can try to join forces with them, Yifutian said. Will do. Sword Saint and Zhuge Mingyue both nodded slightly. Palace Lord Yi is very thoughtful and thinks a few steps ahead, a voice said, and Yifutian turned his attention that way and saw a group looking at them from a distance. It was the people from the Hall of Holy Light. Yifutian simply cast a casual glance toward the person, then looked away without much attention. Unfortunately, Palace Lord Yi will not go this time, or else it would be more interesting. A young man from the Hall of Holy Light said nonchalantly. Whether he goes or not, it will still be interesting. Yifutian paid no attention to it, but Gu Donglu looked toward the other side and spoke. GMO of the Hall of Holy Light. The young man picked up the wine cup and greeted Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu of the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Donglu responded. I remember. GMO merely smiled and didn't continue to say anything more, then looked away. Many who witnessed this scene thought that the trial this time should be very exciting. At the birthday banquet, there naturally would be no conflicts, but underneath it all, there was an undercurrent. All those in the Saint Plain had lectured the young generation that was about to go on trial. Some of them were full of expectations and wondered what the situation would be like after these people returned. In the barren state at the Holy Ji Palace, a group of mighty figures appeared in the sky above the palace. At this moment in the palace, many disciples already levitated so as to welcome their return. Apparently, the palace had received the news. Yifutian and his party had returned from Summer State. Since the Ice Temple, the Sovereign Family, the Alchemy City, the Zhuge family, and many other elite principalities had moved into the Holy Ji Palace, the number of cultivators in the Holy Ji Palace had not been the same as it was before. Not to mention that after the last battle outside the palace there were people in the barren state who continued to join in. Therefore, looking at the sky above the palace, it was all these cultivators that welcomed the triumphant return of the heroes. Even though Yifutian and his party had a victory, as long as the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was not destroyed there would be no triumph. However, the barren state had finally produced a saint. For many years what the Holy Ji Palace and even the entire barren state had been expecting was finally a reality. Palace Lord of the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dojan, was now entering the Saint Plain. The barren state not only gave birth to its first cultivator of Saint Plain, but also possessed 2 great saints, and was now truly a holy land. Greetings to the Palace Lord. Voices were heard calling out, and mighty figures bowed in respect one after another. Now the people of Holy Ji Palace truly admired Yifutian from the bottom of their hearts. The young man who became Palace Lord while he was still in the noble plane had first brought to the palace a holy elder of the Saint Plain and the many cultivators from the Tombkeeper village and Chess Saint Villa, later remaining unbeaten in the sacred war instigated by the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and personally bringing Sage Dozhan to the Nine-State College to make possible the first saint truly from the barren state, and the creation of Holy Ji Palace as it was today. Although the pressure of the sacred war was still there, the people of the Holy Ji Palace were full of confidence that they would certainly be victorious in this sacred war. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, and then all eyes turned to Sage Dozhan, who was next to Yi Futian. Its indomitable figure, now, stepped into the saint plane. In the future, the master will not only serve as the palace lord of the Battle Sage Palace, but he will also serve as the Holy Elder of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian announced. Holy Elder was just an honorary title, because as Palace Lord he was not a saint, so the saints appearing in the barren state would be more appropriately known as the Holy Elders. Greetings to the Holy Elder. Countless people of the Holy Ji Palace bowed in respect. This was a saint. Even if Sage Dozhan was not Holy Elder, they had to greet the saint. Sage Dozhan stood on the void looking down at the people below, his heart filled with emotions. If the old Palace Lord and Lu Chan could see the Holy Ji Palace today, perhaps they would be happy too. He knew that his sainthood was full of significance. To the barren state it was an encouragement. For many years, the barren state had only produced one being of the saint plane, which was him. I will still continue to cultivate at the Battle Sage Palace. Anyone at the Holy Ji Palace who was at the Sage Plane and has questions about cultivation, or wants to feel the power of the saints are welcome to come and ask me at the Battle Sage Palace. Sage Dozhan said, and suddenly the eyes of many showed a glimmer of light. To cultivators of Sage Plane, being saint was their ultimate dream. Although the village chief was also a saint, Yi Futian had brought him in. They were not familiar with him and dared not disturb him unnecessarily. But Sage Dozhan was different. He had always been the palace lord of the Battle Sage Palace. Later, the outstanding people of the palace could be taught by saints. Then, don't feel like we are bothersome. Next to him, Yu Qi spoke half-jokingly. But really, he was actually somewhat jealous of Dozhan. Saint Plane, who would not want to be saint? That was the plane of his dreams. In the future, he would really have to go to Dozhan and ask for advice, even if he thought it was embarrassing. Many people around Yi Futian laughed, especially Sword Demon and others. They were even more familiar with Dozhan, but once Dozhan became saint they were in the position of asking him for instruction. Even thinking about it was a little awkward. Are you guys going to let me return to the palace? Yi Futian said laughingly, looking at those blocking their way. Those people were stunned momentarily, and then they made way, somewhat embarrassed. Please, Palace Lord, let it be known throughout the barren state the news of the Master's sanctification. Yi Futian's voice roared, heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. He then walked towards the direction of Holy Sage Pavilion. Yeah. Someone responded. It seemed that the Palace Lord was so pleased that he wanted to inform the whole barren state. The barren state perhaps would be causing some shocks. As they expected, the news of Sage Dozhan becoming a saint caused quite a strong commotion in the barren state, and shocked countless cultivators. Those principalities that had not been fighting side by side with the Holy Ji Palace felt some regrets deep down inside. They felt that they might have missed out on something. Although they could still join the Holy Ji Palace, the respect they would receive would not be the same as those who joined the sacred war. After Yi Futian returned to the Holy Sage Pavilion, he first visited the master, the mistress, Lu Qinyu, Xianxia, and the others let them know the news of Jieyu, Wuchen, and Yushang. Yushang did not follow Xia Qingyuan for the trial, but he went to the Vajra region instead. On the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, the Vajra region lord, who ranked within the top 10 of the saint and sage ranking of the 9 states, had invited Yushang to cultivate at the Vajra region for a period of time. This kind of display of goodwill was not refused by Yi Futian, so he had permitted Yushang go to the Vajra region to cultivate. Vajra region's expertise was in Buddhist power, strong and masculine, similar to the strength of Yushang's cultivation, but it could also be considered oppositional. However, Yi Futian believed that Yushang could try to cultivate both strengths and see whether it could add to his own cultivation. It was with the guarantee of the Vajra region lord that he agreed to it. The top 10 ranking of the 9 states would not lower themselves just to deal with a young person, not even at Saint Xia banquet in front of other saints, so Yi Futian was very reassured. For a time that followed, the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace had been particularly festive, with many people going to the Holy Ji Palace for advice every day. Moreover, with the spread of the news, those with great accomplishments in cultivation in the barren state had continuously come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate there. This holy land in the barren state was now full of vitality. Yi Futian delegated many trivial matters to the others while he himself was happy to get some quiet time and practiced in peace. Of course, occasionally there was the vexation from Long Linger and her various ruses. Although Long Linger was already over 20 in age, reaching the most beautiful age as a young woman, in front of Yi Futian she still did not show any of the self-restraint of an adult and behaved like a child. However, it also added a little vigor to Yi Futian's life. When he returned this time, almost all of the most familiar people around Yi Futian had left, so occasionally even he himself was somewhat unaccustomed to the feeling. While cultivating in peace and quiet, time also passed unawares. In the twinkling of an eye, half a year had already passed and the Holy Ji Palace had gradually returned to the tranquility of the past. On a quiet ancient mountain peak of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged with eyes closed, cultivating. The surrounding heaven and earth were enveloped by curious rules. The wind swept gently past, lightly caressing his clothes. Not far from Yi Futian there sat a figure, feeling the air coming from Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes slowly opened, and the air that pervaded around the body disappeared. He stood up and felt the wind blowing on him. He walked to the edge of the cliff. His thoughts seemed to be pulled into the distance. It had been half a year. He wondered where Jiu and the others were, and how was the trial going. Since entering the cottage, whether it was brother, sister, or Jiu as well as others, there was always someone around, especially Yu Shang, who almost never left his side. And now that all of them had gone, he would sometimes feel lonely by himself. Behind him, a figure walked over and put a coat over his shoulders. Yi Futian reached out and saw the quiet figure put his coat on him. Yi Futian looked down at the woman in front of him. She seemed to be always so quiet, to the point that she seemed non-existent. As if she felt the gaze from Yi Futian, the woman looked up slightly, her silvery eyes revealing stunning beauty. She diverted her gaze and did not look into Yi Futian's eyes. "Lulan, you have been with me for 10 years? Yi Futian asked in whisper. Lulan Shui had been following him since the beginning of the cottage, and in a blink of an eye it was now more than 10 years. Lulan Shui nodded lightly. Yi Futian, feeling emotional, asked, "These days you were cultivating alongside me because I wanted to let you feel the atmosphere of the rules and how it is so you can comprehend. In the future you will understand when the time comes." The Celestial Empress had always hoped that Lulan would have a sage future. "You will be that." The Celestial Empress that he talked about was naturally referring to the mother of Lulan Shui, the Celestial Empress of Lulan. Lulan Shui was still just nodding. Yi Futian did not say much. Wait until she reached the sage plane, then she would be considered as a stronghold in her own right besides the holy lands and principalities of 9 states, and her mentality would also change. And by then she should know how to choose her own life. Palace Lord. At this moment, a voice called out, and Yi Futian looked in its direction and saw 2 beautiful women who looked quite alike, only their temperaments were slightly different. The woman on the left appeared more naive. These 2 were sisters, Xianxia and Xianxia. The people of Fire Emperor Palace had already moved into the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Xianxia was the wife of Li Futu and had always been at the Holy Ji Palace. When he saw the looks of the pair, Yi Futian knew that Xianxia was probably only accompanying her sister. "What is it?" asked Yi Futian. Xianxia evaded Yi Futian's gaze, but Xianxia said, "We have some questions regarding cultivation that we would like to ask the Palace Lord." "Very well." Yi Futian nodded. "Come over and sit down." Xianxia dragged Xianxia to come this way, and then the 2 asked some questions about cultivation, all of which Yi Futian answered one by one. Compared to the noble plane, it means to feel more of everything between heaven and earth. Mentality, spirit, and comprehension of the power of the world, and to be one with it to give birth of rules. But just how can we get out of that step? Everyone's way of cultivation is different, and so are their mentalities. I feel to become a sage, it is essential to first understand oneself. Only then could one clearly understand the power between heaven and earth and thus integrate with it. Yifutian said. Many thanks to the palace lord. Xianxia said. Not at all. Are there any other questions? Yifutian asked. Xianxia shook her head. Then go back and concentrate on cultivating. Yifutian reminded them. Xianxia lowered her head slightly and stood up. Well, the palace lord, we will bid you goodbye. Go then. Yifutian laughed. As the two turned to leave, Xianxia took a few steps, then took a deep breath and turned to bow slightly toward Yifutian. I am sorry for what happened back then. I have already forgotten it, Yifutian said with a smile. Right now, he was already the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. How could he care about the conflicts between them back then? They were young and stubborn. It was best to let the past be gone with the wind. Somehow seeing Yifutian smile, Xianxia felt it was all a little hard to bear. Turning around, she pulled Xianxia to walk away. Her beautiful eyes were slightly moist. Everyone had to pay for the decisions of their youth. Once upon a time, Daozong Palace had 4 great beauties. Yun Shuixing, Phoenix, Hua Jieyu, and her. Now, since Hua Jieyu was already Yifutian's wife, there was no need to say anything further. Yun Shuixing and Phoenix were also friends of Yifutian, and they had both already entered the sage plane. Their talents were outstanding. And now there was only her, dim and lackluster. Moreover, that small and weak youth who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace was now already shining brightly, illuminating the entire barren state and becoming the faith of countless people. Xianxia silently sighed in her heart. She had also heard from her sister about the conflict between her and Yifutian, and even if there was once resentment and hatred, when such a true legend appeared in one's world, watching him progress step by step to where he is today, how could one not ruminate on what was in the past? But even if she encouraged Xianxia to bravely pursue and take the opportunity now that Hua Jieyu was now absent, she understood that in reality, even with a pretty face, her sister would still not have a chance. After all, there were too many outstanding beauties at his side. At this moment, there were 2 people coming their way to this side and passed them by. Brother Futian. Behind him came the sound of Long Linger's bell-like voice, and then Yifutian's voice was heard, full of smiles. Linger, you come again to bother your brother. I am only concerned that you will be lonely alone, so I came. You see, I also brought a great beauty, like Sister Jiqiu, who is very understanding. Long Linger pointed to Mu Jiqiu and smiled. I only have some questions about cultivation, Mu Jiqiu said, somewhat tongue-tied, looking at Long Linger. Jiqiu, forget about her, Yifutian smiled. As they mindlessly chatted, the sound drifted with the wind into the ear of Xianxia in the distance, which made her even sadder. Obviously, Yifutian treated her differently than Long Linger and Mu Jiqiu. Even though Yifutian had said that all was forgotten and now only treated her as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, that sense of distance was an undeniable fact laying in front of her. Perhaps she should never had unrealistic fantasies. 2 years quickly passed. It was the year 10015 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yifutian came to the 9-state college to train again after 3 years passed. Yifutian first paid a visit to Saint Li when he arrived at the college. Saint Li greeted him personally this time and both sides talked for quite a while. It was said that the conversations were joyous for both of them. Saint Li then issued an order, allowing Yifutian to come and go from the college's library as he pleased. The 9-state college had a long history, and all sorts of books and classics were found within the library, making it a treasure chest of sorts. There were even parts of the library which were restricted to the students of the college, yet it was all open for Yifutian of the Holy Ji Palace. It became the talk of the college, and many felt displeased at the privileged treatment he received. While there was no doubt that Yifutian's talents were exceptional, others deemed it to be senseless to open parts that were even restricted for them, students of the college itself, to an outsider. While the order spoke volume of Saint Li's generosity, it was seen to be rather unfair to the students of the college. Many grew to resent Yifutian more, seeing him entering the herb garden to train again. That fellow has indeed made the Nine-State College his personal training ground. Many came to be jealous and envious at how St. Li and St. Jiang, the towering figures of the college, actively helped him in his training. Many cursed at Yi Futian deep down, resenting him for being so adept at using other people's resources to further his own ends. There were also those who recalled the scandal involving him and Goddess Dai several years ago and mocked him as a shameless playboy for daring to show up again. But then again, there were also those who were impressed at Yi Futian's prowess at wooing people, wondering how he had tricked St. Li, St. Jiang, and Goddess Dai. Yi Futian turned a blind eye to all the noise outside. Excellent people always drew the ire of others after all. At the moment, Yi Futian was chatting away with Goddess Dai, who many from the Nine-State College came to admire. "Is it going to be more dangerous this time?" Yi Futian asked. Little Butterfly rolled her eyes and said, "Of course. I haven't even got the required herbs together yet. It will take some time. You know how terrifying those medicines will be. You should have come later, or maybe you wouldn't need to show up at all. My teacher can't go all the way to the barren state and kidnap you." She sounded rather resentful with her words. The medicine tests those years ago, which lasted for 81 days, had her living in fright all the time. "I don't get it. Your teacher has already become a saint. What the hell would you show up here to get tortured for?" "I promised St. Jiang to go through the tests and I intend to keep my word," Yi Futian added. "Besides, while the tests look rather frightening, I kind of look forward to it at the same time." The rounds of tests years ago made him understand that St. Jiang was not looking for medical testing candidates for destruction. Instead, St. Jiang had wanted to make breakthroughs in expanding the limitations of training. The last rounds of medicine tests yielded fantastic results, which was why he showed up at his own will now. If he were to be able to go through all 3 rounds of medical tests, his defense would grow exponentially. "Right, look forward to it all you want then. Brother said that he will be the one supervising your baths this time. What do you think of that?" Little Butterfly glared at Yi Futian. She had been worried sick for him the last time he went through the test, and he had the gall to claim that he enjoyed it. To her, those tests were hell. "Please no." Yi Futian recalled Su Shihan's bone-chillingly cold face. It would be torturous to have someone like that watching him. "Little Butterfly, you know well that your brother doesn't get along with me. I'd rather have you around. Being stared at by a man will make me feel antsy." Yi Futian rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. "So you're saying you're fine with me watching you instead?" Little Butterfly said exasperatedly to Yi Futian. "Just what kind of excuse is this?" But she quickly blushed as soon as she finished, feeling that her words had come out all wrong. "Well, you've seen everything and I've gotten used to it," Yi Futian said rather meekly. Little Butterfly got even more embarrassed before turning around and saying, "I'll get the herbs ready. And by the way, that's how brother is. Don't take it to heart." "Little Butterfly," Yi Futian called. "I'm thinking of going to the library tomorrow. I've got permission from Senior St. Li, but I don't know where it is. Lead the way, will you?" "Nice." Little Butterfly stopped walking and turned around, then said, "Let's go then." Yi Futian came beside her and said, "As for your brother, I won't be petty with him. Speaking of which, your brother is rather nice to you. Su Chehan came all the way to warn him before, and he had done so for Little Butterfly." While Yi Futian felt rather irked at the treatment he received, he saw no reason to take it to heart. "Yeah, he has always been nice to me." Little Butterfly nodded slightly and both of them chatted while walking quite a distance, heading towards the library. The Nine-State College was a huge place, and the sight of Yi Futian walking with Goddess Dai in their place students' hearts ache even more. It was, after all, Goddess Dai, the prettiest girl found in the college. The bastard is already married, and he dares to come here to woo and trick our kind, pure Goddess Dai. He is lower than an animal. Many discussed ganging up on him and beating him to a pulp. Yet they quickly realized that they were probably no match for him. The library in the Nine-State College was huge, and it contained up to 1,000,000 books covering all aspects of training, including introductions to professions and life spirits seen before, as well as powers of rules. Needless to say, the place did not lack books regarding training methods and spells. It had everything from low planes to high planes, and there were even experiences left behind by seniors of the college, carved into jade scrolls. Yifutian entered the library and was immediately lost at where to begin. He had made great strides in his training for the past 2 years or so, but had encountered some problems nonetheless. Other than to ask for guidance from figures of higher planes and spar with them, looking into books was another sensible option. As such, he came all the way to the 9-state college and asked Saintly if he was permitted to enter the library. The saint agreed without hesitation, and Yifutian felt very grateful. Introduction to Saint Rankings and the Saints. Yifutian caught sight of a book by chance and stopped. He had done his share of research back in the barren state, but the details had been lacking. The village chief and teacher should be on the saint ranking of the 9-state sage and saint ranking. Yifutian took the book and flipped to the first page. There were but several words on it. First place of the saint rankings, the great shaman. There were no names and no further titles. There were only 3 words to describe the person who was number 1. Who is this great shaman guy? Yifutian asked quietly. My teacher says that the great shaman is a very old and powerful saint. He was of the same era as the sword saint of the void. Little Butterfly then added, I'm guessing that he is no longer in the 9 states, but somehow, his name is retained in the saint rankings. Yifutian nodded slightly and continued flipping through the pages. Second place of the saint rankings, Ji Yuan, also known as the Reaper. There were some introductions of the person below. Ji Yuan the Reaper trained in the great path of death, and it was extremely gruesome, so much so that he had invoked Emperor Xia's ire, and the emperor, in turn, ordered someone to destroy his holy land, the abyss of death, forbidding him from carving out his divine path in the 9 states. However, the emperor spared him due to knowing that Ji Yuan's training had been arduous. But after that, news regarding Ji Yuan the Reaper was seldom heard. There were rumors about him having left quite a while ago, and there were also rumors about him training in seclusion. The 2 who were ranked at the top 2 places of the saint rankings were extremely frightening people. As for Xianxia, who was ranked 3rd, he was comparatively weaker. However, due to the first 2 having practically disappeared, Xianxia came to become the number 1 in the 9 states in a way. It was due to such circumstances that he enjoyed an extremely prestigious status throughout the 9 states. Yifutian continued flipping the pages and, as expected, he found the village chiefs and his teachers' names on the saint rankings. The village chief was ranked 30th, as he was probably the only one who was able to fight the sacred king and bolt unscathed at his level. At the first plane of the saint plane, there seemed to be no one who ranked higher than the village chief, so the ranking was hardly surprising. As for his teacher, he had never achieved any gleaming success as a saint, and the last battle with the sacred king had him completely overpowered. As such, he was at the bottom of the saint rankings, 73rd. The saint rankings had 72 people on it, but with the chess saint dead and the village chief appearing out of nowhere, the numbers were made even. Then, his teacher became a saint, which made the ranking consist of 73 people in total. Yifutian was done flipping the pages and put the book back to its place, before finding another book right beside it, with the title reading, Divine Implements of the 9 States Rankings. There is a ranking like this? Yifutian sported a peculiar expression and took the book out of curiosity. Every single holy land found in the 9 states had a handful of divine implements. However, due to there being many holy lands throughout the 9 states and some top forces having divine implements of their own, the total number of divine implements in existence was actually quite a huge sum. But then again, there were only 36 listed in the rankings, which presumably were the most renowned ones to be found. The number 1 divine implement on the rankings was called the Scepter of Control, which was the divine implement used by the great shaman, the number 1 on the saint rankings. The divine implement ranked 2nd was the Eye of the Abyss, a spiritual type of devastating divine implement which, coincidentally, was used by Ji Yuan, 2nd on the saint rankings. The most powerful being wielding the most powerful divine implement seemed to fit the rules of the cultivators. It was quite common to see divine implements being fought over and taken. However, the 3rd divine implement on the ranking was no longer one controlled by the 3rd-ranked saint on the saint rankings. It was the halberd of time and space named Nothingness. According to the records, It was currently lost in the endless ocean of the ocean state and did not have an owner. Yifutian continued to flip the pages and read about the divine implement rankings. A lot of powerful divine implements were recorded, and it deepened Yifutian's understanding about the 9 states. Yifutian spent his time in the library when he was not training, during the days when the herbs were being prepared. There were quite a number of books regarding training methods as well as rules and spells which proved useful for his training. Due to him often spending his time with Little Butterfly, many in the college saw him as a walking disaster of sorts. However, given how the most exceptional ones from the college had departed, there was no one who went to look for trouble with Yifutian, as they all knew where they stood compared to him. At that day, Yifutian came to the pools again after several years. He sat near a pool and gazed forward. The pool was still filled with liquid, yet a ring of mist surrounded the pool itself. He was more than aware of the insanely destructive aura emanating from the pool just from sitting beside it. He actually felt restless and insecure just being around it, which was an apparent sign that he knew trouble was coming. The second round of medical tests was performed over the same duration as the first round, 81 days. It was the first day he was to enter the pool, and he looked very grim. The memory of his first try several years ago was still fresh in his mind. The herbs that I was asked to prepare this time were ones meant to attack the spiritual will, which makes it different from the previous round, Little Butterfly explained with a gentle voice. While she had often joked about the tests with Yifutian before, when the time came for the tests to be performed, she was still very nervous. As she was the one who prepared the herbs, she knew exactly what was in the pool. I get it, Little Butterfly. This is the 7th time you reminded me about it. Yifutian replied with a smile in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Begin then. Little Butterfly did not bother saying anything else afterward. Yifutian nodded and took a deep breath before walking to the pool with his shirt off and then stepping right into it. He was completely submerged shortly after. A low grunt was heard and Little Butterfly clenched her fists tightly as she looked at Yifutian in the pool. He was tilting his head up slightly with his eyes closed as if he was experiencing immense pain. Yifutian felt his soul shudder at the moment. His spiritual will seemed to be drowned by a terrifying power. He seemed to have lost possession of his entire body and became transparent. He was stripped of any defense and was laid bare before the onslaught of the terrifying power. It was just as Little Butterfly had reminded him. The tests this time were not meant to attack the body. They were tests meant to attack one's spiritual will. He felt as if his spiritual will was being thoroughly torn apart, corroded, and crushed. The light of his life spirit gleamed, and his spiritual will took the form of a stout, magnificent, and godly ape. The light of the stars coursed around him, protecting him. However, the dark aura simply drowned the ape in its entirety, gradually eroding it as continuous streams of the dark aura continued to encroach his mind. In the place within the herb garden where St. Jiang lived, he came before that statue once again and sat there quietly, staring at the beautiful silhouette and spacing out. It was the day when Yifutian's second round of medicine tests began, and it was anyone's guess if he would be able to withstand it. None who took the tests before had been able to make it to the very end, but he had faith in Yifutian. As someone who was of incredible renown throughout the 9 states and of supreme talents, if even he were to fail, then there would be little meaning to the tests after that, and that meant that his thoughts had been erroneous from the very beginning. St. Jiang moved after spending quite some time standing around doing nothing. He turned around and walked outside. The test should have been over by then. He came before the hall and stood there quietly. 2 figures were seen walking in his direction shortly after. "Teacher," Little Butterfly called with a smile, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Yifutian, who had just finished the test, was right beside her. However, he felt rather ill at the moment and very exhausted, as if his spiritual powers had been completely used up. His head felt like it was going to crack open, and the experience proved to be more terrifying than any of the previous rounds. St. Jiang laid his eyes on Yifutian and looked rather calm. He then asked, "How do you feel?" "Not good." Yifutian looked at St. Jiang and wore a bitter smile on his face. "Why are you doing all those tests, Senior, if I may ask?" He had become quite familiar with St. Jiang after spending so many days around him, and as such, he went straight to the point with his question. He was not quite sure of the objectives of the tests. "I'll tell if you're able to make it through all of them," St. Jiang replied. "Yeah, well, I'll go get some rest then," Yifutian replied curtly and left. If St. Jiang was reluctant to tell him, there was simply nothing he could do to make the saint talk. Yifutian trained for a bit after returning and restored his powers for a bit. When the sky turned dark, he took out the guqin and began practicing. The flowing sound of his tune reverberated about the herb garden, and it sounded rather lonesome. Yifutian stopped after playing for quite a bit, and it was only then that he felt his spiritual powers were restored. He closed his eyes and expanded his spiritual powers outwards and felt immediately that everything around him seemed to be clearer than before. He was able to sense minute changes in the wind and the fragrances of herbs planted far away. Yifutian's brow twitched and he opened his eyes, looking rather puzzled. While his spiritual powers had indeed improved somewhat, the improvement was considerable. However, he was nonetheless able to feel that his spiritual powers had become sharper, enabling him to better immerse himself in his surroundings. "This is something," Yifutian mumbled to himself quietly before continuing to train. He went for tests again on the very next day. It marked the day when his days spent doing medical tests in the herb garden truly began. Every day was an excruciating one for the entire 81 days. There were still quite a lot of people talking about his relationship with Little Butterfly. He spent some of his time in the college's library to read up on training methods. As such, most of his time was spent in tranquility. Other than Little Butterfly being tense during the test processes, there was little stimulation to his days. Yifutian finished the excruciating 81-day ordeal before he knew it. With that, the second round of tests was cleared. When Yifutian walked out of the pool unscathed, Little Butterfly hung her head low. The hair on her forehead seemed wet from the surrounding mist. When she looked up at Yifutian, there was a smile in her beautiful eyes. She looked less sacred and more pure at that moment. "Put this on." Little Butterfly smiled and went to put a coat on Yifutian. "I'll do it myself," Yifutian smiled and replied. "Don't go having thoughts about this. It's just a present for making it through the tests," she said as she put the coat on him. Her smile was pure and flawless. There was nothing else on her mind. "Even if you had some thoughts, I guess you came too late. I'm a married man after all." Yifutian looked relaxed and joked with her. It made her blush somewhat and she glared at him. "You said it as if I am the one taking advantage of you." "That's a given," Yifutian replied seriously. Little Butterfly kicked his leg lightly in response before turning around and saying, "I'll go report to my teacher." "I'll go with you." Yifutian rushed up to her. The 2 rounds of tests enabled Yifutian and Little Butterfly to become very familiar with each other. Other than matters pertaining to the tests, they would also spend their time talking about other things. They were good friends and knew each other well, which was why they were able to joke like that with each other. "Do you know what I was thinking when you came up?" Little Butterfly asked gently. Yifutian shook his head and asked, "What were you thinking then?" "You survived." Little Butterfly then added, "It kind of felt like I had just been through a life and death situation with you and came back. Is it that terrifying?" Yifutian shrugged casually, although the 81-day ordeal had indeed been rather terrifying. "Yeah." Little Butterfly nodded. Her head hung low and she did not seem excited. She knew well what he had gone through. "It's fine. Everything is in the past now. I have one last round to go and I'll make it," Yifutian said, as if he was sure of himself. Little Butterfly lifted her head and looked forward. A gleam was seen in her eyes. He had made it through the last 2 rounds of medicine tests and he would definitely make it through the last one. Before both of them reached St. Jiang's residence, a voice was heard from far away. "I know. Come to me again when you're at an archmage level, and a middle-level one to boot." Yifutian stopped dead in his tracks and bowed slightly in St. Jiang's direction, before turning around and leaving. "Where are you going?" Little Butterfly turned around and asked. "Back to my place," Yifutian answered. "Yeah." She looked puzzled at the answer. She then glared at him after seeing him smiling rather sheepishly at her. "Relax. I'm not going to leave before saying my goodbyes, Yifutian said and took his leave, waving at her for a bit. Yifutian did not leave the 9-state college immediately after the medical tests were done. Instead, he spent some more time training in the college. He developed some realizations after spending days doing the tests, and he needed some more time to regain his peace through training. Another month passed and Yifutian was seen sitting cross-legged at his place in the herb garden. His spiritual powers expanded through his surroundings. The wind blew and there were slivers of currents flowing around him. Swishing sounds were heard within Yifutian's life spirit, enabling his body to shine with a holy sheen, as though his spiritual powers had melded with his surroundings. In the space where his spiritual powers permeated, everything looked crystal clear, as if he was able to control everything within with just one thought. A formless rules of wind flowed, and pieces of rocks in the compound he was in were lifted into the air. Minute pieces seemed to have been lifted in the air as well. Yifutian willed, and a formless power of rules washed throughout the entire space. Everything seemed to have been rendered motionless. The wind was no longer around, yet the rocks and minute pieces remained hovering mid-air. Split! Yifutian's lips moved and a word was heard. The hovering rocks and pieces were crushed right then and there. All of them were destroyed by some unseen power at the same time, turning to dust. A terrifying aura continued to shroud the entire place. Yifutian opened his eyes and they shimmered as if they held powers capable of tearing space apart. A silhouette appeared without making a sound, and it was none other than Qin Zhuang. While there had not been a war breaking out between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace for the past several years, they were gathering their forces and amassing power in whatever form. However, there was no way Yifutian would have ventured anywhere far without escorts. Qin Zhuang had been by his side all that while. Qin Zhuang's expression was sharp and solemn as he felt the power of rules in the air. He turned around to look at Yifutian and said, "Space tearing." Qin Zhuang was versed in space rules as well. Yifutian stood and nodded lightly. Space tearing was a type of space rules. He had developed space freezing before, and through his training in the college, he finally developed the power of space tearing, which sharpened his offensive powers somewhat. Space tearing shared some similarities with shredding rules, but space tearing was stronger. Furthermore, he was able to imbue that power into both rule spells and martial powers. He became a mid-level magi after spending 3 years in training. The 81 days spent doing medicine tests enabled his spiritual will to grow stronger, as well as augmenting his comprehension abilities. He became able to even fight against lower-level archmage as he was then. If he were to stack something more on top of all he had at the moment, he could become even stronger. The next morning, Yifutian found Little Butterfly in the herb garden to say goodbye to her. Little Butterfly looked up at Yifutian, smiled, and said, "I knew this day would come, but when it comes time to actually say goodbye, I can't do it. It seems like I've gotten used to you these past few days. See you next time, although I don't know how many years it'll be. I'm the same way. If you have a chance, come visit me in the barren state," Yifutian responded. Little Butterfly nodded. "Are you going to return directly to the barren state?" "No, I'll probably go out and see the world a bit. Once they get back, I will return." The they he was talking about were those who had left with Xianxia. Little Condor was in the palace. As soon as they got back, he would know. "Where do you want to go?" asked Little Butterfly. "The endless sea in the ocean state," said Yifutian. Little Butterfly was stunned. So far, there were many places to train in the 9 states, and the summer state was vast. Chi state, cloud state, and war state all surrounded the summer state, and all of them were very strong. To get to the ocean state, you had to cross through the eastern state. It was even farther than the barren state. Thus, she had some misgivings. She didn't know why Yifutian had chosen the ocean state. "I'll go around Chi state and Feng state. I can cultivate on the road. The whole road is a trial road. The 9 states is so vast. There are still many places I haven't been to." Yifutian smiled and said, "Later, I will return to the barren state by way of the ocean state." Little Butterfly understood what he meant. This was a roundabout way to return to the barren state. According to Yi Futian, these past 2 or 3 years, he had always been shut away, cultivating. In 9-state college, he had also been cultivating with the medical trials. He should take the time to get out and experience the world. I've heard that the ocean state is the biggest in the 9 states. It is located beside the endless sea. There are no boundaries there. If I had a chance, I'd also like to go see it. Little Butterfly smiled and said, "Why don't you go check it out for me first?" "All right." Yi Futian nodded. "Have a good trip," said Little Butterfly with a smile. "Say to goodbye to Saint Jiang for me. I don't want to bother him." Little Butterfly nodded. "I'm off," Yi Futian said lightly. He turned to leave, waving as he went. Little Butterfly watched him leave, wondering if the endless sea could hide his lofty ambitions. She hoped to one day see him standing at the peak of the cultivators of the 9 states. Yi Futian left quietly, not disturbing anyone in 9-state college other than Little Butterfly. He and Qinzhuang had small goals, and with Qinzhuang's incredible speed, it was hard to see them. Thus, they were able to leave without anyone knowing. It was not until a few days later that the people at 9-state college realized that Yi Futian had left. Although many people had been talking badly about him those last few days, after he left, the college seemed a little less fun, and everyone felt very strange. Later, some people said they had seen Yi Futian in the southern part of the summer state. It was said that after the Great Zhou Sacred King's people found out that Yi Futian had left 9-state college, they sent out many people to look for him, wanting to kill him outside, but they could find no trace of him. Afterward, there was news from Qi State that people from the Holy Land there had seen him. He had played music in the area controlled by Yu House, attracting many of the women there, leaving behind a story, and then disappearing quietly. Later, there was news that Yi Futian had appeared in Ghost City, but no one knew if this was true or not. In the year 10,016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless island towns were situated on the endless sea. Some of the towns had almost no people, and some of them had populations so large they were almost uncountable. But no matter how big the island towns were, they were only a part of the endless sea. With its clear sky that was so strikingly blue, it could make people open their hearts. The endless sea was like a holy land on earth. But in reality, the endless sea was not a holy land. On the contrary, it was the most inhospitable place in the 9 states, even worse than the thousands of mountains in the cloud state. This was because there were too many sea monsters in the waters, and some of them had even formed groups. In the endless sea, human cultivators hunted sea monsters, and sea monsters also hunted cultivators. Thus, this beautiful endless ocean hid unimaginable dangers. The extremely harsh conditions also gave cultivators a stronger desire for power. Now, in one place in the endless ocean, there was no blue sky, only a terrible dark storm that engulfed everything. Vast waves rolled and screamed as the terrible storm formed by a hurricane broke everything. In the center of the dark storm, you could occasionally hear dragon roars. Inside the dark vortex, there was a terrible sight. Here, a dark dragon, hundreds of meters in length, circled in the air, its eyes full of violence and ferocity. It stared coldly at the small human before it. As the storm swept by, the human was engulfed and seemed insignificant. But he stood so calmly in the storm, with a bit of a sarcastic smile on his lips as he looked at the huge dragon before him. This figure was Yi Futian, who had come to Ocean State to train. He had experienced many attacks on the endless sea, but this opponent was the strongest. It was a dark dragon that was almost at the sage level. The dragon shot forward with a roar, opened its ferocious mouth, and breathed at Yi Futian. Terrible dark flames consumed the spot where Yi Futian was and seemed to burn his body. The dark flames contained terrible destructive power, and ferocity flashed in the dragon's eyes. Yi Futian seemed to not feel it. He still stood there calmly, letting the dark flames burn his body as he stood steadfastly. Roar! The dark dragon felt humiliated. Its several hundred-meter body rolled up into the sky, and it whipped its tail with incomparable power at Yi Futian, causing the waves to roar. A star curtain appeared around Yi Futian, and it was like there were real stars protecting his body. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang out. The star curtain was broken, but the power of the dark dragon's attack also disintegrated. Yifutian swept his gaze over his opponent indifferently. If you want me to take action, don't be so polite. Roar! With another loud bellow, the dragon's claws shot out towards Yifutian. This puny human had ordered him to be his mount. That was unforgivable. Impenetrably stupid, Yifutian said indifferently, then stepped forward into the storm. A terrible rule power appeared in a flash. Yifutian stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. Suddenly there was a terrific stream of rule power flowing around his fist. As soon as he stepped forward, he flashed towards the huge dragon like a bolt of lightning. His opponent's claws were bigger than him, and they slashed downwards, trying to tear him to pieces. The endless stream flowed across Yifutian's arm and gathered on his fist. When the dragon slashed his claws at him, Yifutian thrust out his own fist like a flash of lightning. The scene was like an ant trying to topple a tree. He looked like he had a death wish. However, a pained roar came out of the dark storm. The dark dragon's claws were covered in blood, but he seemed not to have felt it. His head swooped down at Yifutian as he opened his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to swallow him in one gulp. Yifutian did not dodge, but the star curtain around him became like actual stars. As the dragon's giant maw came down, they blocked him at the corners of his mouth. His incredibly sharp teeth were smashed by the star curtain. "You're too weak," said Yifutian, and he punched once again. Suddenly, the rest of the dragon's teeth shattered, and his roar of pain shook the storm. The dragon fluttered wildly. He wanted to spit Yifutian out. Bang, bang, bang. A string out sounds rang out. With each attack, the dragon's teeth were smashed even further. "I submit." A human voice came forth from the dragon. Yifutian rushed forward and brought his fist down on the descending dragon's head. The dragon's body trembled fiercely as it plunged downwards towards the sea. "Take me to a bigger island city nearby," ordered Yifutian. The dark dragon righted himself up and flew up into the storm. Yifutian had a goal besides training on the road. He wanted to try his luck and see if he would have a chance to get the third divine implement on the divine implement ranking, the halberd of time and space. 3 years ago at Xianxia's banquet, he had sensed a crisis. His sacred war with the great Zhou sacred king was his current dilemma, but potential opponents he might face also included the Jisheng cliffs of Yu State and even Xihua sacred mountain. Saint Ji had also shown hostility towards him. Although he was the palace lord of a holy land, and they would not dare to trifle with him, that did not mean they wouldn't pose a threat to him in the future. There was nothing wrong with taking precautions. Besides lacking top-notch military power, the barren state also lacked divine implements. Most of the top divine implements on the divine implement ranking had owners. Only the halberd of time and space had been lost in the endless sea. Thus, he had come here to try and find it. If he did not find it, it didn't matter, as this was only a trial. Cliff State City was an island city located in the eastern part of the Endless Sea. It was the most powerful city within 100,000 miles. The strongest cultivators of this island city were at the sage level, and there were several of them. The winds of war blew very strongly in Cliff State City. At this time there were many cultivators on the beaches preparing to go into the sea and hunt monsters. This was a common trial for Cliff State City cultivators. If they didn't hunt the monsters in the sea around them, the monsters would gather in greater numbers and attack the city. Additionally, many powerful monsters had treasure all over their bodies. A huge wave crashed upon the shore, knocking many people back. The waves were huge, and they were hitting one after another. Everyone felt this was quite strange. What was going on? "Come quickly!" came someone's surprised yell. Someone looked up and saw a huge monster in the distance. "A monster is attacking. Prepare to fight. Go tell the guards quickly." The yells came one after another. Cliff State had stationed troops on the coast specifically to repel monster invasions. A line of figures rose into the air in full battle array. "It's a dragon." The large figure in the distance gradually became clearer. Many people trembled in their hearts. This dragon was hundreds of meters long. It was at least a king-level monster, and those were top-level. The dark dragon broke through the water, sending out huge waves, and approached the coastline. Many people who had cultivated weekly were forced to retreat, showing their nervousness. "There's someone on it," a noble-level cultivator said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and then they saw a white-robed figure standing calmly on top of the dragon. He let the wind and waves blow on him, but he stood there steadfast. Someone was coming out of the sea, riding on a dragon. This scene was visually shocking. "No need to worry, he's probably a monster hunter," a middle-aged man standing in midair said. Everyone relaxed. It didn't look like a monster attack. Soon, the dragon flew up into the sky on the wind, and then slowly landed on the beach. Many people's gazes were drawn to its giant figure, and their hearts trembled. "This must be a king-level dragon," someone guessed. If that was the case, what level was the young man? "He's so handsome," a female cultivator exclaimed. His robes were white as snow, his hair black as ink. He stood up straight as he stepped on the dragon's head, fascinating everyone. Yifutian cast his gaze around the group of people. He had gleaned a rough understanding of the situation in Lower Ocean State from the collection in the 9-state college library. But the endless ocean was so big, and there were so many island cities that he could not possibly know them all. Even the books in the library did not document them well. Thus, he had grabbed a dragon to lead the way for him. Now, an upper-noble-level middle-aged man came forward and bowed to him. "I am Lu Yuan of Cliff State. Are you from Cliff State?" The others couldn't see it, but he had a feeling this dragon might be a great monster of the sage level. This meant that this cultivator, who looked quite young, must also be a sage. Of course, it was also possible that he was not as young as he seemed. "Cliff State," Yifutian whispered. He looked at the middle-aged man. "My name is Yi Huang. I am not from Cliff State, but have come from far away to train." He did not use his real name. After all, the name Yifutian was too famous, and there were too many people in the 9 states who knew it. If he was recognized, it would affect his journey and could attract the great Zhou Sacred King's attention. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. This kind of situation was common in the Endless Sea. "Father, isn't this dragon is a high-level demon king?" A young man and a young woman came over. They were 18 or 19 years old. When they saw Yifutian standing atop the dragon, their eyes were full of curiosity. The dark dragon's massive eyes swept over the young people. "A demon king? I am one step away from the sage level. My rage can shake Cliff State City. But I ran into this monstrous human. You'll have to ask Master Yi." Lu Yuan pointed to Yifutian. "Senior, you're so cool. I want you to teach me." The youth looked at Yifutian with faces full of worship. He had ridden a dragon to get there. He was so cool. "Lu Qing, you're too unruly," the woman beside him sneered. Then she looked at Yifutian. "Brother Yi, he is not worthy. It would be better for you to take me as a disciple." "Who's not worthy, Lu Yen?" the youth said angrily. "Shut up, you two," Lu Yuan scolded them. The two of them seemed to not understand that the one before them was at the sage level. "My son and daughter are stubborn and stupid. Please don't blame them," he said to Yifutian. "No problem." Yifutian looked at the two of them indifferently, like he was a master. "Lu Qing, Lu Yen," he said to them. "Yes." They nodded. "I won't take you as disciples, but I'll be staying in Cliff State for a little while. I don't know for how long, but while I'm here, I can give you some pointers," said Yifutian. Lu Yuan had cultivated to the peak of the noble level, and he probably knew many things about this island city. He was ready to start looking for information about the halberd of time and space. The two of them were stunned and then looked excited. "Thank you, Master." They both bowed. "I said you're not my disciples. Call me Brother Yi." Yifutian smiled as he said this. "A teacher for a day is a father for life," said Lu Qing with a smile. "Ah, I still haven't invited you in for a rest." Lu Yuan obviously had no objections. To have a sage be willing to instruct his children was all that he could wish for. Yifutian floated up and cast a cold glance at the dragon. "Go," he said. The dragon looked at him with his huge eyes, then turned away and rushed into the sea, sending up a huge wave. Those around him twitched when they saw this scene. He just let a king-level dragon go? Lu Yuan also looked at him deeply. He wanted to say something but didn't. Brother Yi, you let such a strong mount go. Lu Qing looked a bit disappointed. That dragon was a top-level demon king. Sort of. Yi Futian nodded. Actually, he already controlled that dragon. If he didn't achieve his goal in Cliff State City, he would call back the dragon to take him somewhere else. You're so nosy, Lu Qing. Brother Yi must be tired from training out there. Come back to our house to rest and I'll personally cook something for you. With what cooking skills? You don't get to eat any. The two of them kept bickering. Yi Futian smiled. Youth was a good time, full of vitality. As the group started forward, Lu Yuan asked Yi Futian, Master Yi, do you have any plans for this trip? Although he was happy to have a sage teaching his children, he was still a little nervous. He was a stranger after all, and he didn't know what kind of a person he was. I plan on going to the ruins of where the halberd of time and space was to go through trials. I'm going to look for them in Cliff State City. Do you have any information about this? Yi Futian asked Lu Yuan. Hearing Yi Futian's words put Lu Yuan's mind at ease, and he said, In that case, you're very clever to have come here. There is news of this in Cliff State City. The Lu family is one of the top families in the city. Although I am just from a branch of the family, there are two members of the direct line who are powerful figures and have been recognized by the Ocean Palace. It is said that they are going to the lost ruins together to undergo trials, and this place is also where the halberd of time and space is. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It seemed that his luck was quite good. In this case, he wouldn't have to waste too much time. Unfortunately, I don't think it will be easy for you to go with them. Lu Yuan frowned as he thought of something. I will go mingle with them and see if I can recommend you to them. After all, he was only a member of a branch of the Lu family and had no right to speak. Especially since those two were so dazzling and would have a chance to cultivate on the Saint Plane. They might just completely ignore him. Father, are you talking about Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan? Asked Lu Yen. Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yen suddenly looked fascinated. These two powerful members of the Lu clan who were in their 30s were on the sage plane. Lu Zixuan, in particular, was a mid-level sage and was almost a mythical figure in Cliff State City. Her father had said that even if you looked all around Ocean State, this cultivation speed was frightening. It was no wonder that the Ocean Palace had made an exception and wanted to accept them into the Holy Land to cultivate. However, if they ran into these two legendary figures from the Lu clan on the road, they would probably not even stop to look at them. They lived in two different worlds. If Yi Futian wanted to journey with them, it wouldn't be easy. Although Yi Futian had shocked them by riding in on a dragon, some ideas were ingrained in them. The names Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were legendary in Cliff State City. They didn't know that the man before them who had agreed to train them was legendary in all of the 9 states. Lu Yuan had not lied to Yi Futian. The Lu clan was the most powerful in Cliff State City. They were located in the center of the city, and their residence towered like an imperial palace. Now, many people had gathered outside one of their great halls. The clan leader had called all the branches of the family together to discuss official business. I have received word that not only will the Ocean Palace participate in this journey to the ruins, 2 other great holy lands of the Ocean State, the Celestial Cliffs, and the North Deep will also participate, said the clan chief of the Lu clan. There was suddenly a wave of uproar. 3 great holy lands of the Ocean State journeying together? Could it be that the holy lands of the Ocean State really wanted the halberd of time and space to go out into the world? They had never succeeded at this for many years, and now it would still be difficult. I don't know the details, but it must be a trial for the 3 holy lands. You all should know that in a month people from the Ocean Palace will come here to Cliff State City. At that time, Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan will journey together to the Ocean Palace to cultivate. I called you here today to choose the best people to send along with them. Lu Yuan was from a side family of the Lu clan that lived northwest of the Lu clan, far away from the central region. Their location was a direct representation of how their family was faring. However, although they were not in the central region, they also owned a compound. Yi Futian lived here for a few days, waiting for news from Lu Yuan. Lu Qing and Lu Yen would often pester Yi Futian to teach them in his free time. The two kids were filled with energy and would call him Big Brother Yi, and occasionally praise him, making even Yi Futian a little smug. He secretly thought to himself that they got familiar with him too easily. With his current cultivation level, teaching two little fellows in the Arcana plane was no problem to him. Just casually teaching them was enough for the two of them to benefit greatly. Mr. Yi, good news. At that moment, in the courtyard that Yi Futian resided in, Lu Yuan walked in. Yi Futian looked towards him as he heard Lu Yuan say, "The clan leader has given the order that the Lu clan's outstanding figures can follow along. When the Ocean Palace's experts descend, we can follow them into the ruins." Yi Futian nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. Okay. My eldest girl's potential is extraordinary, and she has a say within the clan. I will ask her to interact with you and submit your name for a slot," Lu Yuan said. In the past few days, apart from cultivating, Yi Futian had taught his daughters to cultivate, so he probably had no other motives. He was also completely at ease and was willing to try and help Yi Futian. "If that's the case, thank you, Brother Lu." Yi Futian nodded his head towards Lu Yuan. He could save himself some trouble by following the people from the Holy Lands. After all, the Ocean State's Holy Lands knew much more about the ruins than him, so he could leverage on them. "I won't disturb Mr. Yi then." Lu Yuan saluted him and left. He then looked towards Lu Qing and Lu Yen on the side and said, "Learn from your big brother Yi. Remember to ask him if you have any questions." "We know." Lu Yen was a little disgusted with her father's nagging and replied in an annoyed tone. Lu Yuan glared at her before leaving. "The seniority in the family is all messed up." Lu Yen mumbled to herself before walking to Yi Futian's side and hugging his arm and asking, "Big brother Yi, what cultivation level are you at now?" She could naturally see that her father's attitude towards Yi Futian was special, so she faintly felt that Yi Futian might be stronger than her father. There should be an acceptable distance between men and women. Is this appropriate? Yi Futian looked at his hand. The lass had already clung onto him. As a lady 18 years of age, she was already completely developed. "I'm still young. Moreover, Big Brother Yi is not a stranger." Lu Yen grabbed Yi Futian's arm and swung around. Yi Futian thought to himself, it's really a woman's nature to act like a spoiled child. He looked at her, speechless, and said, "Don't be too ambitious. Try your best to reach the noble plane first." Lu Yen made a face at Yi Futian after he refused to tell her. She then continued to say, "Big Brother Yi, be careful of my sister. She's a beauty." "So?" Yi Futian replied, speechless. Her sister was most likely the eldest girl that Lu Yuan was talking about. "I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Don't get charmed by her," Lu Yen continued. "Don't worry." Yi Futian glared at her and said, "Go and cultivate." For someone who had been used to Fox being beside him since he was 15, how could he be charmed by someone else? However, when he met Lu Yu the next day, he was still a little taken aback. Yi Futian was cultivating in the courtyard when he saw a figure walking towards him. She was wearing a red body-hugging dress that showed her beautiful figure and highlighted her curves. The side view of her body also showed her stunning hourglass figure. Lu Yu's facial features were also exceptionally exquisite. Although she was extremely sexy, she did not give others an enchanting feel. Instead, she had an elegant aura. Her looks were outstanding, and she was definitely worthy of being called a beauty. Of course, compared to beauties like Jeyu, Little Butterfly, and the Glass Saint, she was still a far cry away. Lu Yen walked to Yi Futian's side. Seeing Lu Yu walk over, she smiled and said in a soft voice to Yi Futian, "Beautiful, right?" Lu Yu seemed to have heard her and glared at her, saying, "Go and cultivate." "Okay." Lu Yen replied weakly and stood up to leave. She even winked at Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian was speechless. This lass had too many tricks up her sleeves. "Mr. Yi, don't mind her. This girl has always been like that," Lu Yu said to Yi Futian. "I have already experienced it." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Have a seat." Lu Yu looked at Yi Futian only to see his calm expression. There was no wavering in his eyes. It seemed like he was a cultivator in the sage plane and had a firm frame of mind. I heard from father that Mr. Yi wishes to go to the ruins to train yourself? Lu Yu casually laid out her slender legs, giving others a captivating feeling. Yes. Yi Futian did not admire her looks and seemed to care more about the ruins as he asked, "Is there any way to do so? In a few days, the people from the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, will be here. There will be a chance to follow them, but I have to warn you that this time, the three Holy Lands will descend together. If Mr. Yi wishes to obtain the treasure in the ruins, you will probably not get a chance, and the ruins will be very dangerous. Have you thought it through?" Lu Yu asked. These were all the things she had to make clear to let Yi Futian consider going for himself. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded as he replied. "Since that is so, I will submit Mr. Ye's name as Lu Qing and Lu Yan's master to fight for a slot. Please wait for news from me," Lu Yu replied. Yi Futian was not from the clan, so he needed an identity. Okay. Yi Futian did not care about the details. "Finally, I have to ask Mr. Yi. Is your cultivation in the noble plane or higher?" Lu Yu asked. "Higher," Yi Futian replied. "I understand. I'll take my leave then." Lu Yu stood up and left. If a sage plane cultivator was willing to follow them, the family would probably not reject him. Just as she was walking out, a figure walked towards her with his head held low and called out to her, "Sister, what happened?" Lu Yu looked at the oncoming Lu Qing and asked. "Nothing," Lu Qing said, attempting to walk by her, but was grabbed by Lu Yu. He raised his head and she could see the bloodstains at the edge of his mouth. His shirt had also been torn and he was evidently injured. Lu Yu stared at Lu Qing. Feeling the pressure from her gaze, Lu Qing said, "I met Lu Yun outside just now. You went to provoke him again?" Lu Yu asked. "I didn't." Lu Qing raised his head, then looked towards Yi Futian and said, "He was the one who poked fun at me." "What did he say?" Lu Yu asked. Lu Qing had a shifty expression and did not reply. Yi Futian felt his gaze just now and asked, "It's related to me? It doesn't involve Big Brother Yi." Lu Qing shook his head and denied it. Lu Yun is also part of the family, but he's from another branch that has ongoing disputes with our branch. That's why conflicts break out often. Lu Yen stood beside Yi Futian and explained softly. Yi Futian smiled, shaking his head. With his current frame of mind, it was merely children fighting to him. "What cultivation level is he?" Yi Futian asked Lu Qing. "He's the same level as me, but he found himself a strong master half a year ago and has been improving rapidly. His combat ability is much stronger than before," Lu Qing replied. "The most important aspect of the Arcana plane is feeling one's connection with the heavens. If your comprehension ability is strong, you will be able to assimilate the will of the world into your attacks and not have to rely on techniques," Yi Futian said. "However, if you wish to learn, I'll teach you one move. After cultivating it for a period of time, you will be able to defeat him." With his current level, he naturally had a more thorough understanding of lower-level cultivation. "Really?" Lu Qing was stunned as he asked. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded and replied. He would just treat it as helping the little guy vent his anger. "I'll take my leave then." Lu Yu nodded at Yi Futian, then left. "Big Brother Yi, can you teach me now?" Lu Qing appeared anxious as he requested. "All right," Yi Futian nodded. He stood up and, in an instant, the spiritual qi in the air materialized into a spear. Lu Qing cultivated in the art of the spear. "I will demonstrate this strike using the ability you specialize in. Watch closely," Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the spear pierced forward in Lu Qing's direction. He did not use any rule power, but the plane strike seemed to contort space-time. A terrifying might rushed forth from the spear. In that instant, Lu Qing felt as though he was suffocating. The spear had yet to reach him, but he had already felt waves of force rushing towards him with overwhelming power. He stood there blankly as the spear stopped in front of him and did not continue forward. Next, there was a fearsome sound wave that engulfed him, and Lu Qing's body was sent flying. He humphed as he felt an alarming force slamming into his body. He was hit purely by the residual might of the strike as Yi Futian did not continue attacking. Lu Qing stood up from the ground with an excited expression on his face. Did you see it clearly? Yifutian asked. Yes. Lu Qing nodded animatedly and asked, Big Brother Yi, what spear move is that? It was just a casual strike, it doesn't have a name. If you can't replicate it in one try, then do it 10 times and 100 times to comprehend it. This one strike should be enough for you to deal with opponents on the same cultivation level as you, Yifutian said. As an Arcana Plane cultivator, Lu Qing naturally understood that, and he felt his breathing become hasty. Big Brother Yi was really strong, much stronger than his father. Go and cultivate then, Yifutian said. Yes. Lu Qing nodded, then started to cultivate as though in a trance. Big Brother Yi, you can't play favorites. Beside him, Lu Yen grabbed onto his sleeve and looked at him pitifully, as though she was suffering. Yifutian pinched between his brows as he thought, this lass is always up to her antics. Fine, fine. Yifutian was speechless as he sighed. He then taught Lu Yen some offensive techniques before she happily went off to cultivate on her own. Yifutian sat quietly, watching the two of them cultivating seriously. A faint smile gradually appeared on his face. He remembered his own cultivation in the cottage when he was their age. That period of time was one of the most precious memories of his life. Yifutian being in the Cliff State City did not cause any commotion, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It was now the day when the experts from the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, would descend. Lu Yu had invited Yifutian to the Lu clan to watch. In the central region of the Lu clan, there was a castle that stood tall. Crossing the flight of steps in front of the castle revealed a wide area. This was where the Lu clan would invite people for discussions. At the moment, many people were arriving in the area. As the Cliff State City's #1 clan, the Lu clan had many cultivators. As it flourished, even those from the main branch could not know all the people from the side branches. As such, the various branches' positions were all determined by their strength. Yifutian and the others had also arrived. He stood together with Lu Yuan's family. I have already reported the main branch about you wanting to join us. However, as you are not from the family, I will introduce you to an elder later. He will test you to qualify you, Lu Yu said softly beside Yifutian. Okay, thank you. Yifutian nodded in acknowledgement. No need. I also want to have a look this time so we can head there together, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu, you didn't tell me about that? A glint flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes as he said, staring at his daughter. Father, my cultivation level is not lower than yours now. I should go out and wander the world. Usually you worry when I travel alone, but now I have the people from the Holy Lands leading the way. Why can't I go out and explore? Moreover, Big Brother Yi can also take care of me. Lu Yu looked at her father and said. It seemed that she had made the decision by herself. Yifutian knew about the situation in the Endless Ocean. Due to the overwhelming amount of sea-dwelling demonic beasts, cultivators below the Sage Plane did not dare to traverse the ocean individually, as it was too dangerous. Yifutian himself had encountered numerous attacks from demonic beasts on the Endless Ocean. Lu Yu's potential was outstanding. Although she was already an upper-grade noble, she had probably never stepped out of the Cliff State City, and her experience was limited to merely hunting in the nearby regions. It was understandable that she would want to explore the outside world. But this is a relic exploration. Lu Yuan stared at her and said. Nobody knew what they would encounter there. I'm not alone. The family will have many experts going as well. Lu Yu replied obstinately. No. Lu Yuan rejected her firmly. I've already submitted my request and it's been approved, Lu Yu replied. Lu Yuan's expression instantly turned grim. We'll go walk around. Lu Qing and Lu Yen saw their father and sister arguing and immediately slipped away. They did not want to be caught up in the crossfire. Yifutian had a bitter smile and shook his head at Lu Yuan and Lu Yu's argument. However, he could understand both of their feelings. There was nobody in the wrong and he naturally would not interfere with their personal decisions. He would not say anything like he would protect Lu Yu. After all, the relic was unknown to him. If Lu Yu really went, he would do his best. But he would not promise anything about matters unknown to him. Moreover, His plan was to hide within the crowd in the relic and not attract attention. Otherwise, if others knew about his identity, they would keep a close eye on him. At that moment, a commotion started and countless gazes looked towards it. A group of figures had appeared above the stairs outside the castle. Yifutian also looked in that direction and saw a majestic elder standing in the middle. He had a superior aura around him. He was likely the Lu clan leader. More people were looking at the two people beside him. On his left was a handsome teenage man with an elegant aura. He was one of the two most outstanding people in the Lu clan's younger generation, Lu Shi. However, it was the woman on the right that attracted the most attention. The first impression that she gave others was one of extreme pride. She looked to be in her 20s and her looks were flawless. Just by standing there casually, she gave people a holy feel. She was the Lu clan's most outstanding young generation member in 100 years, Lu Zixuan. Be it her cultivation potential or her looks, she was the epitome of the Lu clan. Before her, everyone in the Lu clan paled in comparison. Even Lu Yu, beside Yifutian, was dwarfed by her looks. Lu Yu looked at her and thought to herself, a person like Lu Zixuan would probably feel right at home in the Ocean State's Holy Land. Sometimes Lu Yu was jealous of Lu Zixuan. She was born with a halo, born into the main family, and had exceptional potential. When she was young, the clan's elders had brought her to see the outside world and adventure far beyond, traveling to many of the island cities within the endless ocean, while Lu Yu had been born to a branch family and her father was only an elite noble. Therefore, she had not been to any island cities outside of Cliff State City. Isn't someone who was born with a halo dazzling? Lu Yu asked softly, looking at Yifutian. She saw Yifutian also looking in that direction, as though he was attracted to Lu Zixuan. She's fine. Yifutian felt Lu Yu looking at him and nodded lightly as he replied. Lu Zixuan was indeed exceptional. Lu Yu smiled. Previously, when Yifutian had seen her, he had been very calm. However, it seemed that he was now being fascinated by Lu Zixuan. Although she is exceptional, don't have any wishful thoughts about her. A genius like her has been blessed by God since birth. The only people who could be a match for her are probably prodigies from holy lands, Lu Yu said in a soft voice. She was not belittling Yifutian, as she said so in a playful tone. I don't have any thought about her, Yifutian smiled and replied. Really? Lu Yu replied with a knowing smile, looking at Yifutian. Evidently, she did not believe him. Any man would have fantasies when seeing a woman like Lu Zixuan. It was only natural. I have come from very far away to Cliff State City to have an adventure. I have met more outstanding women than her in the outside world, Yifutian smiled and replied. He did not tell Lu Yu that he had not only met them but had also been in a relationship with them. Yifutian naturally understood that a person's thoughts were limited by their environment. To Lu Yu, Lu Zixuan was the most perfect woman that she had ever seen. She had a brilliant halo around her that nobody could compete with. Lu Zixuan was the same as well. She had been the most brilliant existence in Cliff State City since she was born. As such, just by standing there, others could feel her extreme pride, as though commoners were unfit to be near her. Naturally, Yifutian would not think about going near her. He had no lack of outstanding women around him. Is that so? Lu Yu smiled and replied. Evidently, she did not believe Yifutian's words. She felt that he was probably speaking against his will. Even if Yifutian had really met more perfect women, it would not stop him from being attracted to a woman like Lu Zixuan. I have also heard stories about the outside world. It is rumored that the 9 states all have their holy lands, with Summer State being the strongest. Every holy land is supposed to have its own geniuses that can hold their own against the prodigies in the Ocean Palace. Is the outside world really that fascinating? Lu Yu seemed to be muttering to herself as she asked Yifutian. It should be, Yifutian nodded and replied. I even heard from the people within the clan that the 9 states' most outstanding person in the younger generation is named Yifutian. He ascended to the position of a Holy Land's palace lord in the noble plane and led the barren state towards glory. He initiated a sacred war and is unparalleled in his generation. I would really like to see what he looks like and what demeanor he has as to be unparalleled. Lu said passionately. It was exactly because she had never stepped out into the outside world that she was curious. She loved to ask elders from the clan about happenings in the 9 states. Yi Futian had a weird expression as he heard Lu Yu's words. He replied, "Perhaps he looks like me?" Lu Yu looked at Yi Futian and did a double take. She then burst into charming laughter. "Although Big Brother Yi also has the surname Yi and is very handsome, you're still a distance away from my imagination of unparalleled." Lu Yu laughed as she said. Evidently, she had treated his words like a joke. "Perhaps it's the lack of a halo around me," Yi Futian shrugged and replied, smiling. While the two of them were chatting, an argument had broken out in the distance. "It sounds like Lu Qing," Lu Yu said. She turned around and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Qing and Lu Yan arguing with someone. There was a group of teens around their age standing opposite them. The person at the forefront was Lu Yun, who often clashed with Lu Qing. Lu Yun was slightly taller than Lu Qing, and his eyes had a cold look in them. He said mockingly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you showing off a month ago, saying that you found yourself a strong master? He was riding a flood dragon and descending from the sky? Really strong people must be idiots to want to teach the two of you." Positions in the Lu clan had always been determined by strength. Although he was from a branch family as well, he was much stronger than Lu Qing. The real strong figures would naturally choose higher-ranking members of the younger generation to teach. From a certain perspective, Lu Yun's thinking was not wrong. "Lu Yun, who are you calling an idiot?" Lu Yan's face turned red in anger as she glared at Lu Yun. "Whoever you're thinking about, that's the one." Lu Yun looked at Lu Yan and said, "The one you call Big Brother Yi is probably unfit to even carry my master's shoes." Many people around heard the few of them arguing, however, they all had no intention of interfering. The Lu clan had many branches, and competition was fierce, so arguments between the younger generation were commonplace. It was fine as long as nothing major happened. "I won't allow you to insult Big Brother Yi." Lu Yan's voice was cold. At the side, Lu Qing had already released his life spirit, and a silver spear appeared. There was a veil of water surrounding it, and he reached out to grab the spear. Again, Lu Yun laughed mockingly and released his life spirit as well. His life spirit was a flood dragon and it looked terrifying. It was because of this that he had been displeased when Lu Qing said that his master had appeared riding a flood dragon. Thump! Lu Qing stepped forward, and upon seeing this, Lu Yun's mouth turned into a cruel smile. Today, many people from the clan were watching, and he did not mind showing off his strength using Lu Qing. However, when Lu Qing pierced forward with his spear, he suddenly felt a dangerous feeling. Why did his spear technique appear different? Before the spear had reached him, waves of force had already engulfed him, like raging waves slamming against the shore. The flood dragon let out a furious roar as he pushed forward with his fist. In an instant, the flood dragon flew up but collided with the raging waves. The silver spear appeared at that moment, tearing through everything, penetrated the flood dragon and flew towards Lu Yun. A flood dragon armor appeared around Lu Yun's body, and when the spear struck him, it knocked him back. Lu Qing's spear continued forward, and many people were surprised to see his spear technique. Just as Lu Qing's silver spear was about to break through Lu Yun's armor, an invisible force landed on him, causing him to be unable to move. Raising his head, Lu Qing saw a man with an elegant aura slowly walking towards him. Every step felt as though it was trampling on his heart. "That's enough," the man said softly. As his voice landed, Lu Yun bellowed and the flood dragon passed through the silver spear, rushing towards Lu Qing and sending him flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Lu Yun still wanted to continue attacking, but the man said, "That's enough." He then stopped and bowed to the man, saying, "Master." The man looked coolly at him, then turned to Lu Qing and asked, "You've won this match, but your technique was far too cruel, so I had to stop you. However, your spear technique is quite good. Did your master teach you that?" Lu Qing raised his head and looked angrily at the man. However, he knew that the person before him was extremely strong and a sage plain cultivator that he could not afford to offend. "Big Brother Yi taught me," Even though the other party was very strong, he continued to look obstinately at him and said, "You also admit that Big Brother Ye's spear technique is strong. It's quite good, but it's not something that a cultivator of your level should pursue. It's clever but has no actual skill. In the future, you will understand that techniques that rely on tricks have no actual use," the man said calmly, as though he was teaching someone of a younger generation. "Since that is so, do you wish to experience it for yourself?" At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Lu Qing. Lu clan. The attentions of many were aimed in the same direction where the sound came from. They saw a young and handsome face. Although the air exuding from his person was restrained, one could still feel his extraordinary temperament. It was said that Lu Yuan, the extended side of the Lu clan, had found a teacher for his children. Perhaps it was this person. Yi Futian, Lu Yuan, and Lu Yu walked to Lu Qing's side. All three of them wore a look of coldness. They had seen everything that happened before. Lu Yun intentionally provoked Lu Qing and started the fight, leading to the man who interfered. He spoke words that seemed innocuous, as if to ask Lu Qing for advice, but just now he had stopped Lu Qing from hurting Lu Yun, restricting Lu Qing's actions but doing nothing to stop Lu Yun's counterattack, which injured Lu Qing. This was clearly protecting and interfering. A person of sage level was involved in a conflict between the young, and with an obvious inclination to one side. The man's name was Yen Lu, who was also not a member of the Lu clan, but was a sage of Cliff State City. He was the teacher employed by Lu Yun's elders to teach Lu Yun cultivation. Yen Lu would also go along this time. At this point, Yen Lu's gaze turned to Yi Futian. Seeing that the other was looking back at him, he smiled and asked, "Your student?" "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded. "Do you think there is a problem with what I said?" Yen Lu asked. "There is a problem." Yi Futian nodded. "What was the problem?" Yen Lu laughingly asked. "You arrived very early, watched the fight taking place, but you did not stop it until your disciple was losing. Then you stopped Lu Qing but did not stop your disciple in return. Because of your interference, the loser injured the winner. Your own conduct was dishonorable. You have no qualification to teach others." Yi Futian's voice was very calm, but there was a trace of coldness in that calm. This was bluntly stating that Yen Lu was in the wrong, had no right to preach, and there was no further need to discuss right or wrong. More people's attentions were directed to this side. Yen Lu was a sage, and even though he was not a top contender at the Lu clan, as a sage he was considered a very strong figure indeed. Even Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan, who were standing on the steps outside the castle, were also looking this way. Yen Lu's eyes stared at the man in front of him, but still did not seem to be angered and appeared quite calm. However, there was a faint pressure that filled the air. Smiling, Yen Lu said, "What did you want to say before that? Do you want to try it?" Yi Futian repeated. "Good." Yen Lu nodded, and he immediately levitated into the air. "The matter about the spear does not require so much trouble. Right here is enough," Yi Futian calmly said, and Yen Lu was stunned for a second. "Older brother Yi, he is a sage." Lu Qing walked behind Yi Futian and whispered softly, "Lu Qing, I told you before that at this stage of cultivation you should focus more energy on comprehending the power of heaven and earth. However, skills are not completely useless. When skills are cultivated to their extreme, they can be evolved into rules. Watch carefully." Yi Futian reached out and the spiritual qi immediately condensed into a long spear, held in his hand. Lu Qing nodded emphatically and looked solemn. Seeing Yi Futian's movements, an incredibly large flood dragon appeared behind Yen Lu. Because his natal spirit was also a flood dragon, that was why Lu Yun's elders employed him. A terrible rules power coursed, surrounding Yen Lu's body. The breath of his body that was blooming from him indicated he was a mid-level sage. "Please," Yen Lu said. There still wasn't a detectable breath coming from Yi Futian, controlling the rules power that flowed between heaven and earth above the spear and giving out the feeling that his power was quite similar to that of Yen Lu. The wind swept through. Yi Futian disappeared from where he was standing, and like a residual shadow appeared in front of the Yen Lu with the long spear stabbed straight out, similarly to the shot that came from Lu Qing. However, it was merely similar. When the spear got close to Yen Lu's body, a heavenly force slammed down, and there seemed to be shadows of spears everywhere accompanying the impending horror, the oppressing space where Yen Lu was. Suppression rules power. Skill in its extremity became rules, and Yi Futian turned the spear into rules. Lu Qing's eyes stared at the one shot that Yi Futian stabbed out. His breathing seemed to have stopped, and there was only the shadows of the spears in his eyes. Under that one shot, the immense flood dragon was forcibly suppressed. It roared and screamed, crushing and breaking the rule's powers. A terrible wave swept out. The surrounding crowd also felt that they were unable to breathe, and they were being oppressed without quarter. However, it was just for a moment. Yen Lu's body was knocked out and flew away, falling toward the distance. Only one shot, and there was not much difference from the fight that took place between the two youngsters. Lu Yun was pressed to the ground by the remnant wave of suppression. He looked up at Yi Futian and shivered. The one that he had called an idiot had knocked out his teacher in one shot, and he was completely embarrassed. After this, his teacher probably would not appear again in the Lu clan, and would not instruct him again. Yi Futian did not look at Lu Yun. He acted as a natural response to help Lu Qing get back at these two. Aside from that, he should not need to be assessed to be able to join the group to the ruins. Yi Futian walked back to Lu Qing's side, and Lu Qing's face was blushed furiously at the moment, as if because of the emotions, his eyes fixed on at Yi Futian. Brother Yi. Lu Yan also called out, her heart beating violently. One move and Brother Yi had defeated Yen Lu with one shot, like a god descending down to earth. Cultivate well, and you could be like me in the future. Yi Futian smiled. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. On the side, Lu Yuan looked at Yi Futian with gratitude. Supposing that today Lu Qing was bullied and unable to resist, it would affect him mentally. However, Yi Futian's action was an encouragement and incentive for Lu Qing to remember forever. Unfortunately, after going to the ruins, it was unlikely that he would return here. Yen Lu left quietly, no face to continue his stay. The Lu clan did not suffer much and continued chatting casually. For them, this was just a slight ripple. After all, the Lu clan was very extensive, and only Lu Yun's family was really affected this time. Will this affect you? Yi Futian asked Lu Yuan. If it would, he would remedy it. Not at all, we are also members of the Lu clan and conflicts are not a big deal. Not to mention Lu Yu is highly regarded by the family. Lu Yuan responded, and Yi Futian nodded slightly and said nothing. It didn't take long for a person to come and talk to Lu Yu and allow Yi Futian to come with them. This was not unexpected. The people were still waiting quietly. Finally, there was a procession of mighty figures descending in the distant sky. All of them wore silvery clothes, extremely radiant and beautiful. Prepare to welcome. The head of the Lu clan moved forwards and levitated into the air. Next to him, Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan also followed suit, standing in the air to watch the arrival of the other party. Silvery beams descended from the sky. The cultivators of the Ocean Palace Holy Land appeared like gods in the sky above the Lu clan. For a time, the pressure of authority shrouded the void, and many felt the need to kneel on the ground and worship. People of Lu clan, welcome the visitors of Holy Land. The head of the Lu clan bowed in greeting, and suddenly the people below also bowed deeply in greeting. Countless many were excited beyond words. To them, the 3 holy lands in Ocean State were a myth. Now they had seen the people from the Holy Land descending from the sky and coming to their clan. This was an honor. As you were. The head leading the delegates of Ocean Palace commanded indifferently and asked, where are Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan? Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan stepped out, and when those from the Ocean Palace saw the two, they had a look of great satisfaction and said, from this moment on, you two are the cultivators of Ocean Palace. Return to your place. Thank you, honorable ones. The 2 men bowed slightly, and then walked toward the midst of the cultivators from Ocean Palace. All eyes from the Lu clan stared into the sky above. The 2 stood amongst the cultivators from the Ocean Palace and looked so harmonious, as if they were where they always should have been, as one of them. In the future, I also want go to the Holy Land to cultivate. Lu Qing only felt a sense of fascination, and next to him, Lu Yu and Lu Yen also revealed a look of longing. The Holy Land was the dream of all cultivators. Yifutian stood in the crowd and observed it all calmly. The influence of the Holy Land to the outside was greater than he had thought. As for him, as the palace lord of the Holy Land, it was naturally that he did not feel anything. Let's go. The cultivator of the Ocean Palace had no intention to stay, and spoke directly. The chief of Lu clan looked at them, and suddenly they levitated into the air. Those were the ones going. Father, I am leaving, Lu Yu said, looking at Lu Yuan, apparently not giving up the idea. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply and knew that it was useless to say anything more. So he looked at Yifutian. On the road, please look after this girl. I will do my best. Yifutian nodded. Brother Yi, will you come back? Lu Yen looked at Yifutian. Although they only knew each other for a short month, the goodbye was still difficult. If there are opportunities in the future, I will take you guys to see the world outside. Yifutian ruffled the hair of Lu Yen. Promise. Lu Yen looked up at Yifutian, fearing that he would go back on his word. Yes, I promise. Yifutian nodded with a smile and turned to Lu Qing. Work hard on cultivation. Lu Qing nodded his head emphatically and said nothing. Let's go, Yifutian said to Lu Yu. Then he levitated into the air. A silver mask appeared in his hand and he put it on his face. Although there were not many who had seen him in the Holy Land of Ocean State, only twice at the 9-State Forum and the Xia Clan, and it was only the best from the Ocean State Holy Land, there was still a chance he might be recognized. So, he put on the mask that he had prepared very early on, just for such an occasion. What does it mean, Brother Yi? Lu Yu asked curiously. When outside going through the trial, sometimes it is inevitable to offend some people. Yifutian found an excuse and said to Lu Yu. Understood. Lu Yu nodded and had no doubt. Soon, the group went skywards under the leadership of the cultivators of Ocean Palace, and gradually disappeared from their sight. Below, Lu Yen quietly wiped the tears at the corners of her eyes, silently praying for them in her heart. Yifutian, at this time, had a heart was full of expectation. The lost relic, halberd of time and space, ranking 3rd on the divine implement rankings, would hopefully be retrieved on this trip and be brought back to the barren state. The sky above the endless ocean, bright blue and cloudless. The group was traveling upon Kunping, moving forward mightily. It was the group from Ocean Palace that departed from Cliff State City. The horrifying Kunping beast and the powerful conglomeration of more than 100 people scared away even the monsters in the endless ocean. Just that faint air of pressure was daunting enough. As indicated in the name, the endless ocean was immense. Although the location of lost ruins was not a secret, it would still not be easy for Yifutian to find it alone. Above the endless ocean, there was no way to clearly identify any directions. The Ocean Palace was one of the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. They even had cultivators who were stationed at the lost ruins, so they would most likely know how to travel there. At this point, a person walked to Yifutian on the back of Kunping and put his hands together, bowing slightly in greeting. Senior. Yifutian's eyes landed on the other party. It was a young man who looked about 25 or so. He was handsome and elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary. I am Lu Han. The shot of spear before by you seemed simple, but it had integrated the world of heaven and earth, turning into rules attack to suppress Yen Lu all in single maneuver. I had seen many sages of the family in action but had never seen such stunning move with a spear. Lu Han said softly, somewhat curious about the silver mask on Yifutian's face, which gave a chilling sensation to those who beheld it. It is the grandson of the clan leader from the main branch, the younger brother of Lu Zixuan, whose cultivation level is closer to mine, superior noble plane. Lu Yu transmitted her voice to Yifutian. Yifutian replied to Lu Han, that move was passable, but is not considered a high-level maneuver. Precisely because the maneuver was so simple and yet was able to release such power, that it was even more unusual. Presumably, that move did not truly display Senior's the real strength. Lu Han still appeared polite and said, would you return to Cliff State City after this trip? Yifutian shook his head gently, eyes forward. The descendants of many clans were arrogant by nature, but if your own strength could be recognized by them, they were often also very respectful and polite. Although Lu Han was only of superior noble plane, he had a good eye and was able to detect that one shot was not as simple as it had appeared. Unfortunate, but I would still like to ask for instructions in the future, Lu Han said. Next to them, Lu Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a special spirit. It was a good opportunity for Yifutian, and gave him the opportunity to enter the core of the Lu clan. However, Yifutian's gaze was still directed ahead, seemingly uninterested in any of this. He just said casually, "Since the family allowed you go to trial, they must have the intention to let you perform. Your goal should be the Ocean Palace." Lu Han smiled a little bitterly and shook his head. "You should know by now what kind of place Lost Ruins is. In my plane, even if our clan has such an idea, there will be no opportunity of performance. I just read some records regarding the Lost Ruins in ancient books. The rumor has it that it was the palace of the Ocean King. Then when the Ocean King died, that most splendid palace of endless ocean also sank to the bottom of the sea, along with the entire island city." Yifutian said. Since it was his intention to get the halberd of time and space, he had done some research before coming. The halberd of time and space was now a divine implement without owner, but many years ago it was a weapon of notoriety and the weapon of choice of the Ocean King, who was the strongest cultivator of the endless ocean. It was rumored that in that era the Ocean King ruled the endless ocean, and there were not yet the three holy lands as it was today. Today's Ocean Palace was created by those who later claimed to be the descendants of the Ocean King. Lu Han nodded. Until this day, the palace in the Lost Ruins was still standing like a god in the endless ocean. Even the saints cannot step into it. Some have said that the statue of the Ocean King outside contained the soul left by the Ocean King and had not dissipated even today. If the gods of many years ago were able to stop the cultivators of the Saint Plane even now, then it was indeed amazingly powerful, and in turn Yifutian was looking forward to it even more. For many years the three holy lands have not been successful, so why try again this time? Yifutian asked. And as far as I know, many disciples of the 9 states holy lands are not in the holy lands at the moment. I am not really sure either. I think we are better off asking the people from Ocean Palace, Lu Han said. Just because there was no success before does not mean I'm unable to this time. In front of Kuanping a voice was heard, and then a young man who was dressed in a silver garment and emitted a sharp and proud intention from himself. He turned around, his eyes landing on Yifutian. In an instant countless eyes looked toward the man. He stood in the middle of those from the Ocean Palace. Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were both also standing at his side at the moment, which further accentuated his transcendental temperament. The majority of the people knew who he was. Lin Yu was said to be a saint disciple of the Ocean Palace. He participated in the 9-state forum 2 years ago and actually entered into the top 10. Supposedly, he was now a mid-level sage. Lu Han transmitted his voice to Yifutian. Yifutian suddenly understood that he seemed to have misspoke. Because of the Sacred War, the Barren State did not participate in the 9-state forum 2 years ago, so he had not seen Lin Yu. But he was able to enter within the top 10 in 9-state forum. It must have been that his talent was extremely outstanding. It was especially precious because it was from the Ocean Palace holy land of the Ocean State, so it was even rarer. He had said that many disciples in the 9 states holy lands were not in position, but the other must have thought that he had said that geniuses of the 9 states had all left and naturally there was no hope of getting the halberd of time and space. Apologize. Next to Lin Yu, Lu Shi's eyes fell on Yifutian and he spoke calmly. Yifutian came with the people of Lu clan. Although he did not know who Yifutian was, by deduction he must have been a cultivator of the Lu clan. His careless speech had led to the displeasure of Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace, so he was required to apologize. Yifutian's eyes landed on Lu Shi. Under the mask those eyes were calm, and without too much concern simply regarded Lu Shi nonchalantly. He was within the top 10 of 9 states forum, and he was asked to apologize? What was more, even though what he had just said would cause some misunderstanding, there was in fact nothing wrong with it. The 9 states' holy lands were currently missing quite a few people. Older sister. Lu Han looked at his sister, Lu Zixuan, and secretly transmitted his voice. After all, Yi Futian had drawn the displeasure of Lin Yu because he was chatting with him. He did not want Yi Futian to get in trouble. The other party was the people from Ocean Palace. Lu Yu's face was slightly pale. Lin Yu, who had great standing, just by simply standing there, gave an invisible pressure to the cultivators of the Lu clan. He didn't mean anything, Lu Zixuan whispered. After all, Yi Futian was with the Lu clan. Lin Yu's gaze still fixed on Yi Futian, and then he smiled faintly. It's okay. There was no issue with what he said. As soon as his voice trailed off, everyone from the Lu clan felt the pressure suddenly disappear. Many looked at Yi Futian and thought that he had secretly escaped disaster. Lu Shi simply cast a sideway glance at Yi Futian. He had just entered the Ocean Palace. Naturally, he did not wish to see his clansmen offend the geniuses of Ocean Palace. The 9 states today has geniuses emerging one after the other. In recent years, there have been many with the talent of Saint Plain. Zixuan, have you heard about it? Lin Yu said gently. Lu Zixuan nodded. Although she was extremely cool and proud, even her arrogant self knew that Cliff State City did not represent the whole world. It was no more than an island city within the endless ocean. Her goal was set in an even more distant place. I heard that the disciples of the 9-state First College, Lin Shubai and Tong He, both possessed the talent to the divine path. Tong He once took the first place at 9-state Forum, and the son of Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light, GMO, is widely believed to be the next lord of the hall. And then Lu Zhong of Xihua Sacred Mountain, disciple of 3 saints. Lu Zixuan said slowly. And then there is Yi Futian of Barren State, whose meteoric rising is unparalleled, and enough to dominate an entire generation. Even though her voice was still calm when she spoke, there was a sense of soberness. Those people were her goals. Lu Han, who was next to Yi Futian, was also a little excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. My sister once told me the story of Yi Futian, the genius of a generation that came out of nowhere, with such indescribable style and talent. Although I have never witnessed it, Yi Futian is the idol of my sister and I, and also our goal. The look under Yi Futian's mask was even stranger. Was his reputation really this great? Even in the distant land of Ocean State stories about him circulated, but in recent years, there was indeed no one who could compare with him in the younger generation in terms of fame. However, he often heard of his name when he was in the endless ocean, and still felt surprised. Yes, these people are indeed the most outstanding of this generation in 9 states. However, the times are constantly changing. Before Yi Futian became famous overnight, no one knew of him, and in the future others would also replace him. Although no one had taken the halberd of time and space in the ruins for many years, it didn't mean that those would not get it in the future. Lin Yu spoke slowly, as if he had hidden limitless ambitions like mountains and rivers within his chest. And the reason for the 3 holy lands to explore the lost ruins again is precisely because so many in the 9 states have left. Now that everything that had happened in the 9 states signified the ushering in of a new era, the 9 states' holy lands may face another upheaval. The halberd of time and space must show itself. Lin Yu continued. This was not a false statement. The rise of the barren state, the explosion of sacred war, and the mysterious supervising inspector who led all the geniuses of the 9 states. Everything pointed to the possibility that there would be great turmoil in 9 states. The historical annals also recorded that every time 9 states turned over, it was an earth-shattering event. Prosperous holy lands buried in ruins, and legendary figures who were saints had fallen like meteors. But it was also a sign that there would be extraordinary figures who would lord over the mountains and rivers. Lin Yu, of course, also dreamt of a stage such as this could have his name. On the top of the Kunping, the people of the Lu clan could only feel fascinated looking at those rare and attractive figures, such Lin Yu and Lu Zixuan standing together. They were the real geniuses who had the opportunity to step onto the stage of an era. Yi Futian's heart was somewhat unsettled. In fact, he also had the feeling that 9 states may yet be in chaos, and that barren state would encounter a greater danger. This is why he came to the endless ocean. It could be inferred from the dialogue of Linyu that the saints of the Ocean Palace had the same feeling as him. All three holy lands were eager for the halberd of time and space to appear so they could get a hold of it. Would this mean that 9 states will change? Yi Futian and his people traveled on the endless ocean for 5 days before finally reaching an island. There was no city to be found on it, which made it an uninhabited island. However, when the mighty ones from the Ocean Palace came, many others gathered around. Yi Futian apparently sensed that the number of demonic beasts in the area grew exponentially, so much so that they even dared to provoke him and the others. All that made him speculate that the lost ruins were somewhere nearby, and those people were probably mighty ones from holy lands who were stationed there. So the ones from the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs are here then? A figure was seen walking out of the crowd from the Ocean Palace, asking the ones who gathered around. The figure was stout and brimming with power. His name was Pang Kuan. Yi Futian and the others saw him on their way there, and he was probably the leader of those people. Pang Kuan was of the Archmage level in training. Many genius figures from holy lands all over the 9 states left with Xiaxing Yuan at Xianxia's birthday banquet, but there were also some who did not attend the banquet in the first place, especially those from somewhere as far as the Ocean State. Pang Kuan was one of those people. His status at the Ocean Palace was unquestionably supreme, and he had great powers. "We were already here yesterday," someone from below answered. 2 groups of people were seen coming from afar as soon as he spoke. "Pang Kuan, I knew you would be the one coming from the Ocean Palace." Voices were heard. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked far away. The 2 groups were very distinct, and both groups were over 100 strong. All of those people had an exceptional bearing. The ones on the left were dressed in black robes and exuded coldness, while the ones on the right were dressed in blue robes. Yi Futian had seen those clad in blue before. They were mighty ones from Celestial Cliffs. "North Deep Eagle." Pang Kuan turned his eyes to the one who spoke. It was a man with deep eyes, which emanated immense pressure. The North Deep were a race of people who inherited the powers of the endless ocean for generations, and they were extremely powerful. "We're all here now, let's go," a middle-aged man dressed in blue at the Celestial Cliffs direction said. His tone was bone-chillingly cold, making him unapproachable. "Fong Tu, are you unhappy to see an old friend?" North Deep Eagle smiled and said to the middle-aged man dressed in blue, but his smile was rather cold. Fong Tu was an Archmage-level figure from the Celestial Cliffs, who had exceptional talents, and he missed Xianxia's birthday banquet as well. "I heard that the Ocean Palace took in a very capable female student as of late. I guess she was the reason for the detour then." North Deep Eagle's sharp eyes looked at Lu Zixuan, who was standing beside Lin Yu. He smiled, baring his white teeth, and asked, "You're quite the beauty. How about you come train with us at the North Deep instead?" Lu Zixuan frowned slightly. Mighty ones from the North Deep all exuded thick heretical auras all the while. Even if she were to not join the Ocean Palace, she would have picked the Celestial Cliffs instead. "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I've joined the Ocean Palace." Lu Zixuan was naturally reluctant to offend North Deep Eagle, and as such resorted to simply declining politely. North Deep Eagle's eyes continued to linger on her, however, gauging her figure from top to bottom, making her shudder. "North Deep Eagle, are you here for the ruins or here to ask for trouble?" Pang Kuan asked coldly. North Deep Eagle smiled for a bit before turning his eyes away. He answered, "The ruins, of course, but since you guys have taken in such a beautiful one, I was just wondering who would the lucky boy be." Pang Kuan frowned and looked even more irked. It was only then that North Deep Eagle said, "Let's go." He turned around and took to the air. They did not take their steads, the Kuanping, with them. They left them where they were, as they needed them when they returned. "Let's go." Mighty ones from all 3 holy lands took to the air one after another in an instant, continuing to make their way forward. Later, Yi Futian sensed a mysterious aura far away. There seemed to be a terrifying vortex appearing from the ocean. What was even more frightening was that there was a terrifying demonic aura expanding from the ocean. The aura was so thick that not even the waves were able to conceal it. "We're here." The lost ruins are right beneath the ocean. We'll need to go through the surface, as there are packs of demonic beasts surrounding the ruins. Stick close to me, Lin Yu said to Lu Zixuan. It was obvious that he had a thing for her. She was stunning in both looks and talents after all. Brace yourselves, a mighty one from the Lu clan said. Everyone looked sharp and solemn. They had all heard of the legend of the Lost Ruins, which had once been the palace of the most powerful being of the endless ocean, the Ocean King. The place held mysterious powers. There had been a time when all three of the Holy Lands wanted to just take the ruins for themselves, but quickly found endless waves of demonic beasts coming one after another, endlessly assaulting any who approached. There was simply no way for them to take the place. As such, they took the nearby islands instead. You two stick close, Yifutian said to both Lu Yu and Lu Han. He was able to tell from the demonic aura emanating from the ocean that people at Noble Plains should not have come. The ones from the three Holy Lands consisted almost entirely of sages. However, the Ocean Palace did not stop the Lu clan. They simply did not care about their presence, and as such did not bother to even ask about them. Yeah, Lu Yu nodded. She was rather nervous, but at the same time excited. That was the first time she had been this far from Cliff State City. Furthermore, she was able to see the legendary endless ocean up close. One figure after another dived straight into the endless ocean. The water washed all over them. However, cultivators were unaffected by such an environment. Furthermore, most of the cultivators from the endless ocean were trained in water-type powers, and some were even capable of wielding seawater as a weapon. Yifutian dived into the ocean and soon found the demonic aura washing over him with the seawater. He looked down and focused on the depths, quickly finding one demonic beast after another coming for them. All mighty ones from the three Holy Lands cast auras of rules and simply went about to carry out an onslaught in the depths. Yifutian was at the rear. Several mighty ones came up to protect Lu Han, as he was the heir of the Lu clan. Take care of Senior Yi and Lu Yu, Lu Han said to them. No need for that. Just take care of yourself. Yifutian replied and then took Lu Yu to the depth below. He then saw demonic beasts coming to attack him. Lu Yu, whose hand was taken by Yifutian, felt rather embarrassed, but she was nonetheless able to quickly cast aside unnecessary thoughts. As she too saw sea pythons heading their way, Yifutian's eyes changed and looked rather demonic. There seemed to be a terrifying storm being whipped up, lashing out at the demonic beasts coming at them. One look was all it took to deter the beasts, making them change course. They became reluctant to attack Yifutian and went to pick on some other targets around instead. Lu Yu, who was all prepped for battle, looked puzzled. What the hell just happened? Lu Han, who was right behind, knew right away that Yifutian was capable of handling himself and said, "Let's go." He then moved forward as well. Extremely violent rule spells erupted about them and made the sea howl. Terrifying waves were kicked up as a result. They went all the way down. It was a given that the demonic beasts were incapable of stopping the advance of mighty ones from all three Holy Lands. Yifutian kept his speed steady and was a fair distance away from the others in front. He did not have to fight at all. It took little more than a look from his eyes to deter any nearby demonic beast. Lu Yu's eyes looked at his face and saw nothing but a cold silver mask. Her heart raced, and she was able to feel that his powers far exceeded her expectations, so much so that no demonic beast dared to come near them. Golden light shone on Lu Yu's face. Yifutian looked below and saw a golden palace sitting at the bottom of the ocean. The palace was tall and regal, shimmering with boundless holy light. There was a huge golden statue in front of the palace, standing tall like some kind of god. A set of steps that seemed to be made of gold was seen before the statue, which led straight to the palace. We're here. All the mighty ones from all three Holy Lands shuddered deep down at the miraculous sight before them. Even those who had been there before could not help but felt shaken. The Ocean King had once been the king of the endless ocean. His palace was buried deep within the ocean with the halberd of space and time held within, and it was something that many from the 9 states would have killed for. Other than the miraculous place, the palace's surrounding areas seemed to be surrounded by countless huge monsters, which all were seen looking up. Countless pairs of cold eyes gazed at the ones from the Holy Lands coming down. All of those monsters were intelligent, some even wise. There were quite a number of them who were of the archmage level as well. It helped with their growth, simply by being around the ruins and feeling the aura emanating from within. "You people again?" A boundlessly huge black dragon said in a cold voice. It was apparent that it knew about the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. "We're not here looking for a fight. Please just make way. There is no need for us to be killing each other," Pangkuin said coldly to the monster standing in their way. "It seems that you haven't brought enough men with you this time." The black dragon retorted with a ferocious look. "More than enough to take on you all." North Deep Eagle's tone was frosty. He then asked, "So you people want to be trashed again?" The black dragon below grinned ferociously. It was not powerful enough to take on the 3 holy lands, as there were saints among them. However, the people from the Holy Lands were unable to get a hold of it nonetheless, as the endless ocean was simply too huge. However, it had no intentions of leaving, for there was no need to fight to the death with those from the 3 Holy Lands. "Make way!" the black dragon uttered. Those humans were there for the halberd, and it actually hoped they were able to find it, as that meant that the monsters could simply kill all of them and take the weapon when they came out later. The black dragon seemed to be the king of the monsters down there. It took only one line from it to make them make way. The mighty ones, however, continued to keep their guard up by releasing the power of rules as they went downward, arriving at the golden path. Their group was 100 strong, yet it seemed insignificant at that moment. All the monsters around had their eyes pinned on the humans, making them shudder. Yifutian could not help but count his blessings deep down. If he had been there alone, he might have ended up as food for the monsters, and still it would have taken a lot more to fill even one of the monsters' bellies. He never expected the outside of the lost ruins to be so terrifying. He kept his eyes forward, looking at the magnificent statue at the golden steps, the statue of the Ocean King. Holy light shrouded his entire body, and at that moment, Yifutian felt as if the Ocean King's statue was filled with life. A terrifying will washed over him, and the entire palace lit up with dazzling gold holy light. Vast and unparalleled might seem to be descending from the heavens, making the monsters shudder in fear. Yifutian heard during his journey that the Ocean King statue had gotten in the way of the saints from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean, forbidding the saints from entering. Legend had it that it would take a saint stronger than the Ocean King to forcefully break into his palace and take away his divine implement. The Ocean King statue served as the entrance to the palace. A heavy pressure shrouded everyone, and golden shimmers fell upon them. Yifutian felt a powerful willpower invading his mind. He looked at the statue and seemed to have seen a godlike figure walking towards him, walking into his mind and overpowering him. He was not alone. Everyone around him felt the same way. It was the first trial of the ruins. If one wished to enter the ruins, they needed to be able to bear the powerful pressure of will from the statue. The higher one's training was, the stronger the pressure. If a saint was present, the statue would have brought its greatest will to bear. There were some who had witnessed the phenomenon before, where a beam of golden light simply shot out of the sea. The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands naturally knew what to do. They continued to move forward with the will pressure bearing on their minds. The ones at the forefront already made it to the golden steps and were walking towards the light emanating from the center of the statue. Once they made it past, they were able to enter the ruins. Lu Yu, who was right beside Yifutian, felt the pressure as well. However, the pressure on her was the weakest, as she was of the weakest in training out of all who were present. However, Yifutian's will could not help but resisted the pressure. It was something of an instinct. As the god continued to walk into his mind, the pressure he bore became increasingly strong. A stronger will of resistance erupted from within his mind to resist that pressure. His spiritual will seemed to be burning, and it had gotten more and more powerful. Yifutian shook his head for a bit and sensed something strange. The powerful Ocean King's will invading his mind had invoked the imperial will deep within his being. The Ocean King statue seemed to have become even more dazzling, as it seemed to have sensed the power coming from within Yifutian's. The Ocean King's silhouette was regal and imposing within Yi Futian's mind. He held a golden divine halberd in his hand while walking into his mind. The Ocean King's powers were overbearing, intending to crush any power resisting him. Yi Futian's eyes looked straight at the Ocean King statue, and his spiritual will seemed to have burned as well. Divine fire of emperors manifested, and the imperial will within Yi Futian's mind seemed to have been provoked, which was returned in kind. At that very moment, an incredibly holy figure appeared in his mind. It took Yi Futian's form, yet it burned within divine fire and basked in imperial essence, behaving in an overpowering manner like a true emperor. Everyone was to bow to him, even the Ocean King. Boom! Several of the mighty ones on the golden steps were thrown away where they stood and crashed down below. They grunted as their spiritual will seemed to have been maimed, and they looked pale. What happened? Pang Kuan had been there before and he had entered the ruins. Why does it fail this time? He looked up and saw the golden statue shining with glittering, towering light, blinding those who saw it, making them unable to open their eyes. Furthermore, boundless light flowed about above the palace, and streaks of flowing light gathered on top of the statue in a frenzy, making it seem as if the statue had come to life, as if the Ocean King had appeared in person. Indomitable pressure continued to sweep through the entire area in the sea. It was the true holy might. All who were below the golden steps and were on the golden ancient path shuddered under the might, making them felt as if they were to kneel. They were not the only ones being overpowered. Even the proud black dragon's body felt restless, and the demonic beasts around howled and roared. The entire undersea area was shaking. What is happening? The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands were all pale. The pressure was so heavy that even a sliver felt unbearable. How the hell is this happening? There should be no saints here today. A sliver of terrifying will swept through the entire undersea area. A golden light shot through the sea from the depth, rising up to heavens from the surface. One could see the golden light emanating from the sea from the surrounding areas. Many mighty ones from the 3 holy lands had already gone to the ground. Their eyes were shut while their bodies shuddered. No one dared to let their guard down and brought their all to resist that pressure. No one had time to care about anyone else. The human cultivators were not alone in their suffering. The demonic beasts suffered just as badly. All went prostrate and seemed to be worshipping the Ocean King's statue. Yi Futian's body continued to shudder. He felt as if his soul itself was shuddering, and he never expected something like that to happen. The Ocean King certainly had been a very overbearing person when he was alive. It sensed the imperial will within Yi Futian's mind and intended to wipe it clean with all he had. He finally understood why no saint had been able to enter the ruins. A saint's will proved to be more powerful than the Ocean King's when he was alive, suppressing it in order to gain entry. There was no way Yi Futian could have been capable of such a feat. While he had imperial will in his being, there was no way for him to thoroughly bring that power to the forefront, and burning it simply invoked part of its powers. If the Ocean King had been pinning down just his own willpower, it would have wiped his mind clean without any problem. However, the Ocean King sensed Yi Futian's imperial will, and he intended to wipe that from Yi Futian's mind, which was why the current phenomenon happened. Yi Futian felt as if his head was about to split apart. His brain seemed to be on the verge of exploding. There seemed to be 2 gods fighting inside his mind, which was so terrifying that he was about to crumble. The entire palace was shaking. Boundless light seemed to have been invoked by the Matrix. A god seemed to have walked out of that supremely divine statue, leaving an imprint in Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian was incredibly pissed off at the treatment. This Ocean King guy is just too much. His imperial will seem to have been angered as well. Its tremendously divine light of emperors dazzled, and a blinding light burst out of Yi Futian's body. However, no one was there to pay any heed to him, as everyone was lying flat on the ground. Furthermore, the light bursting from the statue seemed to be enough to cover all other light sources. The statue trembled alongside the palace. Boom! A loud rumble was heard, and the godlike golden statue exploded into bits right, coalescing into a golden rock. Boundless light flowed inside Yi Futian's mind and then disappeared altogether. The extremely terrifying pressure was lifted all of a sudden. Yi Futian was thoroughly exhausted at that moment, sitting on the ground listlessly. The surrounding seawater invaded and drenched him from top to bottom. He was not alone. Everyone had been resisting the seawater using spiritual chi prior, and they were all drenched at the moment. All of them had been laid bare before the seawater around them. However, none of them were in any mood to pay attention to such details. They all looked at the broken rock and the remaining lower half of the statue. Everyone shuddered somewhat. The Ocean King's statue was gone. Everyone knew what that meant. The halberd of space and time nothingness was finally going to be seen throughout the 9 states again. Even if none of them happened to be powerful enough to take the weapon away, the statue's destruction meant that the palace no longer had anything to stand in the saints' way. If the saints were to come claim the weapon personally, everyone knew how that would turn out. You all get back to the Ocean Palace. Immediately, Pang Kuan ordered the mighty ones around him. All of them darted to the surface without question. The mighty ones from the Celestial Cliffs and the North Deep responded as well, sending people to inform their superiors. If they were unable to claim the halberd, they could at least buy time. The saint who came the earliest would be the first to get their hands on the divine implement. Come, let's go inside. Pang Kuan and his remaining people stepped through the screen of light and went inside the palace. People stepped inside one after another afterward. Without the statue getting in their way, the only notable obstacle to their quest was gone. Everyone was able to get inside the palace effortlessly. Yi Futian arrived before the broken statue as well. There was no seawater around him there. While the statue had indeed been broken, a formless screen of light continued to block the seawater. He peered forward and saw many broken pillars in the bright and vast golden palace, sprawled out all over the place. Intricate images filled the walls and the floor, but all of that was dull and tarnished. The matrix was destroyed, Fang Tu commented. It looked completely different from how it was when they last came. The entire palace had been incredibly lavish and the light of the matrix flowed about. The collapse of the statue seems to be the reason of the matrix's destruction. Any one of you know what happened earlier? Pang Kuan looked at the crowd behind him. Who was the one who invoked the statue's power? You think it's one of us here? Fang Tu asked. Who else could it be other than us? Pang Kuan looked at him and added, the statue only attacks those in front of the palace, so it has to be one of us. But then again, the statue was so powerful that it could even overpower saints. Who was it that broke the statue? He was unable to fathom it all. The notion of someone more powerful than saints in their ranks was utterly ridiculous. With the matrix destroyed, things in the ruins are no longer what they once were. Everyone, be careful, Fang Tu added. Everyone nodded in response and moved forward. At that moment, Lu Zixuan found many pairs of eyes lingering on her, and she looked rather grim. It was especially so with those from the North Deep. They had no qualms staring at her voluptuous body. Due to having been drenched by seawater earlier, her clothes were sticking to her body, and her alluring figure was exposed. There were even parts that vaguely showed through the fabrics. She did not pay any attention to that due to the shock experienced before, but she quickly took clothes out from her storage ring right to cover her body, wrapping everything inside. Even Lin Yu could not help but steal a glance at her before looking away. Lu Zixuan simply looked too tempting for a moment there. It was the same with Lu Yu. She had a very alluring figure, and that naturally attracted looks. However, due to Lu Zixuan being around, the eyes around her were comparatively few. She nonetheless took out a coat and wrapped it around herself. Careful, a voice said. A terrifying aura was sensed in an instant. Cold eyes turned to the direction where the voice was heard from. One frightening demonic beast after another from within the palace's depth walked out. Welcome again to the Ocean King's palace. A voice was heard from deep within the palace, sending shivers down the spines of all those within earshot. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by a pair of eyes, which seemed to be able to bypass all distance, coming right before them. Yi Futian looked far away and followed his senses. He seemed to be able to see an incredibly huge beast that behaved like a devil. Furthermore, terrifying aura emanated from that being. Lu Yu, Lu Han, let's get out of here, Yifutian said to them telepathically. He took Lu Yu's hand and stepped backward, intending to leave the palace. He had just discovered something very terrifying. Brother Yi, said Lu Yu. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, looking a bit puzzled. Lu Han also looked at him, seeing only his back. However, at that moment several huge demon guards appeared at the entrance. A dragon, a beast covered in golden spikes, and a huge tortoise. They guarded the exit, and their auras were terrible. Yifutian frowned. It seemed that they couldn't get out. Moreover, the demons seemed to be staring at him. He could only walk forward quietly into the crowd. Lu Han said, "What happened, Senior Yi?" Lu Han, have you ever heard of the demons that guard the palace? Yifutian asked. No, but my sister should know. I'll ask her. Lu Han responded, and then passed it on to Lu Zixuan. After a while, Lu Zixuan looked back at Yifutian and said, there is a legendary guardian sacred beast in the lost ruins, a Jueying. It once ravaged the endless sea and sought to dominate all the monsters therein. Later, it was subjugated by the Ocean King and became his mount. It was said that before the Ocean King fell, he sealed the Jueying in the ruins in order to prevent it from rampaging across the endless sea, and thus it guards the halberd of time and space. Yifutian's face suddenly hardened. It was a sacred beast, and moreover it was the legendary diabolical Jueying. The people of the three holy lands all knew this. They continued onwards. More and more demonic beasts were appearing in the hall. The cultivators of the holy lands frowned. This was different than before. Suddenly, a wild demonic aura swept out. A group of golden bat demons rushed out like bolts of lightning, and an invisible sound wave shot out from it. An ear-piercing shriek sounded in everyone's ears, and they felt like their spiritual wills were about to be destroyed. The golden bat demon is good at sonic attacks, and it is also a very capable melee fighter. Be careful. The cultivator in front reminded everyone. The bat demons had bloodshot eyes. They seemed to want to fill the hall, and at the same time attack the people in it. Lu Yu's face went pale, and her spiritual will seemed to be about to collapse under the harsh sonic attack. She closed her eyes in pain but felt a strong hand pull her. Yifutian's eyes became stormy again. When the golden bat demons met his gaze, they turned around and fled, as if they felt his threat. Yifutian's eyes were stronger than before. A terrible spiritual storm pierced through the bats' spiritual wills, and some of them struggled fiercely. Soon their bloodshot eyes became calm and they retreated. He had taken control of the retreating demonic beasts and had confirmed his conjecture. The other cultivators launched their own attacks, and the Sage Plane cultivator's power was astonishing. Violent rule power raged through the hall, and many golden bat demons were killed on the spot, but some of the cultivators from the Holy Lands were wounded as well. The bats had different levels of power. Some were strong and some were weak. In front of them, a huge golden bat demon with wings as sharp as sickles and bloodshot eyes rose into the air and stared at those who had come. Golden bat demons were a type of demonic beast with strong reproductive abilities. They liked dark places and were addicted to blood and death, but their growth was limited and they rarely reached the sage level. However, in these lost ruins, this one had grown surprisingly big. The golden bat demon king's demon aura was that of a top-level sage. Beside him were several other sage-level golden bat demons, all of them with killing intent in their eyes. The sound of flapping wings came over, as well as a sharp shrieking sound, and everyone in the densely packed hall got goosebumps. The cultivators of the Holy Land's faces also changed. There had never been so many golden bat demons in the past. What had happened? Kill that golden bat demon king first. There's something strange about the ruins right now. Everyone, go all out. Don't hold anything back, said Pang Kuan to the people from the other two Holy Lands. They nodded. They could both feel that this was going to be a tricky battle, which made them feel that there was a real threat. The ones from the North Deep and the ones from the Celestial Cliffs nodded, and they looked imposing. Let's go. Pang Kuan's figure flashed, and a long silver halberd appeared in his hands. He thrust it forward, and in a flash, A silver vortex swept out. The golden bat demon king's body flashed, and his mouth opened. A formless sound wave split the air, breaking the vortex. At the same time, ear-piercing sounds rang out in the vast, ancient hall, and the golden bat demons all rushed forward. Evil creatures. The cultivators from the north deep stood together, their faces cold and imposing. A deep chill emanated from their bodies, and as the golden bat demons rushed towards them, their golden bodies were slowly covered in ice. A strong cultivator from the north deep reached out and produced a powerful whirlwind. It slowly swallowed up the bodies of the golden bat demons. Protect the mistress. The Lu clan cultivators rushed towards Lu Zixuan and Lu Shi, and a chaotic battle broke out. Brother Yi. Lu Yu bowed slightly. Before she had come, she had wanted to see the outside world. But now she realized she had been wrong. Coming to the ruins would be nothing but a nuisance. If it hadn't been for Yi Futian, she would not even be able to think of escaping with her life. It's nothing. Follow me, Yi Futian whispered. Lu Yu looked at his back and had a strong feeling of confidence. She looked all around. A terrible battle had broken out that shook the heavens and the earth, but Yi Futian was walking forward step by step. No demonic beasts attacked him. Even when they were next to him, they would go around him to attack someone else. The great hall was filled with the torn bodies of bats, and people were rushing towards the palace. With a great cry, the golden bat demon king was jointly killed by the cultivators from the Holy Lands. The golden bat demons suddenly retreated like a tide and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. The people from the 3 Holy Lands looked around. Some of their people had also fallen. At that moment, someone turned around and their gaze fell upon Yi Futian. He stared at him and asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly everyone looked at Yi Futian. Lin Yu said, "He looks like he's from the Lu clan. How did you do it?" Yi Futian was the only one who had not been attacked. "I've cultivated my spirit elemental power to be able to affect demonic beasts," Yi Futian answered indifferently. "Why don't you show us your true face?" asked Lin Yu. "Force of habit," Yi Futian answered. "Remove your mask." Next to Lin Yu, Lu Shi looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned and glanced at Lu Shi. This was the second time. "I'm talking to you." Lu Shi also frowned when he saw that Yi Futian did not answer him. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Yu beside him. "Let's not worry about this trifling matter," Lu Zixuan said from beside Lu Shi. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Fine. Let's forget it. Let's keep going," said Fong Tuesday. "The ruins are a bit strange this time." Everyone felt it. One by one they stepped out and continued forward. The huge palace had collapsed into many ruins, and each of the ruins had demonic beasts standing on them, glaring at them coldly. But they did not move. They walked through the long palace hall and came to a stairway. Suddenly, more demonic beasts appeared up ahead on both sides, growling quietly. "Let them pass." The voice from before came out of the depths of the palace, and the demonic beasts moved aside. Their feeling of being watched grew stronger. Invisible pressure covered everyone. They walked along the gold-colored floor as many more demonic beasts appeared around them. Finally, they came to the end of the hall. A huge design appeared on the floor. It looked like a terrifying matrix. The matrix connected every part of the palace and even extended deeper into it. It extended away into an endless chain that suppressed the design. And at that moment, there was a white-robed figure standing calmly in the middle of the pattern. He seemed to be a middle-aged scholar. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, but also a bit of evil. Beside him, many demonic beasts appeared on the edges of the design. There was another flight of stairs behind the design, and from there you could faintly see a huge statue of a god holding a divine halberd. The halberd of time and space. When everyone saw the divine halberd in the Ocean King's carved hands, their hearts trembled fiercely. It was the third-ranked divine implement on the divine implement ranking. "Welcome, everyone." The middle-aged scholar stood in the center of the design and seemed to be wrapped in the endless chain. He smiled at the group of them. "Thank you for letting us pass, Senior." The people of the three holy lands bowed slightly to the middle-aged scholar. "Think nothing of it. This is my thanks to you." He smiled. "Next, as long as you can get past me, you can go to the final stage and get the halberd of time and space. Who will try first?" Everyone's eyes flashed. A top-level sage stepped out from the back and said, "I will try, senior." "Excellent. Go ahead," the middle-aged scholar said politely. A pair of wings appeared behind the cultivator, along with a great wind. He shot forward, turning into countless afterimages. In a flash, he had rushed past the middle-aged scholar and went deeper into the hall. He made it, everyone thought. However, at that moment, an astonishing aura descended. There was a bang, and the middle-aged scholar disappeared, and in his place was a huge, ferocious nine-headed demon. Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely. One of the nine-headed demon's heads struck out, and though the sage wanted to go that way, he was stopped. There was a miserable cry. The beast had bitten into the sage. A sage-level cultivator had been bitten around the waist. The bloody scene made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely. The fierce beast's heads moved through the air. Its 9 pairs of eyes were filled with malice. The endless chain in the design seemed to have disappeared. In the silent hall, there was only a plaintive cry. The cultivator had not died yet. Jewing. Everyone's faces went pale. The Ocean King's mount, the sacred beast jewing. What was more frightening was that its seal was broken. "I haven't tasted human blood in so long," came the voice. The huge jewing disappeared. He had transformed back into the middle-aged scholar, but the eyes of those who saw him were filled with fear. "Don't be afraid." The middle-aged scholar looked at everyone. "The rules are still the same as before. If you can pass by me, I'll let you go. This was the rule set by my great master. I will certainly follow it." When he spoke of his great master, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Everyone's faces went completely white. This Joeying was a sacred beast. How could they get past him? His tone was full of infinite resentment. Anyone who had been sealed away for many years would be the same, not to mention a naturally cruel and murderous beast. "Let's begin." The middle-aged scholar's gaze was full of malice. In his eyes, they were all like ants. They were nothing but playthings to him. He would let them slowly feel their fear and feel their deaths. For so many years, the people from the 3 holy lands had come into the ruins and looked at him as a decoration, like he was only a demon slave that guarded the divine implement. No one remembered that he was the demon king Juing, who had ravaged the endless sea. At this moment, no one in the hall dared to step forward. Everyone was deeply afraid. "Since you are so inactive, I will come to you." The middle-aged scholar swept his gaze over everyone with eyes full of humor. He reached out and pointed at the North Deep Eagle and said, "You seem pretty strong, why don't you try it?" The North Deep Eagle's face went pale. Although he was extremely proud and confident, the one in front of him was a sacred beast that had broken its seal. "Senior, I will take these people away from here. We won't disturb you again," North Deep Eagle said with a bow. "I'll give you one more chance. If you pass by me, you may live." The middle-aged scholar's voice was still calm. The blood drained from North Deep Eagle's face. He was very stiff, but he still stepped forward. His whole body was tense. His life spirit blossomed, and his incomparably large wings opened. He said to the middle-aged scholar, "Since you're on the Saint Plane, please show your inferiors some mercy." In the instant that he finished speaking, he shot forward and his wings slashed out directly towards the middle-aged scholar as his body rushed in the other direction. The middle-aged scholar glanced at him calmly and reached into the air. In a flash, his arm turned into 9 heads, each of them fiercer than the last. They shot forward, accurately targeting North Deep Eagle and biting into him. With a scream, North Deep Eagle's body was torn into 9 pieces, and the 9 heads swallowed the pieces before turning back into an arm. "No." The faces of the people from the North Deep were ashen, and their whole bodies trembled. They saw the middle-aged scholar bring his arm back. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. They felt only an infinite sorrow. "Ha ha ha!" The middle-aged scholar threw back his head and laughed. His smile was full of malice, and his eyes were cold as he stared at everyone. For so many years, the three Holy Lands have treated me like a pet. Now it's your turn. Next you. He pointed at Pang Kuan of the Ocean King Palace. Apparently, he had seen everything before, and those he chose were all leaders. Senior, we have always regarded you as a guardian sacred beast. We absolutely never disrespected you, said Pang Kuan. A guardian sacred beast? What am I guarding? The Juing stared coldly at Pang Kuan. This is the greatest shame of my life, he said slowly. Pang Kuan realized he had made a mistake. The Juing was full of resentment towards the Ocean King. Come on. His cold voice was like a note that urged him on to his death. Pang Kuan suddenly shot forward, trying to escape. Even if he wanted to pass the Juing's test at his level, there was no chance of success. It was better to flee in the opposite direction. The Juing reached out with both arms, and in a flash, the 9 ferocious heads rushed out along the hall. They quickly caught up to Pang Kuan and barred his path, revealing their bloodthirsty fangs. No. Pang Kuan did not want to die there, but that did not mean anything. The evil heads rushed forward and engulfed him without hesitation. There was not even a skeleton left behind. Everyone's face went ashen as they saw this bloody scene. It was as if they had seen their own dooms. Yifutian stood amid the crowd and also felt a bit of sorrow. This was the reason he had wanted to retreat before. He had sensed this. Moreover, he had most likely been the reason why the Juing was able to break the seal. Of course, he had not intended it, but the will of the Ocean King statue wanted to completely wipe out the will of the Emperor. This had led to the statue destroying the matrix and being destroyed, which had affected the seal. Hundreds of years. I followed him for hundreds of years. I fought in the endless sea for him and unified it, the middle-aged scholar slowly said to everyone. But in exchange for all this, he made me guard this divine implement? When the divine implement leaves is when I will be free from my toil. What's funny is he was so conceited that he would never let anyone get the halberd of time and space. He just wanted to prove that no one was stronger than him. He surpassed all others both in the past and in the future. For hundreds of years, none of the worthless forces of the 9 states have succeeded. And so for this impossible task, I have been sealed here for generations to come, forever and ever. His voice grew louder and louder until he was almost yelling the last words. They echoed throughout the hall. His resentment was endless. However, he never thought that this day would come. The seal has been broken. There was no omen that this would happen. Who did it? The Juing asked everyone with a smile. No one answered, even Yifutian. He knew the Juing's mental state had been thoroughly twisted. He only wanted revenge on everything. No one will admit it? The Juing smiled at the group and said, no matter. Let's continue. He looked at Fang Tuesday. Fang Tu looked desperate. Soon, he followed in North Deep Eagle and Pang Kuan's footsteps. This was a game of death, a game that everyone in the hall would lose. And the price of death was their lives. Cultivator after cultivator died at the Juing's hands. He seemed to enjoy this process very much. Perhaps he had been alone for too many years. He kept hunting and kept talking to himself. A madman on the Saint Plain was a disaster. Almost all the top figures of the 3 Holy Lands were killed by the Juing. Brother Yi. Lu Yu came up by Yifutian's side and whispered, it looks like we're going to die here today. I shouldn't have brought you. She looked at Yifutian with a despairing gaze. She knew without a doubt that she would die today. If she hadn't agreed to Yifutian's request and hadn't let him follow the Lu clan, he would not have to die with them. I was the one who wanted to come. It's not your fault, Yifutian said to Lu Yu. He sighed inwardly. At this point, he was also in despair. This was a dead end. A dead end with no way out. He did not think that if he broke the statue that the Juing would be grateful and let him go. Not when the Juing was as twisted as he was. If he stood there and voluntarily admitted that he had the will of the Emperor, he would, no doubt, die even faster. Lu Yu was also regretting that she had been so headstrong. Her father had tried to stop her, but she had been bent on getting her own way. No one has taken the initiative yet? Asked the Juing. His gaze fell upon Lu Zixuan, and the evil in his eyes was still there. Such a beautiful human woman will probably taste very good. The Juying smiled evilly. Lu Zixuan's face went deathly pale, and her heart was filled with sadness. Sister. Lu Han looked pale as well. He rushed forward and said, I'll go. Get back. Lu Zixuan swept her gaze over Lu Han. We're all dead anyway, sister. I'm a man, so I should die first, said Lu Han. Lu Zixuan said nothing. You have a backbone. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Juying looked at Lu Han. Yifutian looked at Lu Han and stepped forward with sorrow in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Senior, I have something I'd like to say. The Juying smiled evilly. Why? You want to go first? Yifutian looked at the Juying and said, I have asked about your story before, and so I naturally understand the resentment you hold in your heart. You were a beast that could sweep through the endless sea, but you were sealed up for so many years due to the Ocean King's selfishness, and you could not bear the pain of not having control over your fate. At this moment we have already experienced your pain. The Juying looked at Yifutian. Indeed, he wanted these humans to suffer his pain, fear, and powerlessness, and watch as they moved step by step closer to death. Are you going to beg? The Juying asked. Yifutian shook his head. We've already felt the pain of not having control over our fates, the fear, and the helplessness. Under these rules, there's no more suspense. The ending is already predetermined. Why don't you just give us a reprieve and kill us all at once? Everyone gazed coldly at Yifutian. Did he want to die sooner? Oh, the Juying looked interested. Or, perhaps you'd like to change one of the rules? Yifutian asked. Let's hear it. The Juying was not in a hurry. He still looked calmly at Yifutian. If Yifutian tried some petty trick, he would die a painful death. You said that the Ocean King left behind a task that was impossible to complete. We came here for the halberd of time and space, and we're not willing to die like this. Why don't you let us try? If one of us can get the halberd of time and space within a certain time and hand it over to you, they can trade it for their life. You can freely execute the others. At least, in this desperation, there will be a chance to live. Not like now when there is no chance at all. Yifutian continued. A strange excitement flashed in the Juying's eyes. He looked at Yifutian and said, That indeed seems a little more interesting. Then I will change this one rule. If someone can get the halberd of time and space, they can not only trade it for their life but for 2 other lives as well. If you can't get it, I will give you one more chance to live, but only one of you. Isn't this a bit more interesting? The Juying smiled evilly. He had just killed many people and was a bit numb. It was indeed quite boring. Yifutian's words had revived him. You have 1 day, the Juying said, and then he moved to the side, letting them pass. Everyone took a deep breath. They could live for 1 more day? Within 1 day they couldn't get back to the Holy Lands to send out news, nor could they get the halberd of time and space, but at least with 1 more day, there was a little hope. Lu Zixuan and Lu Han just felt a burst of coldness. They had escaped death. But for how long? The crowd walked forward numbly. When they walked by Juying, they felt their bodies tense up. It was a demon. The middle-aged man that Juying had transformed into stood at the side, smiling. Looking at him now, it was impossible to imagine that he could be such a ruthless killer. Yifutian and Lu Yu also walked to his side. They heard Juying laughing as he said, You are very smart. If you had asked me to let you off just now, you would have died a terrible death. However, you came up with a very interesting suggestion to win yourself a chance at survival. However, with your cultivation level, you will probably not be the person to live until the end. Evidently, he did not think that these people were capable of obtaining the halberd of time and space. He had followed the Ocean King for so many years that he understood his master's arrogance too well. His master was an extreme narcissist. He had set up all this before he died not to search for a successor to his legacy. Otherwise, he would have used a more gentle approach, but rather, his master had done all this to ensure that the people of the Endless Ocean would remember him forever. He wanted them to remember his greatness and that nobody would ever be able to surpass him. Even in death, He wanted his name to forever live within the endless ocean. That was why these people's only outcome was to fight to the death until one remained. Yifutian would evidently not be that person. Since Senior has set this rule, what use is there is begging for mercy? As long as there hope for survival, I will fight for it, Yifutian said to Zhuing. A crooked smile appeared on Zhuing's face as he looked at Yifutian and said, I almost can't bear to kill you now. Yifutian naturally did not believe it and said, I'll be going ahead then. As he said that, he raised his foot and stepped forward. He would not be that foolish to beg for mercy. To a demonic beast that had been imprisoned for countless years and had a seething vengeance, he was only using slaughter to excite himself. Yifutian was very clear that the only hope for survival in that scenario would be to satisfy it by coming up with an even more exciting rule. After killing so many experts, Zhuing had also become numb to it. So, he would naturally not reject a more exciting rule to the game. Climbing up the stairway, they came to the final palace. The palace was littered with gold, and the spacious hallway had gold diagrams etched onto the walls on both sides. The diagrams showed a person cultivating and a strong aura emanated from the diagrams. In front of them, they could see a towering statue of the Ocean King and the halberd of time and space in his hand. However, a golden light screen stood in between the statue and the halberd of time and space. This was the last barrier. On the golden light screen, they could see a diagram of a majestic figure holding the halberd of time and space and piercing forward with it. Just by watching the diagram, they could feel an overwhelming aura. There was a sentence inscribed on the diagram. It read, I am the only owner of the endless ocean, who can be unparalleled in the 9 states. Proud aura could be felt from those words. Although it was a question, it also implied that the Ocean King, who had controlled the endless ocean, would also be unparalleled in the 9 states. Yifutian looked at the words and recalled what Zhuing had said before they had entered the palace. He knew that the Ocean King was indeed an extremely arrogant person. His gaze turned towards the diagrams around them again. These diagrams had a certain grace to them, like a halberd technique had been inscribed into them. The crux of obtaining the halberd of time and space would probably lie in these diagrams. An arrogant person like the Ocean King, who wanted to prove his superiority, would definitely not leave a mystery that could not be resolved. If it was really like what Zhuing said, the Ocean King had left the Ocean Palace here to show that nobody would be able to surpass him, he would leave an obvious hint. However, even with the hint, it would be so difficult that nobody would be able to solve it. Only then would he be unparalleled in the 9 states. Thank you. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded out. Yifutian turned around and saw Lu Zixuan and Lu Han walking over. The person who had spoken was Lu Zixuan. If it was not for Yifutian's suggestion just now, Lu Han and her would have been dead. Yifutian looked at Lu Zixuan. At that moment, there was no trace of that untouchable demeanor that she had in the Lu clan. Although she was still calm, he could see a hint of weakness under her ravishing beauty. No matter how much of a prodigy one was here, it seemed that only death awaited them. She had stepped foot into the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, not long ago. However, she was staring death in the eye so soon. How ironic. No need. I didn't do it for you, Yifutian said nonchalantly with a casual tone. In reality, he did not do it to save Lu Zixuan and Lu Han. Under those circumstances, he could not even ensure his own survival, not to mention caring about others. It just happened that the time was right. If he had brought it up earlier, Zhuing would not have vented enough and would ignore his suggestion. Just as Zhuing picked Lu Zixuan, bringing it up then would make Zhuing think that he wanted to save the damsel in distress and fight for a chance at survival. Lu Zixuan nodded gently. Yifutian seemed to be different from the others. He had followed the Lu clan here, but he did not have the same admiration and respect for her that the others had. There was only indifference, as though she was no different from anyone else. Of course, she did not have the leisure to think about that now. It was only a fleeting thought. At that moment, there was probably nothing else more important than their lives. One day is completely insufficient to solve this last barrier, someone exclaimed. The people from the 3 holy lands looked forward with grim expressions. I heard from my elders that some prodigies had come here before, but they were totally unable to comprehend it and could only back out. Moreover, we only have 1 day, a despairing voice said. It seemed like they could only wait for death to creep up on them. Now, there were not many archmages left in the crowd. They all had glints in their eyes as they looked across the area, causing many people to feel threatened. Previously, Zhuing had said that even if they did not obtain the halberd of time and space, one person among them could live. We are all cultivators in the Holy Lands. If you are thinking of killing each other before we even try, then I advise you to think twice. If someone starts killing others to try and survive, those with lower cultivation levels will team up to kill those of higher cultivation level, Yifutian said coolly. Instantly, the few archmages had piercing gazes as they glared at Yifutian. Yifutian continued speaking as though he did not feel their gazes, his gaze sweeping across everyone as he said, "At least we have 1 day to fight for our survival." As he said that, he stepped forward and walked to a wall, utilizing his freedom meditation. His eyes seemed to turn golden as the diagrams on the stone wall appeared to come to life. In an instant, he seemed to see a drawing of a majestic figure floating above the sea with the halberd in his hand. He struck out and the halberd pierced through the air. It did not seem to be that difficult. The other people also started to look at the diagrams on the stone pillars. The people here were all geniuses, so their frame of mind would not crumble even though they were faced with a desperate situation. As such, they were all trying. Yifutian would look at each diagram for a long time as he comprehended each one, his footsteps slowly moving. Lu Yu also attempted to comprehend the diagrams, but with her cultivation level, she could not even comprehend the first diagram. She looked at Yifutian and thought to herself, Big Brother Yi must have been an extraordinary genius in the past. His frame of mind and concentration was not inferior to any Holy Land genius. What a pity that they were about to die here. Otherwise, she would even consider pursuing him. As she thought about it, Lu Yu smiled mockingly at herself. At this moment, the fact that she could still think about this was probably proof that she had resigned herself to her fate. As time passed, some people started to become uneasy. Only a few geniuses with determined mindsets could carry on comprehending fearlessly. At the same time, there were people who tried to attack the Ocean King's statue. However, it was pointless as they were unable to destroy it. Their only chance was with the diagrams on the stone pillars. Yifutian had already completed 1 pillar and had started comprehending the 2nd pillar. The diagrams on the pillars recorded a complete halberd technique that was extremely strong. It required one to comprehend the spirit of the pillars to understand it, but to Yifutian it was not hard. He not only cultivated in the freedom meditation, he also specialized in spatial abilities. Coincidentally, the Ocean King also specialized in spatial rule power, thus the halberd technique was linked with spatial powers. 1 day was too short for them. At that moment, footsteps sounded and many people turned around, shivering. They saw the middle-aged man that Zhuing had transformed into, standing there, smiling as he said to them, "You still have 1 hour left. Let's all work together to see if we can break through it," someone suggested. The crowd all nodded and fired their attacks towards the golden light screen at the same time. However, the golden light screen did not budge in the slightest. The words, "who can be unparalleled in the 9 states," continued to float there. "I don't believe it, continue." Lin Yu's expression was pale as he said, feeling bleak. The vicious attacks continued and the crowd attacked the light screen in front of the statue wildly. However, their attacks did not even leave a dent. "You only have 1 hour left." An evil voice sounded. "Perhaps you could try another way out?" The middle-aged man looked at them with an interested expression, watching them fall into madness and despair. At that moment, his gaze landed on Yifutian. He saw Yifutian continuing to stand calmly at one side and looking at all this as though it had nothing to do with him. "Interesting," Zhuing said, smiling. Yifutian closed his eyes. In his head, the pictures on the pillars seemed to come alive as brilliant figures appeared, holding the halberd in their hand and attempting and failing to break through the light screen, just as many of them had tried to do just now. "You have a last joss stick's worth of time." Zhuing's voice sounded like a deadly countdown. Yifutian ran through all the diagrams in his head rapidly, halberd in hand, piercing forth with the halberd technique. Rays of light shone as all the halberd strikes gradually combined and the countless diagrams overlapped with his figure. Crash. Yifutian's brain shook vehemently and everything became clear to him. The Ocean King was indeed self-absorbed and cruel and had already planned everything. Zhuing understood him, but he had underestimated his master's cruelty. Time is almost up, are you all ready? The young man that Zhuing had transformed into said again. His voice sent many people into despair. Are we really going to die? Lu Yu raised her head and saw Yifutian opening his eyes and walking towards the statue. Big brother Yi, Lu Yu called out softly to him. Don't worry, you won't die. A voice sounded in her head. Lu Yu looked at his expression under his mask. It was a confident expression filled with charisma, as if she would not die as long as he said so. I don't want to die, Lu Shi said with a pale expression. He had just entered the Holy Land and his bright future had just started. How could he die here? Many people had crazed expressions as they attacked the golden light screen frantically. There were also others who looked coldly at the others, as though they wanted to choose the other way out. Lu Zixuan stood at the back of the crowd, looking at the crazed crowd with a desolate expression. At that moment, she lifted her head slightly and saw Yifutian walking towards the crowd with steady steps. She could not see his face under the mask, but his dark eyes were filled with determination. They were filled with a belief that he could survive. There is no more time left. Enjoy your final rampage. Zhuing put both arms behind him and tilted his head slightly, his face contorted with cruelty. His voice made them despair even more. They were helpless and could only wait for their death. Move aside. At that moment, an indifferent yet powerful voice sounded and everyone looked towards Yifutian. Yifutian stepped forward, walking to the center of the crowd. The crowd stared coldly at Yifutian in madness with mocking expressions. Moving aside, did he want to try? However, feeling the aura around Yifutian's body, many people involuntarily made way for him. Big brother Yi. Lu Yu saw Yifutian walking into the crowd and called out to him. The aura around his body seemed to have changed and a formless light surrounded his body. The aura that emanated from his body was that of a magi's. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. So Big Brother Ye's cultivation level was actually this strong. They all saw Yifutian's body floating in the air and a terrifying current flowed around his body. His spiritual energy entered the stone pillars and in that moment, the diagrams on the pillars seemed to light up, turning into rays and moving towards Yifutian's body. The light around Yifutian's body became brighter and blinded many people. They all stared at the scene, astounded. Could it be that he had really solved the Ocean King's mystery? Zhuing also had a surprised expression. Could it be that it was really possible? Lu Yu also watched the scene in amazement, looking at his unparalleled figure. Countless currents gathered around his body. Yifutian stretched out his arm and a halberd appeared in his palm with a brilliant light. All the diagrams in the palace lit up and resonated with him. Apart from that, the light screen in front of Yifutian lit up as well. The words on the light screen also lit up, as though attempting to imprint itself into everyone's heads. Who can be unparalleled in the 9 states? Yifutian's body moved. The countless currents followed him, and with a single strike of the halberd, the heavens shook and the entire palace shuddered. In the 9 states, only I am unparalleled. A proud voice sounded out, as though replying to the question. The halberd that was covered in light struck the light screen. That incomparably arrogant voice made everyone's hearts beat faster. At this moment, in their eyes there seemed to be nothing but the halberd and the brilliant figure. Everyone saw the light flowing in a curtain. The light flashed into veined lines, and an illusory figure appeared on the edge of the light curtain. It was the figure of the Ocean King. It seemed that a fragment of his will had been left in this light curtain before he died. Only by appearing this way could he get the halberd of time and space. Behind the light curtain, the statue of the Ocean King also lit up, like the Ocean King was being resurrected. It flashed with a multitude of colors, and the halberd of time and space in its hands swallowed up all the light. It resonated with the halberd that Yi Futian had thrust forward. The two of them seemed to be separated by an epoch as they stared at each other. The Ocean King had asked who in the 9 states was without match. And he had answered that only he was. The whole hall lit up as dazzling beams of light gathered together. The powers on both sides of the light curtain resonated. And then that incomparably brilliant light curtain dissipated into nothingness. It was broken and disappeared. All of this happened in a flash. No one had yet recovered from this dazzling scene. They were all in shock. The cultivators from the 3 holy lands had not been able to break the light curtain. For many years, no one had been able to do this. But today, someone that none of them knew had done it. In their moment of desperation, he had realized the secret of the stone wall. And in only a day, he had broken through the strongest test left behind by the Ocean King. In that moment, they felt a sacred power coming from inside where the light curtain had been. They doubted that without understanding the secret of the stone wall, even a cultivator of the Saint Plane could not have broken through that light curtain. But he had done it. Who on earth was he? Lu Yu looked at him and her heart beat fiercely. She suddenly remembered that back at home, she had said to Yi Futian that in the Holy Ji Palace in the land of the Barren State there was a palace lord who was unparalleled anywhere on earth. She wanted to go and see what kind of person could be called unparalleled. Yi Futian had laughed and said that maybe this person was like him. At the time she had thought it was a joke. But now she was truly looking at what could be called unparalleled power. And then she couldn't help but recall that joking conversation. She realized that she knew who he was, and her beautiful eyes became slightly wet. Yi Huang, Yi Futian of the Barren State. Apparently, this unparalleled person had been right by her side these past few days. When she remembered that she had even wanted to pursue Yi Futian, she could not help but flush a little red. Her heart beat loudly. She was so embarrassed. How could she deserve someone like him? He was destined to only be a passerby in her life. Lu Zixuan and Lu Han also watched this scene with shock, their hearts beating rapidly. How could he be so strong? Who was this man who had followed the Lu clan here? The evil smile in the Zhuang's eyes disappeared. It frowned slightly, as if it had started to feel threatened. It may have made a mistake. Yi Futian naturally did not pay any attention to anyone else's thoughts. He had already appeared before the statue of the Ocean King, which seemed to be coming to life. Brilliant light covered Yi Futian's body and streamed throughout the hall. The pattern on the stone wall lit up, as well as the patterns outside that had been extinguished before. Yi Futian reached out and grasped the divine golden halberd, the halberd of time and space. Nothingness. You can go. Yi Futian looked at the illusionary opening on the statue of the Ocean King. The statue collapsed, and the illusion gradually disappeared. It seemed to symbolize the glory of the Ocean King, completely disappeared into the past. Lost relics became ruins. The Ocean King could only exist in history, and would eventually be forgotten. Yi Futian gripped the halberd of time and space and turned to look at everyone. Divine light covered his body. At this moment he looked like a god. After so many years, someone had finally gotten the halberd of time and space. The number 3 divine implement on the divine implement ranking would once again appear in the world. But who would own it? Congratulations, came a sincere voice. Everyone turned around and saw the Zhuang standing there, looking at Yi Futian. It smiled and said, "Give me the halberd of time and space and I will honor the rules of the game. You can leave with 2 other people. Those 2 beauties seem pretty good. If I were you, I would choose them." Everyone's faces contorted as they suddenly remembered the rules. Lu Shi said, "You came here with my Lu clan. If you promise to get me out of here, I will fulfill any condition that you have. I am Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace, in the top 10 of the 9-state forum and a disciple of the Saint of Ocean Palace. If you get me out of here, I will recommend you to my master," said Lin Yu. Suddenly everybody began talking in succession, begging Yi Futian to get them out of there. Yi Futian swept his gaze over everyone, then finally looked at the Zhuang. He saw the Zhuang reach out to him and smile, saying, "Come on." His voice was full of temptation, but Yi Futian stood where he was, looking at it calmly and saying, "If I were you, I would be begging right now. His words shocked everyone. Was this guy crazy? The jeering smile disappeared, and his face grew very cold as it gazed at Yi Futian. I forgive you for your impulsiveness, it said to him. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't let you go. Yi Futian seemed not to hear it, and he continued. At your level you should have felt it, and you should have understood why you could only be the Ocean King's mount, why you were enslaved by him. The Jiang's face darkened, becoming fierce and twisted. An evil aura emanated from him. You think you understood your master. You thought that no one would ever break through these ruins and that you would be sealed up in here forever. But even though the Ocean King was arrogant, he still always followed the rules. He never planned to release you. Even if someone broke through the ruins and got the halberd of time and space, this was still a dead end for you. Yi Futian's voice grew colder and colder. As he spoke, the hall was filled with a terrible, seemingly divine, pressure. Countless lines flowed, and the broken seal lit up once again. All of the power in the room gathered into the halberd of time and space, where the image of the Ocean King could be faintly seen. The destruction of the statues outside was only an accident. When the halberd of time and space goes out into the world, another huge killing matrix targeted at you will start up. No matter who gets the halberd, you shouldn't think of breaking the seal. Killing the person who has the halberd of time and space won't let you get it either. The Ocean King planned all of this. How could he let a cruel beast, his mount, obtain his divine implement? Yi Futian's voice made everyone's hearts beat faster. When they looked at the Jiang's darkening face, they understood. Everything that Yi Futian said was true. The Jiang's fate had been fixed from the start. Either it would be sealed up forever or it would die. The Ocean King had never given it a chance. Even though someone stronger than the Ocean King had forcibly smashed the statue outside, and thus was stronger than the Jiang, luckily, there was someone among them, there was someone who had broken the statue and thus rescued the Jiang from his situation. He could leave or he could kill Yi Futian and everyone there. But he had played a game with Yi Futian, and that had led to this scene. You already knew this before? The Jiang stared at Yi Futian with its dark eyes as it asked this coldly. You don't understand matrices. But I do, said Yi Futian to the Jiang. Of course, before I was just guessing. It wasn't until I sensed this pattern that I knew. Everything here is connected, and the statue inside and the halberd of time and space are another part of the matrix. So you watched all those people die until the right time came to share your thoughts? The Jiang stared fixedly at Yi Futian. It had actually been figured out by this weak human. Moreover, it never would have thought that someone could crack the Ocean King's secret within a day. That was absolutely impossible, but someone had done it. It was as if this was fated to happen. It hated him. It had been fooled by the Ocean King, and now it had been fooled by this junior. Its face grew more and more distorted, and its desire to kill him grew shockingly clear. This was in order to not let you release the evil in your heart. If I had brought it up, it would have led to a dead end. Of course, even though you agreed to only give me 1 day, this was a gamble that you lost. Yi Futian raised the halberd of time and space, and the dazzling radiance bloomed even brighter. The whole hall shook as the endless pattern lit up. The whole hall seemed to form a complete matrix. Thank you for giving me time to start the matrix. Suddenly, Yi Futian smiled brightly under his mask. The Jiang froze, and then became even more furious. Roar! Its loud voice rang out as its extremely fierce bestial nature appeared, and its terrible power reached out towards Yi Futian. But Yi Futian's halberd of time and space shot forward at the same time. The matrix had converged on the halberd, and space seemed to be distorted. An unimaginable frightening vortex appeared and struck towards the Jiang's large body. The palace began to be destroyed as all of its wild destructive power was gathered into the halberd. The entire palace was a huge matrix. The walls of the palace were swallowed up and destroyed. The crowd of people before Yi Futian saw the walls disappear, then the palace disappear, and then the vortex swallow up everything. All of the Jiang's heads were sucked inside of it and torn to pieces. Tried to escape, but that storm of time and space swallowed everything. It was annihilating it. The beast's giant body gradually became an illusion. It grew fainter and fainter until finally it disappeared. From that place came an incomparably bitter voice. I hate you. Of course it did. He had been tricked by his master, the Ocean King. And now, just when he had seen a way out, had seen a way to see the sun and sky again, a weak human cultivator had buried him alive. The cry echoed throughout the sea, full of endless bitterness and making the depths of the sea roar. A sacred beast had been annihilated on the spot. When everything was gone, the ocean waves were coming in, and all the cultivators were still stiffly standing in the same place. The palace had disappeared, and it had turned into a ruin at the bottom of the seabed, completely gone. That one halberd turned the whole ocean palace into a matrix and destroyed everything. The proud owner, the cruel and bloodthirsty mount. In the end, Zhuing still died at the cruel calculations of the Ocean King. Although this stroke of the halberd was initiated by Yi Futian, it was the Ocean King who killed Zhuing. Just as Yi Futian had said, from the beginning to the end, the Ocean King had never given Zhuing any chance to survive. Yi Futian was thinking, these saints, when their cultivations reached a certain plane, their attitude would become more cold and indifferent. If it was him, it was one thing if he had not chosen Zhuing as a mount. But since the choice was made, and it had been through wars for many years, it would not be seemly to choose such a way to trap and kill it. Although the two were separated by time and generations, he could still feel the cruelty of the Ocean King. The water of the ocean washed their bodies, and those in the ruins pulled their thoughts back to the present and took a deep breath. The sacred beast that had made them desperate was dead. This was an unexpected turn of events for them. They had completely lost hope and thought that for sure they would die. But no one expected that Yi Futian would succeed and spur the palace matrix to kill Zhuing. This ending was truly invigorating. Their eyes were directed to Yi Futian, and the face under the silvery mask was still invisible. Of course, compared with Yi Futian's true identity at this moment, they were more interested in the divine implement that Yi Futian held in his hand, ranking third on the divine implement's ranking, the halberd of time and space, nothingness. Moreover, the top three on the divine implement ranking had never actually faced one another. It was merely deduced by the people of 9 states according to the strength of their masters and the power of the device itself. Ranking third was, in reality, already at the peak. Yi Futian could crack the secret of the stone wall left by Ocean King. Naturally, his talent was incomparable. However, his cultivation seemed to be only that of a mid-level sage, and at the moment the palace was crumbling, and there were no more matrices involved, so the cultivators of the 3 Holy Lands now had some ideas in their heads. Although Zhuing had killed a lot of them, even those who were most capable, there were still many sages remaining from the 3 Holy Lands, and even a few mid-level sages had survived. So that even if the other had the halberd of time and space in hand, it would be easy for them to grab it. They did not consider the identity of Yi Futian much. After all, it was the territory of the Endless Sea, and all 3 Holy Lands of the Endless Sea were here. Unless it was a saint, it would be a useless struggle, no matter who the other person was. Your Excellency has an extraordinary talent, to kill the evil beast. Would you be willing to enter the Ocean Palace to cultivate? At this time, Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace offered Yi Futian this opportunity. Pang Kuan and many of the top cultivators of the Ocean Palace were dead. Among the remaining cultivators, he was the highest ranking from the Ocean Palace. He was a disciple of a saint. If he could help the Ocean Palace to bring back the halberd of time and space, the masters would certainly reward him handsomely, and his position in the Ocean Palace would be further elevated. Yi Futian casually cast a glance at Lin Yu, and the cultivators of the other 2 Holy Lands also sneered inside. Yi Futian invited to cultivate at the Ocean Palace? Perhaps there was more to it than just that. Yi Futian understood clearly. He coldly replied, "No need." Lin Yu did not seem to mind, and continued smiling. "It's a pity. Just one thing. Ocean Palace was created by the descendants of the Ocean King of yore. So if the halberd of time and space can be returned to the original owner, the Ocean Palace will reward you greatly, and you will not suffer any losses." Underneath the mask, the eyes of Yi Futian cooled a few degrees. He wouldn't suffer losses, really? Ocean Palace, what did it have to exchange for the halberd of time and space? At least it was also a divine implement of rank. Was Lin Yu really qualified to decide on this level of treasure? As for the descendants of the Ocean King, before, why didn't you tell Juing? You were the descendant of Ocean King. Yifutian looked at Lin Yu coldly. That's right, Ocean King was the master of the endless sea. The halberd of time and space cannot be said to belong to the Ocean Palace alone. All three holy lands have a share of it. The cultivator of the North Deep spoke up, obviously sharing the same ideas as Lin Yu. The third-ranking divine implement was being held in the hands of a mid-level sage, and he was by himself, so how could they not thinking about the alternative? Your Excellency, it would be best if you hand this divine implement over to us, the three holy lands of the endless sea. The cultivator of the celestial cliffs also said to Yifutian. They moved and subtly intending to surround Yifutian. Clearly, you had the ability to move against Jiuying, but you waited deliberately after Jiuying had killed many cultivators of the three great holy lands. I can ignore that fact, so long as you hand over the halberd of time and space. Lin Yu continued to speak, no longer civil and reconciliatory, and his tone seemed more combative. When Lu Yu heard the words of these people, she felt a coldness inside. She looked at them and wondered, was this how a holy land was? How disappointing. Under those circumstances, if he came out earlier, he would have been dead also. Who dared to fight against Juing? Anyway, he saved everyone's life, and ungratefulness aside, everyone here came for the halberd of time and space, and those who are the most capable should get it. Yi Huang killed Juing and saved everyone in order to get the halberd of time and space in hand. Now you all say the halberd should belong to the three holy lands. That sounds beyond unreasonable. Although she had already guessed Yifutian's identity, at this moment in the endless sea, Yifutian was alone and unsupported. If the three holy lands really wanted to make a move on Yifutian, it would be difficult for him to escape. These people had faced desperate situations not so long ago. Now that Juing had just died, they all owed their lives to Yifutian. In a blink of an eye, they had turned against him all for the halberd of time and space. On Yifutian's part, he actually never expected these people to be grateful. He was not trying to save their lives, but was trying to save himself. Even though he did save them, but to be grateful? It was absurd. Human nature was always the most complicated. Not long ago, they were trembling and feared they would die. As soon as Juing died, immediately, all they could think about was the divine implement in his hands. The reason why human nature was complicated was because of cleverness and the ability to see all the pros and cons so clearly, so thoroughly. To avoid disadvantages and exploit opportunities, that was the nature of men. Naturally, he was the same himself, but at least he had his own principles. How dare you? Take her. A cold voice was heard, and immediately, several cultivators descended next to Lu Yu, and a strong breath landed on her, and Lu Yu paled. Those who made a move on her were family members, and the person who gave the order was Lu Shi. Lu Shi was a smart man, so he knew very well what choices to make were the best for him at the moment. Prior to this, he had already regarded Yifutian with displeasure. He did not expect him to be so clandestine. What are you doing? Lu Yu stared at Lu Shi and asked in an icy tone. Lu Yu, you colluded with outsiders to infiltrate the family. Your intention was already doubtful, and now you dare to question the Holy Land. Do you not know your place? Lu Shi spoke coldly and looked at Yifutian. You infiltrated our family just so you could enter the ruins. Hand the halberd of time and space to the Ocean Palace, and I will pretend as if nothing happened, and Lu Yu will be safe too. Yifutian's brow knitted together. Lu Shi was taking on his own family member to threaten him? Let her go. Lu Zixuan surveyed those who surrounded Lu Yu. Mississippi, these people found themselves in a difficult situation. Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were paternal cousins and grandchildren of the family. They could not afford to offend either one of them. Zixuan, this is for the benefit of you, me, and the family, Lu Shi said, then looked at those few people and said, just listen to my orders. For the benefit of the family, you can go get it yourself. Lu Zixuan looked coldly at Lu Shi. Zixuan, even though you are talented, you are too soft. How can you achieve anything? Lu Shi continued. He was very happy to see Lu Zixuan's reactive. He and Lu Zixuan entered the Ocean Palace Holy Land, but his talent was lesser than Lu Zixuan. From Lin Yu's previous attitude toward both of them, it was obvious that he valued Lu Zixuan more. And now, here was his chance. Have you made your decision? Lu Shi looked at Yi Futian and asked aggressively. Underneath the mask, Yi Futian's eyes were still very calm. He had not spoken because he had been thinking. He was thinking about how to handle the situation today so there would not be repercussions later. If I don't hand it over, what are you going to do? Yi Futian asked the people of the three holy lands. Do you think you have a choice? The cultivator of the North Deep circled behind Yi Futian, a powerful atmosphere snaking out, cold and indifferent. You have great talent, you should take your life seriously. The cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs also joined in. My previous promise is still valid. If you give hand over the halberd of time and space to the Ocean Palace, I can introduce the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace to accept you as a direct disciple. Otherwise, Lin Yu was using both favors and threats on Yi Futian. The situation now was not between them and Yi Futian and who would get their hands on the divine implement, the halberd of time and space, but the battle between the three holy lands. There was only one divine implement. You will accept me as a disciple? Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu. Yes, my own, Lin Yu said very seriously. Even if the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace is standing in front of me, he is not qualified to speak to me like this. Yi Futian spit out his reply with fierce defiance, which made Lin Yu frown. How dare you? Lin Yu said chillingly. I was hesitating as to how to deal with this matter. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu and continued. Now, you have given me the answer. The people of the three holy lands frowned. Yi Futian's tone seemed to be different than before. Didn't you ask me who I was before? Yi Futian stared at Lin Yu, then placed his hand on his face and slowly removed the mask. At this moment, the heartbeats of the people of the three holy lands involuntarily spiked. Could it be that this person had a special identity? Their eyes were all fixed on Yi Futian's face. As the mask fell, a very handsome face was revealed. Recognize me? Yi Futian asked icily. Many looked at each other in silence, and no one had seen Yi Futian before. How could it be you? At this moment, a shocked voice asked. It was a cultivator from the Ocean Palace. His face suddenly pale, and he had an ominous feeling of foreboding. This person's reputation in the 9 states was monumental. If he dared to take off his mask, what could this mean? Who is he? Lin Yu looked at the man and asked. His voice was inexplicably nervous. Lu Shi also stared at the man. Who was it exactly? The cultivator looked at Lin Yu, his face pale, and said, Baron State, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian. Lin Yu's heart trembled. The most prestigious Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, whose name was known throughout the 9 states, and a symbol of the generation Yi Futian, stood in front of him. He had repeatedly imagined that he would replace Yi Futian, but when Yi Futian really appeared in front of him, he felt a mountain of pressure, as if he could not breathe. Just as Yi Futian had said, even the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace was not qualified to take him on as a disciple. Likewise, Lu Zixuan's heart felt as if it was being hit, and her beautiful eyes drifted to him. Yi Futian, whose name was so strange, and yet so familiar. In this manner, he appeared in front of her. Even if you are Yi Futian, you are alone in my turf, the endless ocean. What can you do? Lin Yu felt a little humiliated. He was scared off by the name of Yi Futian. Is it so? Yi Futian took the halberd of time and space and moved forward step by step, as Lin Yu continued to retreat step by step. Buzz. A shadow flashed, and Yi Futian's body suddenly moved. Lin Yu's body retreated with an explosion and he shouted, Block him! With a whisper, Lin Yu physically moved into the distance, and he was fine. In the other direction, Lu Shi's eyes were round and surprised. His shaky hands covered his throat, where the halberd of time and space had pierced into it. Blood flowed out into the sea. At this moment, Lu Shi had endless sadness in his heart. The great ups and downs of life, he had experienced them all during this time. Why was fate so cruel to him? He should have cultivated in the Holy Land, and his future was boundless. However, he survived the Juing only to have his throat pierced by the halberd. Lu Shi looked at the profile of that handsome face and realized that Yi Futian did not even look at him. In the endless sadness, Lu Shi slowly closed his eyes. Proud genius? He did even warrant a look from the person who had killed him. So what could be sadder than this? Lin Yu's face went pale as he watched Yi Futian pull out the halberd of time and space. He seemed to feel the ridicule in Yi Futian's gaze. Just one movement had made him take a frightened step back. At that moment, the cultivators of the 3 holy lands were all hesitant. They did not know what to do. Yi Futian, the palace lord of the holy land of the Barren State, had come from the Barren State, cracked the secret of the Ocean King, killed the sacred beast known as the Jueying, and obtained the halberd of time and space, which for so many years no one in the endless sea could obtain. It seemed that this was not Yi Futian's first time killing something sacred. It was rumored that Chess Saint had also died at his hands. Take him and bring him to the palace lord to be dealt with. Lin Yu felt the strong threat in Yi Futian's eyes, but with the situation as it was, he could not allow him to get away. A cultivator of the lower sage level from the Ocean Palace flashed forward with a silver spear in his hands towards Yi Futian. The ocean water roared and turned into an ice dragon that breathed wildly at Yi Futian. The water froze and turned into a huge crystal, and the endless cold stretched towards Yi Futian. The ice dragon was incomparably fierce as it rushed towards him. Yi Futian's hands trembled slightly. The halberd of time and space had consumed a huge amount of space rule power, and his body was surrounded by brilliant light. He stepped forward and thrust the halberd forward, and a ray of light pierced through the ice, smashing it into nothingness. Space was torn by the space rule power. Everyone saw the ice and the ice dragon be completely destroyed. The brilliant golden light pierced through everything as it crossed over the sea in a beautiful arc. A scream rang out as the halberd of time and space cut into the sage's body. In the next instant, his form was completely torn apart, and then vanished into nothingness. Yi Futian floated in the sea with glorious radiance blooming from him. He was like a god, unstoppable. His eyes had turned golden, and when anyone met his gaze they felt a burst of trembling. "We'll do it together," said Lin Yu. He couldn't kill all the sage-level cultivators with one attack. Yi Futian raised the halberd of time and space, and light rained down, covering everyone. "Free space," Yi Futian said coldly. In that instant everyone felt that their bodies were restricted. The cultivators at the same level as Lin Yu were frozen in place, and could not move even a finger. Only people at the sage level could still move, but they were still subject to certain restrictions. Their hearts all beat faster. He was so strong. Even with a divine implement, a mid-level magi could not reach this level of power. Even though the halberd of time and space was number 3 on the divine implements ranking, with Yi Futian's level as low as it was, he should not be able to wield this kind of power. A rain of terrible space rule particles flowed out of time and space, giving everyone a strong sense of danger. "Be careful," said a sage, and he retreated backwards. But he saw Yi Futian's eyes suddenly turn gold and his body glow with a brilliant radiance. He was like an emperor bathing in divine light. His aura was still increasing, and the aura that permeated the halberd of time and space was becoming even more terrible. "Let's get out of here," yelled a mid-level sage. His rule power burst forth and he broke free of his bondage and turned to escape. He had a feeling that they could not compete with Yi Futian at this moment. "No need to run," said Yi Futian coldly. An even stronger rule power covered the sea around him. The ferocious space rules were raging, and even the mid-level sages were restrained. He seemed to have been driven by the will of the emperor. The light blooming from the halberd of space and time grew stronger, and covered everything around him. "Kill!" Yi Futian's body moved, and the halberd shot out towards the cultivators from the north deep. In that instant, more brilliant light erupted, and the halberd swallowed up the endless flowing golden light. It was as dazzling as the sun, and all the water in that area dried up, evaporating into nothingness. The light descended upon the cultivators from the north deep and pierced through them. In the next instant their bodies exploded. All that was left was one mid-level sage retreating. Yi Futian glanced at him and thrust the halberd of time and space straight out, piercing directly through his body, tearing him to pieces. The cultivators from the North Deep had all been killed. The cultivators from Ocean King Palace and Jisheng Cliffs were struck dumb with amazement by this scene. They felt that their breathing had stopped and their faces went pale. Yi Futian was now like an emperor that they must prostrate themselves before. They all wondered if the statue outside had been broken because of Yi Futian. Lord Yi, the holy lands of the Endless Sea and the Holy Ji Palace are all holy lands of the 9 states. If you slaughter us all here, what will the consequences be? Asked a sage from Jisheng Cliffs. The lost ruins completely disappeared, along with all the cultivators who went there. The halberd of time and space was lost, and Yi Futian was never there. The cultivator from the Zhitian Cliffs looked hopeless. They had just been saved from the Jueying, but due to their greed for the halberd of time and space, they had once again sent themselves into the abyss. If we had known you were Lord Yi, we would not have done this, said someone. No, you would have. Yi Futian looked at him coldly. You would have as long as you could have gotten the halberd of time and space. After you killed Yi Futian, the Holy Ji Palace would have collapsed. You are all cultivators. What could the palace do to you? The reason why they now said nothing was that he now had their lives in his hands. Now, I have just made the same choice as you. When he finished speaking, his godlike figure shot forward and brilliant light descended like a fire of destruction. Everything was annihilated. In an instant, the cultivators from Jisheng Cliffs had disappeared. With the will of the emperor bursting out of him, Yi Futian was too strong. His level right now was no less than that of a sage. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu and saw him trembling. Could he really overcome Yi Futian, the heroic figure of the 9 states? Right now, Yi Futian was like an emperor, like a god. In his eyes, Lin Yu was probably nothing more than an ant. Yi Futian stepped towards Lin Yu. Under the space-freezing rules, he could not even move a finger as he watched the god of death descend upon him step by step. Whoosh! The halberd of time and space rushed towards him, ending his life. Yi Futian did not stop. His figure continued to flash from place to place. All the sages were killed by the halberd. None of them were a match for it. In the end, there were only 3 people left alive other than Yi Futian. Lu Yu, Lu Han, and Lu Zixuan. He had killed all the other members of the Lu clan. The 3 of them stared at Yi Futian, their hearts in turmoil. Even the Lu clan had not been able to escape death. Yi Futian said nothing. Perhaps cultivating really did make people colder. He could not help but remember Chess Saint's words. The great path has no place for sentiments, and cultivating is akin to plundering. Of course, Yi Futian did not regret it. The cultivators from the 3 holy lands had wanted to kill him and take the halberd of time and space. He had just made the same choice that they had. He turned, and his 2 brilliant eyes swept across the sea, looking at the huge black dragon in the distance. Many large demons were behind the dragon, and they were looking at him coldly. Have you seen enough? Yi Futian's voice reached across the sea. A huge wave broke out of the sea as the black dragon flew over. It started coldly at him with its 2 giant eyes. He was followed by a group of huge demons. Wonderful, said the black dragon. What had just happened had been a great show. Yi Futian floated up until he was level with the dragon's head. I've been waiting for you, he said with a smile. A strange look came over the dragon. Do you really think you can deal with me? He was the tyrant of the sea. Yi Futian clenched the halberd of time and space. The imperial fire burned within him. Suddenly, an even stronger light shot out of his body and into the sea. The terrible will of the emperor entered the halberd and resonated with it. An unparalleled brilliance burst forth. At this moment, Yi Futian's aura was that of someone at the sage level. Submit to me. Yi Futian gazed coldly at the black dragon. A terrible spiritual storm appeared in his majestic eyes, directly penetrating into the dragon's mind. Roar! The dragon suddenly became frantic as a figure appeared in his mind. It was Yi Futian's imperial figure, trying to plant its mark in his mind. He regretted coming forward. How could this human be so strong? He was a top sage-level demonic beast, the tyrant of the sea. All the sea monsters in the area submitted to him. Submit to me. Yi Futian stepped onto the water, and the imperial light shone from him. The black dragon roared, trying to get rid of his feelings of unease. The halberd of time and space swallowed up all the light, making the space rules around Yifutian brilliant to the extreme. Finally, Yifutian moved, and the halberd of time and space smashed through the sea. The black dragon roared, and shot forward with his claws extended, wanting to tear Yifutian's small body to pieces. Slice! The halberd of time and space pierced right through the dragon's claw. Blood flowed as he roared in pain. Yifutian pulled the halberd out. He stood in front of the dragon's head. It seemed as though all the dragon had to do was bit down, and he could destroy Yifutian's head. But he hesitated. This is the third time. Give up your resistance. Submit or die, said Yifutian. The black dragon roared, and the waves rose up and swept out across the sea. Yifutian still stared at him coldly. Finally, the dragon lowered his head and gave up his resistance. He had been branded by Yifutian's spiritual will. Summon all the sea monsters in the area, Yifutian ordered. The black dragon roared again, and suddenly the sea began to stir as countless huge beasts burst forth. Come here. Yifutian looked at a few top sage-level demonic beasts. They all came forward and were dominated by Yifutian one by one. He stepped onto the dragon's back and looked at Lu Zixuan and the other two. Get on. Lu Zixuan, Lu Yu and Lu Han looked at this imposing figure and their hearts were in turmoil. They stepped onto the dragon's back. Clear out this area of the sea, and have all the demonic beasts leave. Let's go, Yifutian ordered. Everything that had happened here would be buried in the depths of the sea. 16 hours later, two figures appeared above the lost ruins. One of them kept their hands behind their back and simply hovered in the sky above the waters. Yet they emanated immense power and authority. Their eyes were incredibly terrifying as they looked at the ocean surface. It was as if they were able to see through the water and could gaze at the ocean floor. The strange phenomenon in the surrounding waters subsided and everything was calm again. The place was not any different from the other areas of the endless ocean. If there was anything different about the place, it was how there was not a single demonic beast to be found within the hundreds of miles radius within the area. Furthermore, not even common sea life, like fish and shrimp, were found anywhere nearby. The place was eerily clean. Other than all that, there was a broken palace lying at the bottom of the ocean. Besides the sound of a breeze blowing through the ocean surface, there was nothing else. The waters were frighteningly quiet. Of the two who stood far above the waters, one was a sage from the ocean palace while the other was someone who went back to deliver the report that day. He met the saint on the way back to the ocean palace and ended up bringing the saint here without returning to the ocean palace. There was no way he could have brought him there so quickly otherwise. Cultivators of the ocean palace found the jade scroll of life of their mighty ones, who ventured broken one after another. They all thought it was something that happened due to crashing into ruins, as the same phenomenon happened the last time they did soul. However, one day later, the living ones, whom the broken jade scrolls belonged to, all perished in an instant, and they finally found something was wrong, which prompted them to report to their superiors, and that led to a saint personally venturing outside. What happened? That sage's mind was shuddering violently. The ruins were gone, and there were no signs of life found within hundreds of miles radius. The sage turned his eyes to the saint. The saint closed his eyes and then said, "We'll wait." If everyone had indeed perished, he believed that saints from the other two holy lands would also be there soon enough. As speculated, saints from the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs were there as well. Mighty ones from 3 holy lands had all perished. Not a single person who went on that expedition survived. What do you all think about this? The saint from the ocean palace asked. That statue was broken, and we've all experienced the power of the statue firsthand. Looking at the entire 9 states as they are now, this kind of phenomenon could have only happened with the top 2 saints on the saint ranking being present, but it was obvious that they didn't show up. The saint from the Celestial Cliffs elaborated. There is another possibility. The Jewing within broke the seal and the statue collapsed from the pressure within. According to those who ventured inside, the seal that was put in place by the Ocean King is extremely powerful. How could the Jewing have been able to escape? The saint from the North Deep asked. Perhaps the Jiuying had made a breakthrough. The saint from the ocean palace answered. There was nothing but silence for a while after that, as if there were no other possibilities than that. Even if there were other possibilities, we can't find out just by standing here and speculating. If the ruins are gone and the halberd of time and space was taken away, that means that the one who is responsible will appear sooner or later, be it the Jiuying or someone else. The saint from the ocean palace added. The others nodded in acknowledgement. They had no choice but to wait for the halberd to appear again. By then, they would know who took the divine implement that ranked third throughout the 9 states. We'll take our leave then. The saint from the north deep turned around and left. The saint from the celestial cliffs followed suit shortly after. There were people from the Cliff State city's Lu clan on this trip as well. Should we go ask? The sage from the ocean palace asked. No need for that. If not even the people from all 3 holy lands were able to survive this, how could people from a small clan like that make it through? They would go to the ocean palace themselves. The saint answered plainly, and the sage nodded in agreement. The people from the Lu clan had actually paid a visit to the ocean palace. The clan leader informed them that 3 young geniuses of the clan actually survived, knowing that all others on the trip had perished, hoping the ocean palace would continue to look into the matter in order to save Lu Zixuan. After all, Lu Zixuan was the hope of their clan. The saint asked the clan leader to keep their hopes low after hearing the news. Of the 3 who survived, 2 were beautiful young women, and the other was the little brother of the most beautiful woman in the clan. It affirmed the saint's speculation about the Jiuying breaking its seal. The evil beast, Jiuying, probably took a liking to beautiful women and wanted to vent all its evil fire from being imprisoned all those years. The 2 beautiful women were probably beyond saving. But then again, the saint from the ocean palace would not have bothered about it much. The clan leader returned in a dejected manner. As for the common sage who had appeared in the Lu clan, no one would have paid any attention to him. Not even the clan leader would have known about Yi Huang's existence. The endless ocean was vast and seemingly endless, per its namesake. There were countless island cities and many more uninhabited islands. At that moment, a white-robed figure was seen training on a huge rock at the side of an uninhabited island. The winds blew and the waves crashed. He was seen holding a halberd and launched one attack after another, with every strike harboring terrifying might. A boom after another was heard, and the surrounding rocks blew up one after another. 3 figures stood not far behind the one who was training, and they looked at him train. The 3 were none other than Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Lu clan. The white-robed figure was Yi Futian. A boundlessly huge black dragon was seen coming their way from far above the ocean. There were many other monsters besides the black dragon, and they were all at the pinnacle of the sage plane. Yi Futian had spent the past 3 months at the endless ocean. He spent his time taming beasts when he was not training. He no longer even needed to do so himself. He simply had to tell the black dragon and the other monsters to go hunt for top-notch demonic beasts in the surrounding waters, which were then brought to him to be put under his control. He was a beastmaster, and all beasts who had been branded with a spiritual branding could not rebel. They had no choice but to follow his orders. The reason why he did so was to prepare himself further for the sacred war. While the sages of the Holy Ji Palace were no longer inferior to the sages of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, they nonetheless lacked a decisive edge. They were more or less equal in terms of might. However, if they had an army of powerful demonic beasts lying in wait that could be deployed at any moment, it would turn the tables in their favor. The very reason why he dared to brandish the halberd of time and space and train in the open was that the surrounding areas were filled with his beast informants, be it in the sky or on the ground. At that moment, Yi Futian came to subdue yet another monster. He patted the black dragon's head and said, "Good work. Are there any top-class demonic beasts in any other areas of the endless ocean? I'm thinking of getting out there myself. The endless ocean is too vast. Not even I get to know everything." The black dragon answered while shaking its head. It had been at the area of the lost ruins all the while before. "Well then." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "How about we take a spin somewhere else then?" However, a message from the black-winged condor popped up in Yi Futian's mind, which made him frown. The Holy Ji Palace caught wind of a piece of news, saying that Lu Zong of Xihua Sacred Mountain had finished his pilgrimage and returned to Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, the ones from the barren state had yet to return. Yifutian looked up at the blue sky and thought he needed to head home earlier than expected, as he was rather concerned about the news. He turned around and came before Lu Zixuan and the others. "Brother Yi," Lu Yu called. While Yifutian had killed someone from the Lu clan, it had been someone from the clan who had been acting against her, per Lu Shi's orders. As such, Lu Yu had little thoughts about what Yifutian did and harbored no resentment against him. "I'm going home," Yifutian then said to all three of them. "But the three of you can't head back to Cliff State City just yet." "I understand." Lu Yu nodded. Lu Zixuan's eyes were fixed on Yifutian, and her expression looked rather complicated. The legendary figure was more exceptional than she had anticipated. However, those who were killed by Yifutian were still the people of the clan. "You've got two choices here. 1. You stay in the Endless Ocean and continue training, but you need to stay further away from Cliff State City, and I'll have the demonic beasts keep a close eye on you." Yifutian then looked at Lu Zixuan and the others, saying, 2. You all train in the Holy Ji Palace, but you won't be able to head out for the time being. The Holy Ji Palace was still at war with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and he did not want to jeopardize his relations with the three holy lands of the Ocean State. It would endanger the Holy Ji Palace's position. If Lu Zixuan and the others were to return to Cliff State City, all parties involved, be it the Lu clan or the three holy lands, would definitely look into the matter. Lu Zixuan and the others would have had to talk even if they did not want to. It was something that Yifutian knew for sure that the three holy lands would pull. But if Lu Zixuan and the others were to simply go missing, even if they were not dead, no one would pay any attention to Yi Huang, his alter ego. To the Holy Ji Palace then. Lu Yu did not hesitate. The Holy Ji Palace was a holy land after all. "Sis." Lu Han turned to look at Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan turned to look at Yifutian with complicated eyes. She was struggling inside. If Yifutian had not killed someone from her family, he would have been someone near perfection, and being able to watch him grow as she trained would have been a dream come true. She eventually came to a decision, and her eyes looked determined as she said, "I'm going to the Holy Ji Palace with you." Yifutian looked at Lu Zixuan and said, "You should know very well that if the Lu clan or Lin you were to give the order, those people would have had no qualms about killing me to preserve their clan's interests. Them taking Lu Yu back then was a good enough proof. As such, there is no need for you to hate me." "I don't hate you," Lu Zixuan replied in a gentle voice. "It's just that I don't feel good inside." "Yeah." Yifutian nodded and said, "Let's go then." They then turned around and walked towards the sea. They stepped onto the black dragon, who then took to the skies, and all of the monsters around them headed in the same direction. It was a magnificent sight to behold on the water. Many felt restless for quite a while back in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They found out later from their scouts that Lu Zong of Xihua Sacred Mountain was not the only one who returned. Lin Shubai, Tong He, and the others of the 9-State College returned as well. Mighty ones of other holy lands had returned to their respective holy lands one after another. The whereabouts of the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, who left with Xia Qingyuan, however, remained unknown. The elders of those who left, Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others were still back in the Holy Ji Palace. They were all worried sick. Relationships aside, their descendants were the most powerful and talented bunch from the Holy Ji Palace, other than Yifutian and Yusheng. They were the future of the place. While Huang Shi and Yu Qi were still holding on with the sacred war, the future remained with those who had left. Furthermore, Yifutian had been training outside all that while, and even Qin Zhuang was ordered to return first by Yifutian himself. Without the backbone of the Holy Ji Palace around, everyone grew restless easily. A bird-type demonic beast zipped past above the Holy Ji Palace at the moment. The Holy Ji Palace turned rowdy all of a sudden. Their palace lord had returned. One figure after another took to the air, and many others walked out. All of them were heading towards the direction where Yifutian made his appearance. Yifutian landed in the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yu Qi, Huang Shi, Yunshang, the Sword Demon, and the others came up and cupped their hands at Yi Futian. Palace Lord. They found that Yi Futian looked even more refined. The time he had spent training outside had definitely yielded considerable results. Yi Futian had also brought several people back, but no one paid any attention to them. How many from the Holy Lands have returned? Yi Futian asked. While he got to know a thing or two from his bird friend, he still saw the need to ask for further details. There was news just a while ago that almost all members of the Holy Lands have returned to their respective Holy Lands, Qin Zhuang answered. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, My big brother and Jieyu are on this trip out there after all. If the others were able to return safe and sound, there is no way Big Brother and the others would be in trouble. Something must be holding them up. There is no need to worry for the time being. We'll await further news. Will do. Everyone nodded, but they all understood that Yi Futian was probably more worried than they were. Futian. Dozhan came to his side at that moment. Teacher, Yi Futian called. Is there anything you need of me? Dozhan asked. Please make a trip to the war state and bring Yusheng home, Yi Futian said. Yusheng had been training for more than 3 years outside. All right, Dozhan nodded and said, I'll be off then. He then turned around and walked right after that. The return of the geniuses to their respective holy lands kicked up quite a ruckus throughout the 9 states. The news of what happened in the Xia clan back then made it public knowledge that the supervising inspector of the 9 states had brought the geniuses out for pilgrimages. Furthermore, it was said that they were able to earn eligibility for training in upper worlds. While many were puzzled by what that actually meant, it was said throughout the 9 states that it had been a privilege reserved only for saints. As such, the return of the geniuses naturally attracted the attention of the masses. On the contrary, no one cared about the news regarding Yi Futian's return to the Holy Ji Palace, as no one knew what he had been up to for the past several years, and there was no way that they knew that a great incident that shook all 3 holy lands of the ocean state had taken place there. After all, the endless ocean had been the place with the least contact with other states, not taking into account the barren state of old. Right now, the attention that the barren state had attracted far exceeded that of the endless ocean. The endless ocean was impossibly huge, and it was a huge body of water after all. Dozhan took Yusheng, who was training in the Vajra region, home, several days after Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace. There were quite a number of people gathering at the Holy Sage Pavilion at that moment. Yusheng was the most renowned figure after Yi Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone knew that the one who was said to have grown up with Yi Futian would one day become the most powerful figure, second only to Yi Futian, throughout the barren state. He had been like a devil back in the 9-state forum. Even the rumored sword spirit, Yaya, of the Tombkeeper village, lost to him. At that moment, Yi Futian and many others in the Holy Ji Palace were gauging Yusheng from head to toe. He seemed to have changed little over the years. His stout frame continued to exude a faint pressure to those around him. He was still the guy who clearly oozed with brimming power. How was training in the Vajra region? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Great. The Vajra region lord instructed me personally, Yusheng answered. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. It was the Vajra region lord himself who extended a personal invitation to Yusheng, asking him to train in the Vajra region. It was obvious that the lord saw something in Yusheng. What about the students of the Vajra region then? Do they not envy you? Yi Futian asked. Why would they? They were all so reluctant to see me off, and many of them actually came to send me off. Yusheng shook his head and answered. Yi Futian's expression looked rather peculiar and asked, You sure they were reluctant? Sure seems so. Yusheng nodded. The people who train in Buddhism look real sincere. They sure were sincere, all right. There were actually students who were saying their goodbyes in tears when I was bringing Yusheng home, Dozhan added with a sheepish smile. Yi Futian imagined the scene and struggled to keep himself from laughing, and then asked, Any progress with your level? Currently at Magi level, we'll be reaching middle level soon. Yusheng then asked, Care to see for yourself? No need for that. I'm almost an upper level myself. No way you can beat me, Yi Futian answered rather nonchalantly. Everyone laughed while Yusheng shot a despised look at him. Futian, Dozhan called, and Yi Futian turned his eyes to Dozhan. Teacher, Are the students who went to study at the Vajra back too? Yeah. Dozhan nodded and added, I've asked them about that as well. Any news then? Yifutian's chest tightened somewhat. The others rescinded their mood for jokes as they turned to look at Dozhan. According to the returning students of the Vajra region, Xianxia had brought them to many places to train for the past several years. Furthermore, there were not only people of the 9 states around. There were also some supremely talented people from the upper worlds, and they were more numerous than those from the 9 states. Dozhan elaborated. Yifutian's expression looked somber. The 9 states were all of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. But Emperor Xia seemed to have control over the upper worlds as well instead of just the 9 states alone. The 9 states simply served as the foundation of the lower worlds. It was also an enigma as to why Xia Qingyuan brought so many mighty ones for training. According to the people of the Vajra region, our people seemed to have offended someone during the process and there were scuffles. They should be in the upper worlds right now. Dozhan continued. As for specific news, even the Vajra region ones know little. They suggested for me to go ask about the Xia clan, as they would probably know more. Yifutian's frown tightened listening to Dozhan's words. He knew that those from the Holy Ji Palace who went out would have been very united. If one were to run into any trouble, the others would have helped settle it. That was probably the reason why none of their people had returned. As for specific details regarding what took place, there was no way he could have known anything from where he was. But then again, if the ones from the Vajra region did not say much about specifics, then there shouldn't be any huge problems. So, the news wasn't all that bad and we don't have to worry too much, Dozhan added. The news at least proved that those from the Holy Ji Palace were safe. Yeah. Yifutian nodded. But then again, how could we not worry? I'll venture outside with the village chief a little, Dozhan continued. Saints were allowed free passage to the upper worlds after all. No, get to the Xia clan and ask about specifics. We'll decide from there, Yifutian said. I've something to report, Palace Lord. Someone came at that moment. Yifutian turned around at them and asked, What is it? News from the Summer State said that those who passed the training were known as the Heavenly Chosen Ones, and the list of those who made it was announced. The messenger bowed and added, The list was, of course, about those who passed the training. Heavenly Chosen Ones. Yifutian's eyes turned sharp. Heavenly Chosen Ones. So Xia Qingyuan is saying that the upper worlds are heaven then? Any specifics? Yifutian asked. There were many from holy lands who made it, and the Holy Ji Palace was the only holy land without any qualifying candidate. The messenger continued, but they sounded somewhat unnatural. All the eyes around were on the messenger in an instant. No one from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State made the cut. Among those who ventured outside, there was Yifutian's third brother, Jiu Huangjioga, and the others. All of them were exceptionally talented people. None of them made it. The matter apparently seemed very off. Did the people of the Holy Ji Palace happen to offend Xia Qingyuan then? There is another piece of news, the messenger continued. Carry on, Yifutian said. News from the eastern state said that Lu Zong was on the list of the Heavenly Chosen Ones. Xihua Sacred Mountain made the announcement in the eastern state. Furthermore, there is news about a marriage alliance about to take place between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The two who are scheduled to be married are Lu Zong and Zhou Zi of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The messenger continued. The eyes of everyone turned sharp in mere moments. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is at war with the Holy Ji Palace, and Xihua Sacred Mountain is planning a wedding with the Sacred Dynasty? What is the meaning of this? Yang Zhao's expression turned sharp instantly, and he said, Xihua Sacred Mountain has been staying behind the scenes with everything. Their shadows were actually in just about everything. With Lu Zong being made a heavenly chosen one and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty suffering heavy casualties, it seems that it is the Sacred Dynasty benefiting from this marriage alliance at first glance, but Xihua Sacred Mountain probably has their own ideas about things. Yifutian nodded. While he did not like Lu Zong, he at least acknowledged that Zhou Zi was not a good fit for him. Back in the Chess Saint Villa, Lu Zong seemed to have been plotting something like that. He had great ambitions, wanting to unify the eastern state and all. Futian, I will go to the upper worlds with the village chief and see what is actually happening, Dozhan said. Yifutian shook his head. No, stay here in the palace, teacher. I'll have the village chief take me up there instead. You going to the upper worlds? Dozhan looked at Yifutian and continued. According to what I know, non-saints are not able to have free passage in the upper worlds, unless the sky stairwell and the decree of ascension, Yifutian said. The eyes of Dozhan and the others flashed. It was apparent that Yifutian had deliberately looked into how to get to the upper worlds. Yifutian had indeed done his homework. With Jeyu and his brothers and sisters off on their pilgrimages, it was only natural that he felt the need to learn more. As such, he went to learn more about the upper worlds when he was training in the Nine-State College. Getting up the sky stairwell exists only in the legends of the Nine States. It was said that there had been people who tried it before. You might be the most exceptional figure there is, but if you fail to make it, the price might be death. The difficulty of obtaining the decree of ascension through the sky stairwell is said to be far higher than becoming a saint. It has been almost forgotten throughout the Nine States, and you don't see anything about it other than in old texts. Many looked severely worried as Sage Wanxiang elaborated. It seemed that core figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew quite a lot. The world is a big place, and there is no saying that there are places you can't go, Yifutian said casually. The heavenly chosen ones are allowed to train in the upper worlds, yet none of the students of the Holy Ji Palace made it. If that is the case, we'll just do it the hard way, he thought. Count me in, Yushang said as well. Yifutian took a look at him and did not refuse. He nodded and said, All right, fine then. When shall we depart? Dozhan asked. The village chief's speed greatly surpassed his, making him a better choice to take Yifutian. Right now. We'll make a trip to the Xia clan before that, Yifutian said. A figure was seen walking from afar as soon as he finished. Yifutian turned around and saw the village chief, who said, If that's the case, let's go then. Sword will was invoked as soon as he finished, and a huge sword appeared beneath his feet. Yifutian and Yushang stepped onto it and looked at everyone else. Yifutian then said, I'll be off then. Be careful. Everyone looked at him. He really thinks he can get to the upper worlds just like that? Well, only Yifutian would be capable of something like that, it seems. In the summer state, a destructive blade of light streaked across the sky and landed outside the Xia clan. A figure appeared in thin air and saw the village chief, Yifutian, and Yisheng. The three of them had been to the summer state before. The other naturally recognized them. What have you come for, Lord Yi? The one who had come said with a bow. We have come to see Saint Xia. Yifutian bowed slightly. The person from the Xia clan looked Yifutian over and said, Please come in. Lord Yi, I've sent someone to announce your arrival. I can't be sure if Saint Xia will see you though. All right, thank you. Yifutian nodded and once again followed the other into the Xia clan. Before long, there was word that Saint Xia had agreed to see Yifutian, whereupon Yifutian was brought to wait outside the hall. Lord Yi. At this time, many people were walking out of the hall, all of them youths of the Xia clan. Moreover, all of them were those who had gone to undergo trials and returned. Have you come to undergo a trial? A youth asked Yifutian. Yes. Yifutian nodded. Have you had any news of my people from the barren state? The youth smiled faintly. At first, the master asked you to undergo a trial and you refused. Now you've come to ask for one. Yifutian furrowed his brow but did not say anything. After all, he had come to ask for a favor. It's already been 3 years since the banquet. How has your cultivation in the palace been going? The youth asked. Yifutian looked at him and said, I am a mid-level magi. Excellent, I am also on this plane. For the past 3 years, I have been quite conscientious about cultivating. Could you give me a tip or two? Asked the youth with a smile. Over these past 3 years of trials, he had made a lot of progress, gone to many places. Ruins, ancient temples, training fields, and even places of slaughter. Although he had not obtained the qualifications to be chosen by the heavens, he still felt that of those on the same plane as him, other than those few had undergone the trials, there were very few who were a match for him. Yifutian was, without a doubt, the best touchstone in the 9 states. I did not come to the Xia clan to teach. Yifutian shook his head. If you defeat me, I will tell you some things that I know, the youth said with a smile. Yifutian suddenly turned and looked at him, his hair flowing in the wind. Are you ready? He asked suddenly. Xiayan's face froze and then he smiled. He stepped forward and a mighty aura swept out from him. The powerful aura covered a vast area. He looked at Yifutian and said, I'm ready. The people around Xiayan parted, and they looked at the two of them with great interest. They wanted to see who was stronger between Xiayan and Yifutian. Whoosh! The wind blew past. Yifutian stepped out, and an invisible airflow covered his body. At the same time, Xiayan's aura became stronger and stronger. It seemed like there was a dragon-shaped airflow around his body. It turned into a billowing force and swept out towards Yifutian. But as Yifutian stepped forward, it seemed that he was not hindered at all. He continued forward, and then suddenly accelerated like a bolt of lightning. Retreat! Xiayan thrust his hand into the air and suddenly, a terrible airflow wildly rushed towards Yifutian like a real dragon. But golden radiance shone on Yifutian's body. As his long hair flowed in the wind, his body was not hindered in any way. He crossed through all the airflow and continued forward as if there was no power in the world that could stop him. Xiayan saw him coming closer and closer and his face suddenly changed. He saw Yifutian raise his hand and thrust it through the air towards him. The air seemed to split and his terrible chi power was directly split. The fist got closer and closer until it finally hit him. Xiayan only felt an astonishing tearing force descend upon his body, as if Yifutian could have torn him apart if he wanted to. Boom! A loud sound rang out and Xiayan went flying. He fell to the ground and spat up blood. His face was pale. This was the result of Yifutian's mercy. Could have been much worse. Thank you for letting me win, said Yifutian. Xiayan stood up. His face was pale and his previous pride and self-confidence had completely disappeared. How could this be? After more than 3 years of trials, he had progressed so much. He had even learned of the powers of upper-level cultivators from outside the 9 states. Although he was not a top player, he was still very good. He had thought that once he returned to the 9 states, he would have few rivals on the same plane as him. Today, he had happened to run into Yifutian and so he wanted to test his past 3 years of cultivation. However, there had only been one blow. But the blow had been too much for him. Xiayan. A voice came out from the hall. A figure walked out. It was Xianxia. A talent like Lord Yi is rare in the 9 states. You have cultivated for 3 years? But do you think that he did nothing? Xianxia said indifferently, and there was a bit of disapproval in his tone. Xiayan bowed his head and said, I was too arrogant. You can cultivate your body and your mind, but if you don't change your state of mind, you will never be a match for Lord Yi. Step back, Xianxia said. Xiayan nodded and stepped to the side. Xianxia looked at Yifutian. Beside him were several cultivators who had also returned. I have come to see you, Yifutian bowed. After 3 years, it seems that your strength is even more extraordinary. What you just did was the spatial rule power space tearing, right? Xianxia asked. He had naturally sensed the previous battle. The punch that Yifutian had just thrown contained tearing power. If not for him showing mercy, Xiayan would have died after one blow and would have had no place to be buried. I learned it from the spatial rule power not long ago. Yifutian nodded slightly. No wonder you didn't go to the trials. It was probably your absolute self-confidence. Even though you didn't go, you've still advanced so much. Xianxia praised him. Yifutian had been good at space-freezing rule power, and now he understood space-tearing. This was reaching harmony between the different spatial rule powers. I didn't go to the trials, but I didn't waste the last 3 years. I spent a period of time cultivating in 9 State College and made some progress, said Yifutian. Xianxia nodded slightly. Have you come because the disciples of the barren state have not returned? And to ask you to notify me. Yifutian bowed slightly. Although he wanted to go to the upper worlds, he also wanted to know what had happened. Otherwise, what would he do after he went there? Where would he go? Xianan, tell Lord Yi, Xianxia said to a youth next to him. Xianan was one of the chosen, having qualified to cultivate in the upper worlds. Xianan's looks and bearing were extraordinary. His gaze fell upon Yifutian and he said, "When the people of the 9 states went with the supervising inspector to the trials, they went to many places, even places far from the 9 states. In these trials, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State performed very well. Moreover, they worked as a team and were highly regarded. However, they were too persistent and tenacious. In the process of exploring some ruins, the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace and some upper-level forces had a conflict. Something was stolen by Yi Wuchen, who had highly cultivated his life spirit in the Holy Ji Palace. However, the others were also extremely proud and powerful. They would not let the matter drop, and so there was a fierce struggle. Yifutian did not interrupt. He listened quietly, but he could not help but be a little nervous. I'm not sure what happened in the end. I only heard a general outline. It seems that Yi Wuchen's life spirit was removed, said Xianan. Rumble. Yifutian's head trembled fiercely. A violent aura filled his body which he could not control in any way, and it burst forth. With his level, it should not have been like this, but at this moment he could not control it. A terrible airflow swept out from his entire body. It was not only him. Next to him, a burst of wild air also burst out from Yushang. It seemed like the flames of fury were burning. His life spirit had been removed. The life spirit of a cultivator was extremely important. Yifutian knew this especially well. Wuchen had cultivated his spirit elemental system and had connected his life spirit to his spiritual energy through a silver sword. If his life spirit was removed, what would the consequences be? Xianxia looked at Yifutian and Yushang strangely. Why had they reacted so strongly? This was not like these 2 proud figures of the 9 states. Xianan was also a bit taken aback. These people from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were really united. In the process of undergoing trials, he had asked for advice. Yi Wuchen of the Barren State did not seem to have a strong presence among the cultivators of the Barren State. He was always very low-key and spoke very little. But he had never thought that upon hearing that something had happened to him, Yifutian would have such a strong reaction. And it wasn't just him, Yushang was the same. Where are they now? Yifutian's voice trembled a little bit. He blamed himself somewhat. He should have accompanied them on their trials from the start. Of course, it was more from anger. The treasure had been found by Wuchen and refined into his life spirit, so it should have been his. But his life spirit had been removed. When he thought of this, he felt uncontrollable anger. As for the performance of the people from the Holy Ji Palace, there will be those who will be chosen and qualify to enter the upper worlds. But they probably gave up on that and asked the supervising inspector to give them some other opportunity. It probably had to do with Yi Wuchen, said Xianxia. Later we came back, and the people from the Holy Ji Palace are probably in the upper worlds. Specifically, who were the others? Yifutian asked. Lord Yi, even though those of the Saint Plane can go to the upper worlds, I must remind you that the others must be very strong. At the very least, they are no weaker than the great Zhou sacred dynasty, said Xianxia. He meant to remind Yifutian that if the 2 saints from the palace went to the upper worlds and there was a conflict, it would not be beneficial to them. Please tell me, Yifutian asked. If your saints want to, they can go to Jiutian Palace to see, said Xianan. Thank you. Yifutian bowed slightly, then looked at Xianxia and said, Forgive me for bothering you. No problem, said Xianxia indifferently. Although he had been a bit dissatisfied with Yifutian at his banquet, it was not anything too major. It was just that Yifutian was a little too proud. The disciples of the palace were the same. It seemed that they had come to grief in the process of undergoing the trials. After Yifutian left, Xianxia asked Xianan, Do you think Yifutian will let his saints go? Xianan looked up at Xianxia and saw him smile and say, Did you not see that there were only 3 of them this time? A saint, plus him and Yushang. What do you mean? A strange look came over Xianan's face. That shouldn't have been possible. The people of the 9 states have gradually forgotten that there is a road to the upper worlds, the path that ascends to heaven, whispered Xianxia as he looked in the direction that Yifutian had disappeared. But how long has it been since anyone has dared to try that road? It is rumored that the path that ascends to heaven is even more difficult than the battle of proving holiness. Although this child appears to be humble, he is prouder than anyone else. He might think that there is no one like him in the 9 states. That was clear from what he said at the 9 states platform. From his past style, it seems that there is nothing he won't dare to try. If you traveled all the way to the western part of the 9 states and passed through the summer state, you would come to the border of the 9 states. Here laid a city of wonders. This city was not large, and it did not have many cultivators, but visitors from the 9 states would often come to see the marvelous city. Now Yifutian, Yushang, and the village chief had come. Before them lay a white jade staircase that led up into the sky. If they looked up, they could faintly see that this staircase led through the clouds and reached up into the vaults of heaven. It was rumored that this was the road to the upper worlds, the path that ascended to heaven. This white jade staircase that stretched into the sky was almost 60,000 meters high. If you wanted to get to the sky, it could not be ignored. Countless people had tried to fly up. They flew up into the sky and then went in the direction of the staircase, but they could not get close to it. It was rumored that the upper realms had a marvelous power that made it so that unless you had set foot upon the Saint Plane and mastered the rule power of the Great Path, you could not break through the barrier that separated the sky from the upper worlds. Otherwise, if you wanted to go to the upper worlds, there was only this path that ascended to heaven. There were many legends in the 9 states. It was said that there was an abode of immortals up there, that it was the abode of Emperor Xia, and that there was a peerless divine chamber. The rumors that had circulated through the 9 states were half true and half false. Only those from the Holy Lands and the top powers were faintly aware of the truth. The sky stairwell, the path to the decree of Ascension. Yifutian looked at the beautifully made staircase and sighed inwardly. The powers of the world were really marvelous. Those who sought to rebel against heaven had no way to capture the creations of heaven and earth. Those who went up this 60,000-meter staircase could obtain a decree of ascension and gain access to the upper worlds for cultivation, and moreover, could travel freely between the upper and lower worlds. However, some of the rumors said that the success rate for the sky stairwell was even lower than that of the battle for proving holiness, so much so that the people of the 9 states had gradually forgotten that this method for entering the upper worlds existed. "Holy Elder, wait for us in the upper worlds," Yifutian said to the village chief. The village chief nodded. "Be careful." After he said this, he shot up into the sky like a sword of light, passing through the clouds in the blink of an eye and disappearing without a trace. "Let's go, Yushang," said Yifutian, and the 2 of them walked to the staircase. There were many people below the stairs looking at the 2 of them. 2 more guys wanted to try the stairway, but they were wasting their time. They might not even be qualified to deal with dangers they might meet. They would be shocked by what they would run into up there. Yifutian and Yushang ignored them. They began to walk up extremely quickly. Soon, if you looked up into the sky, you could see that the 2 of them had pierced through the clouds and were gradually disappearing. They had already made it to high up in the sky. Clouds and mist drifted across the stairway, revealing its magical atmosphere. Yifutian and Yushang felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, but they looked like they didn't care. The 2 of them were shooting up into the sky at an incredible speed. Rumble. Suddenly, an incredibly strong gravitational force pressed on them, making it feel like they were bearing 10,000 pounds of pressure on their bodies. It was gravity rule power, and it stifled them. They slowed down a bit, but they did not stop. They continued to climb. The pressure grew stronger and stronger. A terrible airflow flowed down the staircase. It hit them like a ferocious wave, making their clothes flutter, and the sound of it impacting their bodies was frightful. At the end of the staircase was a majestic palace. If one stood in the air above the palace, they could overlook the entire staircase. The entire palace formed a pitch arc, and a soaring celestial gate stood in front of it. In front of the palace and on the promenade on top of it, there were many cultivators standing guard. They were all wearing armor of the same color and looked very grave. At that time, there were 2 figures at the very top of the palace who were eating and drinking, appearing at ease. "Don't worry too much, Qingyun. Although guarding the sky stairwell is a leisurely job, You can use the opportunity to train your temperament. Isn't this period of peaceful cultivation great? You only have a year, and I have to guard here for 3. At that moment a middle-aged man was smiling as he said this, and clinking glasses with the youth sitting before him. Please don't try to comfort me, Commander. How can I train my temperament here? There's nothing here but boredom. Li Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head as he took a sip of wine. Ha ha! It is because of the boredom that you are able to train your temperament. The middle-aged commander laughed. Just as he spoke, a sword of light flashed and he saw a figure standing outside the palace waiting quietly. A strange look came over the middle-aged commander's face. It was a cultivator of the Saint Plain. He didn't know from which power of the 9 states he had come. There have been very few cultivators from the 9 states who have come to the upper worlds these past few years, the middle-aged commander said. But more than 3 years ago, Princess Qingyuan summoned them together for a trial. At that time, there were many people from the 9 states who qualified to come to the upper worlds, and even to cultivate with the princess. Speaking of which, you come from a great household, Qingyun. You will probably have a chance to cultivate with the princess, but you will have to grasp the opportunity when it comes. When Li Qingyun heard Xia Qingyuan's name, his manner became a bit more dignified. She was the unparalleled princess born of Emperor Xia and the foremost beauty of the realm whose beauty shocked the world. Emperor Xia said that her talent surpassed his own, and one day she may surpass his achievements. She was destined for greatness from birth. She was like a goddess. Who in the realm had not thought this? But he was afraid that it was nearly impossible to gain her attention. Even if one was exceedingly talented, she had so many heroic figures around her. Moreover, it seemed like she did not have any thoughts along those lines. Her whole heart was set on cultivation, and she even traveled wearing men's clothing. And Emperor Xia doted on her. To become Xia Qingyuan's lover would be glorious. He could only say that he had a chance. Most of the heroes of the realm don't understand what the princess went down to the lower world for. Although the 9 states occasionally produces some talents, how can they be compared with those of the upper worlds? There was a sense of superiority in Li Qingyun's voice. He came from a famous family, and his ancestors had followed Emperor Xia, and so he naturally looked down on the 9 states, the so-called land of orthodoxy. Although this is the case, there are occasionally some shockingly brilliant talents. There is a saint ranking in the lower world, and the top 3 on it are all outstanding figures. Moreover, there are some people who have great fame in the upper worlds. You probably have heard of them, said the middle-aged commander. But in the end, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, said Li Qingyun. There was a group of people from the lower world who went to Jutian Temple. I really don't know if they lived or died. If the princess gave them a fair chance, they might have survived. That's true. The middle-aged commander nodded. Let's keep drinking. Far away, the village chief furrowed his eyebrows. Even here people knew about what had happened at Jutian Temple. At that moment, there was a violent shaking from the stairway below them. The middle-aged commander's eyes flashed, and he said, "There seems to be some movement on the stairway. Let's go see." Could it be that there was someone who couldn't climb the stairway? An interesting look came over Li Qingyun's face. It seemed to be a bit disdainful. He picked up his wine glass and walked over to the edge of the palace. He looked up into the sky and saw the violent fluctuations in the airflow. A wild sound echoed faintly through the air. Their eyes suddenly became sharp. Their spiritual energy went down the stairway and they saw 2 figures walking up step by step. It seems that no one has made it this far on the stairway in a long time, the middle-aged commander said softly. And moreover, this time it was 2 people. They probably didn't know that it would have been safer to not come here. Li Qingyun lifted the wineglass and took a sip. Because he had been sent here to guard, he had had a bit of a bad attitude all along. And now Yi Futian and Yu Shang were walking up the stairway. When they looked up, they could see the end of the stairway. A magnificent palace stood there, and celestial soldiers wearing armor. Brilliant rays of sunlight shone down from above. Their steps were heavy, but they continued steadily on towards the top. "Who goes there?" A voice rolled out, full of billowing power, echoing endlessly in their ears. "Yi Futian, from the barren state. Yu Sheng, from the barren state. Their voices pierced the air and swept up into the sky. If you turn back now, we will not attack, another voice said from the direction of the palace. Thump. The response was the sound of footsteps. In the palace, the middle-aged commander said indifferently, Magus, sound the drum matrices. As he was speaking, a cultivator of the Magi plane suddenly walked to the war drums in front of the palace. An incomparably solemn, invisible force swept out. Boom! The fierce sound of drums rang out. The cultivators beat the drums and, in a flash, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt their hearts tremble. An extremely powerful force pressed down on them from the sky. The war drums seemed to carry the great path rules as the power struck them, making Yi Futian's hair dance wildly and tearing his clothes. Yi Futian's steps slowed, but he still continued forward. There was a loud bang and a violent force descended, penetrating everything like a death knell. Do you think they can withstand a few drums? Asked Li Qingyun calmly as he leisurely lifted his wine. Their temperament is extraordinary. They can probably withstand the sound of 5 drums, said the middle-aged commander. The sound of the 3rd drum swept out like a huge wave billowing into the sky. Each time a drum sounded, it was like facing the force of all of them overlapping, becoming more and more terrible. Cracking sounds came from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's bodies, but they continued upward. The 4th and 5th drums sounded in turn, and each time the power became more violent. A demonic light seemed to flow over Yu Sheng's body with dark yet golden radiance. Boom! Another drum sounded, penetrating his body and piercing inside of him. The 6th drum. A strange look came over the middle-aged commander's face. These two are very strong. Anyone who dares climb the sky stairwell can't be too weak. Let's see if they can get through this next one, said Li Qingyun indifferently. The sounds of the 6th and 7th drums rushed out and attacked Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Their bodies were extremely strong, and their spiritual wills were equally as unshakable. Boom! As the sound of the 9th drum swept down, the music overlapped like a mighty pressure overwhelming everything and rushing towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian relied on the power of his flesh to resolve the attack, whereas Yu Sheng directly absorbed it. Suddenly, a boundless golden glow shone out, and a halo blazed. Roar! Yu Sheng opened his mouth and a loud noise swept out. A huge golden lion appeared behind him, hundreds of meters tall. The world trembled at this roar, and the sound of the war drums seemed to break against it as he pressed upwards. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators who were beating the war drums went pale. Their bodies shook and they spat up blood. The surfaces of the drums trembled without stopping. The drums echoed through the air, and the golden lion gradually dissipated. Yu Sheng glanced into the sky and continued forward like a demon. A strange look came over the faces of the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun on the palace. They were naturally shocked. In the process of climbing the sky stairwell, they had actually launched a counterattack. The middle-aged leader smiled and asked, Qingyun, these two from the 9 states fared pretty well, didn't they? Li Qingyun recovered from his shock and nodded lightly, replying, They are indeed outstanding to be able to send the shock back from the rule power and destroy the war drum matrix. However, if they wish to obtain the decree of Ascension to enter the upper worlds, it is still far from enough. Let's continue watching. The middle-aged commander smiled as he continued saying, Perhaps the people from the 9 states will surprise us. As his voice landed, the wall of the palace suddenly let out a blinding golden light. The light was extremely brilliant and it flowed down the stairwell, heading towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The two of them, who were still a far distance from the palace, raised their heads and looked towards the boundless glow. They had the illusion that every ray of light had transformed into shadows of sage plain cultivators and were rushing towards them. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could naturally feel that the shadows were at the Magi level. The path that ascends to heaven had its own rules as well. Since they were at the Magi cultivation level, there were countless Magus rushing towards them. Coupled with the pressure of the stairwell, it was enough to overrun everything. They would not feel this much pressure even if they were facing an archmage. Yi Futian continued as though he did not feel anything. taking step after step. Each step he took caused the stairwell to shake. Previously, although the two of them had faced immense pressure on the way up, it did not affect their speed much. They were only forced to stop when the war drum matrix appeared. Thump! Yifutian took another step and an invisible wave spread around his body. The rays of light that were rushing towards him were shattered and could not faze him. Yushang looked like a half-Buddha, half-demon, and huge sounds erupted from his body. He was experiencing more pressure than Yifutian, since his cultivation level was lower than Yifutian's. Even so, Yushang did not step back an inch. He moved forward step by step, allowing the rampaging force to strike his body. From the palace, they could see two figures walking through the army with steady steps and an exceptional aura. Even in the upper worlds, these people would be prodigious. I am really curious what their identities in the lower worlds are. Would they be the geniuses of the Orthodoxy Holy Lands? The middle-aged commander commented. The pressure from the stairwell was multiplied with the matrix's pressure. Although the two of them appeared composed, they were under immense pressure. However, they continued forward steadily and did not waver in the slightest. They were indeed extremely outstanding. Commander! At that moment, figures flashed and appeared behind the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun. The group of people all had impressive auras, and they looked down and saw two figures walking up the path that ascends to heaven. We had thought that it was our error, but there are people on the path that ascends to heaven indeed. I thought that there would be nothing interesting this year. How unexpected these people are from the lower world's 9 states. Voices sounded from within the group. These people were all under Emperor Xia's command and were tasked with guarding the path that ascends to heaven. To those in Emperor Xia's army, this was an insignificant task that would be rotated every once in a while, usually annually. Yes, the two of them are magus. Does anyone among you with the same cultivation level wish to test them? The middle-aged commander smiled and asked. Can they withstand the illusion attack? If we step it, we would be bullying them too much. Someone commented coolly. From the looks of it, it should be fine. These two should be the most outstanding people from the 9 states. If you wish to, you can step in. The middle-aged commander replied, smiling. Since that is so, I will send them back. A voice sounded out as a figure flashed across, moving towards the path that ascends to heaven. Following that, there were people moving forward in succession. In the blink of an eye, 9 magus had stepped onto the path that ascends to heaven, standing opposite Yifutian and Yushang. Gentlemen, at that moment, a young magi lowered his gaze and looked towards Yifutian and Yushang, saying, Will you two go back yourselves, or will we have to force you to? Yifutian and Yushang raised their heads and looked at the 9 people in the air. However, they ignored them and continued walking. This is the path that ascends to heaven. Ascending it is a tribulation. You two have exceptional potential to be able to reach this far. Turn back. Don't hurt yourself. A middle-aged figure crossed his arms around his body and advised them. The path that ascends to heaven is a tribulation? Yifutian looked at the people in the air and stepped forward as he replied, allowing the rampaging force to rush onto his body. Where is the difficulty in this? Yifutian said coolly, taking another step upwards. A smirk appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he replied, As you wish, experience its difficulty for yourself. As he said that, his body moved forward and he appeared in front of Yifutian instantly, like a phantom. As his sword appeared, sword chi flooded the area as countless swords slashed towards Yifutian. The great path swords could eradicate everything. Amidst the blades of light, the people in the air could not bear to look at Yifutian. The great path sword had already slashed down and countless blades descended upon Yifutian. However, at that moment their expressions became astounded. It was as though the middle-aged man had stopped moving as he held the blade and pointed it towards Yifutian's head, but did not pierce forward. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the other party as the sword was unable to pierce forward. The middle-aged man's expression was pale, as if he were the one withstanding the pressure of the path that ascends to heaven, not Yifutian. Where is the difficulty? Yifutian asked again. He stretched his finger forward and flicked the sword lightly. He then waved his sleeve and the middle-aged swordsman was sent flying without any struggle. This? The crowd looked at Yi Futian and mumbled in bewilderment. Its spatial rule power. The middle-aged commander's expression was sharp. At that moment, an extremely strong spatial rule power had appeared around Yi Futian, freezing the space around them, especially the region that was near his body. The rule power was so strong that it had caused the other party to be unable to even move. Thump. Yi Futian continued stepping up and said nonchalantly, "Get out of the way." There was an absolute pressure in his voice, causing even the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun to shudder. His tone was like that of a superior being with a commanding feeling. This magi must have been someone who gave orders in the lower worlds and had a high position. However, no matter who he was, he still dared to be this arrogant in the upper worlds. Daring to make them get out of the way, how impudent. The 8 experts on the stairway all looked down at the same time. They had been ignored by a person from the lower worlds. The rule power on their bodies erupted. The light from the mirror caused immense pressure to Yi Futian and Yushang, but to them, it boosted their power. When the 8 of them attacked, countless spears descended from the air. At that moment, Yushang stepped in front of Yi Futian. He changed into his battle form and looked like a Buddha. Boundless rays of light burst forth from him and tens of thousands of arms appeared on his battle form, like a 1,000-hand Buddha, blocking out the entire area, allowing the rule power to land on it. They caused the Buddha form to shake, but Yushang appeared unfazed and a terrifying demonizing rule power flowed around his body, devouring the oncoming attacks. With Yushang shielding him, Yi Futian casually continued forward. He did not step in. He also wanted to see how far Yushang had come after the 3 years of cultivation. The 8 experts' attacks landed at the same time, but at that moment, the thousands of arms on the battle form moved. They flooded the area, releasing the force that they had devoured. It was as if the attacks it had suffered only made it stronger. A catastrophic attack erupted on the path that ascends to heaven, causing the air to vibrate vigorously. Beat the drums. Li Qingyun saw Yi Futian and Yushang walking forward as though nothing was happening and said coolly, "These 2 people were treating them as though they did not exist." He could not have that. Figures flashed as they beat the war drums. In a split second, the sound of the drums resonated throughout the area and the pressure crushed down onto the path that ascends to heaven again. "Form the matrix," Li Qingyun continued to say. Immediately, a huge magi army stepped forward and appeared in front of the palace. They looked at the area below and to their surprise, the 2 of them had already made it this far. "Commander, I will personally step in," Li Qingyun said as he stepped in front of the palace and floated in the air. The aura on their bodies resonated with the drums and applied tremendous pressure. "Suppress," Li Qingyun said. On his command, the experts all struck at the same time. It was as though they had combined to become a single battle matrix. A giant burly figure appeared at the back of the battle matrix. He stepped across the air and launched a formidable attack that rushed towards Yi Futian and Yushang. Bang, bang, bang. Yushang's body shook violently and the battle form looked like it would collapse any time. The other party had summoned experts to form a matrix and borrowed the strength of the war drums as well as the pressure from the path that ascends to heaven. The combined strength had far exceeded the level of a magi cultivator. "Yushang, let me," Yi Futian said. "No need." Yushang continued forward as he replied, allowing the dreadful force to rush into his body. Cracks sounded from within his body as rays of light passed through it. Yi Futian had a surprised expression as he watched the scene. Yushang was using their attacks to strengthen his body. A holy Buddhist light emerged and it seemed all-encompassing. As it tempered Yushang's body, some parts of his body gradually turned golden like pure gold. Crash. With another deafening sound, the force entered Yushang's body and turned into a blinding light. His chest was also gradually turning golden. It seemed like his entire body would turn golden. Dark rays flowed around his golden body, like a demonic light, causing his golden body to be even more overbearing. Buddhist hymns sounded as brilliant golden rays appeared around Yushang's body. Statues of ancient Buddhas appeared, and Yushang's battle form also transformed to an ancient Buddha. An even more tyrannical force erupted from his body as the aura around him reflected his cultivation level to be a mid-level magi. He had actually used the pressure to break through the bottleneck of his physical body, forging a golden body and breaking through his cultivation level. The golden ancient Buddha struck out with its hand, just like the Buddha's palm strike, but it contained less heat intent, but was fiercer. The other party's battle matrix also fired a fist that tore through the air and clashed with the Buddha's palm. In an instant, the palm was torn apart and the fist exploded, causing the experts within the battle matrix to be sent flying. Yusheng stepped forward and with a loud roar, the golden lion's roar clashed with the war drum's sound, causing the air to vibrate vehemently. At that moment, a figure stepped in the middle of the war drums and lion roar's sound waves, causing his robe to flap frantically. It was Li Qingyun. The force of the war drums gathered within his body. Even the roar was unable to waver his spiritual will as he looked down at Yifutian and Yusheng with a cold expression. No matter what your identity is in the lower worlds, keep your arrogance to yourself in the upper worlds. There are too many people that you can only look up to in the upper worlds. Li Qingyun said proudly. He stretched out his hand and the rule power in the area all transformed into his strength. A stunning current flowed around his arm as a terrifying thunderstorm appeared. The lightning flashed in the area and the current on the path that ascends to heaven became extremely violent, as though it would destroy them at any time. A storm hammer appeared in Li Qingyun's hand. Is that so? Yifutian replied. He stretched out his arm and a halberd appeared in his palm. Terrifying rule power flowed around the halberd and every atom seemed to have limitless power. Thump! Yifutian stepped forward and floated into the air, ignoring the pressure and moving into the air towards Li Qingyun. The thundering sound of the war drums reverberated around the area as Li Qingyun raised his arm. Waves of pressure engulfed the path that ascends to heaven. Seeing Yifutian approaching him, he smashed down with the storm hammer, crushing everything in its way. However, it was as if Yifutian did not feel the destructive force as he pierced forward with the halberd in his hands. A destructive current rushed forward like a black hole, shattering every ounce of force in its way. In the area, a destructive force rampaged and many people could not even open their eyes as they witnessed the two clashing. With the humming of thunder, the storm hammer disappeared and the crowd was shocked to see Yifutian's halberd pointing at Li Qingyun's throat. In the 9 states under the Saint Plane, I do not need to look up to anyone. In the upper worlds, it is the same. Yifutian replied proudly to Li Qingyun's words. The halberd disappeared and Yifutian walked past him, with Yusheng following behind. Apart from those who had been knocked down by him, the others did not dare to stop them and watched as they ascended the path that ascends to heaven. They were thinking how there could be people from the 9 states who could ascend the stairway to the upper worlds in such arrogant fashion. Yifutian and Yusheng walked towards the village chief, then started to leave. A surprised expression appeared on the middle-aged commander's face as he said, "You still haven't taken the decree of Ascension. Within the rules, I can come as I wish to the upper worlds. Why do I need the decree of Ascension?" A voice sounded from the distance. The middle-aged commander stood in the palace and the expression on his face froze. Above the ancient palace on the path that ascends to heaven, the middle-aged commander looked at the disappearing figures and smiled. The 9 states Yifutian and Yusheng. Since the little princess had gone to the lower worlds to select prodigies to look for the heavenly chosen ones, there would definitely be people from the 9 states who would become famous in the upper worlds. However, since the 2 of them had chosen to scale the path that ascends to heaven, they evidently did not follow the little princess in the trials. However, they had taken the path that ascends to heaven in such a dominating fashion. Evidently, to the 2 of them, there was no difference between the lower and upper worlds. In Emperor Xia's realm, he had seen too many geniuses, but such confident and arrogant people were few and far beyond. He claimed that he was unparalleled in the 9 states and would not need to look up to anyone even in the upper worlds. He wondered if the little princess had met the 2 of them in the 9 states. What was their purpose for entering the upper worlds? Li Qingyun stood rooted to the spot as the wind blew past, rustling his sleeve. There was still a stinging sensation at his throat. He had gathered the force of the battle matrix, war drums and the pressure of the path that ascends to heaven. But that one halberd strike had caused him to feel a force that would destroy anything in its way. A person from the lower worlds had caused him to end up in such a sorry state. Qingyun. At that moment, a voice sounded. Li Qingyun looked towards the middle-aged commander with a complicated expression. Not just him, the people around them had also been overwhelmed. Although there would usually be nothing to do when guarding the path that ascends to heaven, but it was the first time that someone had ascended the path that ascends to heaven in such dominating fashion, and it had startled them. Don't think too much about it. That person claims to be unparalleled in the 9 states. He must be one of the prodigies at the pinnacle of the 9 states. Every generation of the 9 states has been known to have a few geniuses that have startled the upper worlds. This generation will not be an exception as well. The middle-aged commander consoled him, afraid that Li Qingyun's frame of mind would suffer a blow. A loss is a loss. There is no need to comfort me, Commander, Li Qingyun replied. Hearing his reply, the middle-aged commander knew that there was no impairment to his frame of mind and continued saying, "The two of them have taken the path that ascends to heaven, but don't even want the decree of ascension. It seems like they are rushing for something important, but what important matters can there be for them to come to the upper worlds from the lower worlds?" "Commander, you mean?" Li Qingyun looked at him and asked. "Didn't you previously mention about the matters in the lower worlds?" The middle-aged commander commented. A surprised expression appeared on Li Qingyun's face as he thought of something. He replied, "The Jiutian Temple? Yes. Those people following the little princess in her trials are from the 9 states and are likely from Holy Lands. The two of them just now had a Saint Plain figure accompanying them and are evidently the same. If they came to the upper worlds for an emergency, it is very likely that they know those people and have come from the same Holy Land." The middle-aged commander deduced. He was an elite archmage and was the commander in charge of guarding the path that ascends to heaven. Naturally, he was an extremely clever person and soon linked the two incidents together. "Commander, I would like to take a few days off," Li Qingyun requested. "Okay, go ahead." The middle-aged commander smiled and replied, as though he had already anticipated it. "Commander, we want to have a look as well." Many people with strong backgrounds started to ask as well. The middle-aged commander glared at them. These fellows just didn't have the patience. "Scram!" The middle-aged commander waved his hand. The crowd all broke into laughter and replied, "We'll be on our way then, Commander." As they said that, their figures flashed and they left. Seeing them leave, the middle-aged commander smiled while shaking his head. He wanted to go and watch as well, but as the commander, he could not leave his post. If guarding the path that ascends to heaven was not such a free job, he would not let them leave either. After all, there was some risk to doing so. The Jiutian Temple is probably going to be bustling now. The middle-aged commander looked into the distance and mumbled to himself. With the strength that the two of them had revealed, they would at least be able to make it to the 8th layer of heaven or even all the way to the 9th layer. Yi Futian would naturally not care about what the people on the path that ascends to heaven thought. They had rushed the moment they reached the upper worlds. First, they found a map and got some information about the Jiutian Temple, then made their way there quickly. At that moment, a blade of light traveled in the air speedily as though it could teleport through space. Yi Futian stood on the blade as winds billowed towards him. He did not block it completely with spiritual qi and felt the violent winds beating on his body. His shirt billowed in the wind and his hair fluttered wildly. "What rich spiritual qi! I can even feel the rule power," Yi Futian said softly as he closed his eyes, feeling the air. Was this how it was like in the upper worlds? The village chief stood quietly behind him and Yi Futian asked, "Village chief, have you been here before?" "Yes, but only for a short while. I am not familiar with it." The village chief nodded and replied. Back then, the Sword Saint of the Void's name was known throughout the world, not just in the 9 states but also in Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian nodded and replied, "Cultivating here is far better than the 9 states. Even breaking through the Sage Plain would not be that difficult. However, the people from the 9 states could not enter Emperor Xia's realm as and when they liked. Yu Shang and him had forcefully taken the path that ascends to heaven, but the two of them were not good representations of the Nine States' strength. Anyone else, even the elites from the other Holy Lands, could probably not do it. Apart from taking the path that ascends to heaven, the only other way to the upper worlds was to enter the Saint Plane. This would make the Nine States filter only their most outstanding individuals to the upper worlds. After many generations, the people in Emperor Xia's realm were all the most outstanding cultivators. Yi Futian naturally knew that the upper worlds actually referred to Emperor Xia's realm, which was under Emperor Xia's rule. Apart from that, the other Renhuangs also had their reign in the Divine Prefecture and created their own realms, ruling over boundless lower world regions. Yi Futian would sometimes think to himself, how big is the Divine Prefecture exactly? At his level, he had gradually started to come in touch with the world. He also understood how strong the twin great emperors were to be able to rule over the entire Divine Prefecture. Of course, Yi Futian had no time to think about this at the moment. His mind was occupied with the Juqian Temple. The Juqian Temple was not the sacred force that he had thought, and was instead a battle arena that was split into 9 layers. It was a battle arena that was extremely famous in Emperor Xia's realm. The majority of the cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm would come to the Juqian Temple to battle and try to make their way to the 9th layer of heaven and enter the Juqian ranking. Those who were able to enter the Juqian ranking were all unparalleled figures in Emperor Xia's realm and could freely enter any sacred force to cultivate. Of course, it was likely that these people were originally outstanding figures from these sacred forces. The Emperor Xia's realm little princess, Xia Qingyuan, was the youngest cultivator to enter the Juqian ranking in the history of the Juqian Temple. When she had entered the Juqian Temple, she had been watched by the entire Emperor Xia's realm. The Juqian Temple was packed full of people, and such a scene had not appeared since Xia Qingyuan. Even on a normal day, the Juqian Temple continued to be the most populated place in the Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia's realm was extremely vast, and the Juqian Temple was situated in the center of Emperor Xia's realm. Even with the village chief speed, they still took a few hours to reach the region where the Juqian Temple was. The Juqian Temple was full of people at the moment. The battles in the temple had already started for the day, and Yi Futian stood at the foot of the stairs to the temple, raising his head and looking up. He saw stairs leading up each level, and countless cultivators had split into the 9 battle regions. These were the 9 layers of heaven. The 9th layer of heaven in the Juqian Temple was located 1,000 zhang away from the ground. Even with Yi Futian's vision, he could only see a blurry image. Yi Futian did not enter the Juqian Temple directly, but stayed in the vicinity to obtain some information. They then went to the Tianji Pavilion not far away from the Juqian Temple. The Tianji Pavilion was the top information brokerage in the Emperor Xia's realm and claimed to know everything. The 3 of them entered the Tianji Pavilion and someone received them. What information would the 3 of you like to know? An elder smiled towards Yi Futian, asking. Xia Qingyuan once brought people from the lower worlds into some trials. There was a batch of people from the lower worlds that had a conflict with some upper world cultivators. Does the Tianji Pavilion know about that matter? Yi Futian asked. The elder smiled at him and replied, there is nothing that the Tianji Pavilion doesn't know. As he said that, he said a name, Yi Wuqian. Yi Futian's expression suddenly became sharp and looked straight at the elder and said, I want all information about them. All? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and replied. The matter involves many parties, so the price will be high. The elder's eyes squinted as he replied with a smile. Yi Futian waved his hand and an elite sage ritual implement appeared. He asked the elder, is this enough? Please. The elder gestured with his hand and replied. In reality, although some factions were linked to this piece of information, it was not a huge secret. As such, 1 elite sage ritual implement was enough. Yi Futian was brought into an inner chamber. There were many people here, but it was as though they did not see Yi Futian. They were all looking through different case files. Not long after, a teenager walked towards the 3 of them with a smile and asked, Sir, are you from the lower worlds? The information I want. Yi Futian did not reply and said instead, Yes. The teenager smiled and nodded, then flipped through the case file and replied, The person you are asking about has followed the little princess Xia Qingyuan into her trials. They went to an abandoned sword emperor's realm. There, the lower world's cultivator Yi Wuchen absorbed a few sword wills into his life spirit. According to the Tianji Pavilion's conjecture, the sword wills he absorbed were at least of the saint level and could even be sword wills left behind by a Renhuang. However, someone from Emperor Xia's realm wants that sword will. Yi Wuchen's life spirit has been extracted, and he has fallen into a coma after suffering severe injuries. The teenager continued to say, "Who did it?" Yi Futian asked. A cold aura emanated from him after hearing the other party's words. The information you wanted was regarding the people from the lower worlds. The teenager replied, smiling. Evidently, what he meant was the information that Yi Futian had purchased did not include the other group of people. Yi Futian looked coldly at him, and with a wave of his hand, another ritual implement appeared. The teenager kept it and replied with a smile. "Since you have already come here, you should know some of the matters. The person who has extracted Yi Wuchen's life spirit is the cultivator on the Jiuqian ranking, Pei Qianying." Pei Qianying. In the depth of Yi Futian's eyes, there flashed a cold ray. That ritual implement should not be a name only. "Of course not," the young man said with a smile. "I will then tell you some other news. Pei Qianying was born into a well-known family, the descendant of Zhuiying's sword saint. Furthermore, Pei Qianying is the cultivator of Jiuqian ranking, and he is close to the young master of Jiuqian Temple. If you want to pick a fight with Pei Qianying, it won't be easy, especially in the Jiuqian Temple. Even if there are saints present, I would encourage you not to." This was just polite talk, and it wasn't just that it was not easy. If Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were the same as cultivators of the lower worlds, this grudge had to be let go or Yi Wuchen would surely die. In fact, if it wasn't for Xiaxia, Zhuiying's sword saint would probably have already destroyed his spirit and stripped him of the sword will that he had obtained from refining. Zhuiying's sword saint. Next to Yi Futian, the village chief's eyes showed a strange light, and Yi Futian looked at him, asking, "You recognize him?" The village chief nodded slightly. He visited in the past and was refused. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and knew who the visitor meant to see. The Sword Saint of the Void. Back in the days when the Sword Saint of the Void was invincible in the 9 states and the Nether Sword Mound claimed to be able to annihilate all holy lands, one could only imagine how powerful the Sword Saint of the Void was. This Zhuiying Sword Saint was also a sword saint that cultivated in the art of the sword, so it was not surprising that he had visited the Sword Saint of the Void. The young man looked up at the village chief. Tianji Pavilion claimed to know all things but had limited knowledge of the things in the lower worlds of the 9 states because information of the lower worlds was of little value, at least for the Tianji Pavilion. "Where are the people of the lower worlds now?" Yi Futian continued to ask. The cultivators within Emperor Xia's realm were beyond count. Tianji Pavilion will not pay attention to where everyone is. After all, this is not valuable information. However, it must be around the vicinity of the Jiuqian Temple. In fact, in the past few days they have been coming to Jiuqian Temple. Now that Gu Donglu has gotten to the 8th layer of heaven, pay attention to the law battle of the 8th layer of heaven, and you will see him sooner or later, the young man said. "Why do you want to charge Jiuqian Temple?" Yi Futian asked again. Yi Wuchen was stripped of his spirit by Pei Qianying, but what was its connection with Jiuqian Temple? It was said that after Pei Qianying stripped Yi Wuchen's spirit, he returned to the upper worlds. The people of 9 states refused to let the matter rest and paid a price for the little princess to intervene. Pei Qianying replied that to get the spirit of Yi Wuchen back, he could be found in the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiuqian Temple. Otherwise, get the hell back to the lower worlds. The youth looked at Yi Futian and continued. So the princess, Xiaxia, made a guarantee and gave the people of 9 states 3 months. Afterward, the people of the lower worlds began to venture into Jiuqian Temple. However, until now, only Gu Donglu was able to enter the 8th layer of heaven. One more step and he will be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven and formally challenge Pei Qianying on the Jiuqian ranking. Of course, the distance of this step is as difficult as stepping into heaven, the young man said, smiling. Yi Futian's expression was still indifferent, and he cast a glimpse at the young man. The news was simple and, in fact, was not worth the price he paid, but to him it was extremely important. After inquiring about some other matters, Yi Futian left Tianji Pavilion. After walking out of Tianji Pavilion, a coldness exuded from Yi Futian. Although Wuqian's talent was limited, his mind was extremely firm, and he was clear about that all along. If all was as the people of Tianji Pavilion had said, the sword will that Wuqian obtained was at least the sword will of the saint and may have even been the Renhuang sword will. It was completely within Wuqian's character to make every effort to integrate it into his own spirit. This was Wuqian's chance. But this chance had become a disaster and caused him to be stripped of his spirit. To cultivators, the stripping of the spirit was equivalent to the deprivation of an extremely important part of the soul. If it was destroyed, it would directly lead to Wuqian's rapid deterioration from the planes and loss of mental power. Never mind progressing forward, he would probably unable to even reach the height achieved previously. Once upon a time his master, Hua Fenglu, was a good example. Pei Qianying was unforgivable. Returning beneath Jiutian Temple, Yi Futian looked up and glanced at the endless figures in the sky above and the beautiful radiant law battlefield. He said, "Yu Shang and I will participate in the law battle of Jiutian Temple." Very well. The village chief nodded, and then all three walked toward the Jiutian Temple. The first level of Jiutian Temple could be entered without any cost. Everyone was watching the battle below and could even see into the battlefield platform that was even higher into the sky. The 9 states platform had only set up the battle platform of the 3 realms of the sages. For Emperor Xia's realm, the noble plane was too low and lacked attraction, the saint plane was too strong, and who would be participating in the law battle? The level of the sage was suitable for all cultivators to observe, even for the saints who would sometimes come to watch the battles between the youngsters. The first layer of heaven of Jiutian Temple had 9 battle platforms and 9 regions. The worthy, the magi, and the sage each had 3. Yi Futian and Yu Shang were separated and not together, but were in the 2 adjacent law battle platforms. Sitting on the grandstands, Yi Futian looked up, and he could see the battle platforms in the air, surrounded by the light of the matrix. The steps up and down and all around him were surrounded by people, and each layer leading all the way up. The tendency to practice martial arts in Emperor Xia's realm was far stronger than in the 9 states. There were many people battling at the same time on the battle platform, and each battle had 100 people on the same stage at the same time battling for ranking until the last person, and according to the ranking to continue participating in the following law battle. Therefore, every battle was extremely fierce, and this was only the first layer of heaven. The battles for the 3rd layer of heaven were all battles between the top geniuses, where each match was enough to make one's blood boil. Of course, the battles for the 3rd layer of heaven were far less frequent than those for the 1st layer of heaven. The rules were also different so that there were not many who could make it to the 3rd layer of heaven. After a long time, the 100-person matchup concluded. The person in the first place was naturally the focus of all attention, was qualified to participate in the law battle of the 4th layer of heaven, and skipped over the 2nd and 3rd layers of heavens. Continue to the next round. Who is willing to challenge? At this time, on the battle platform, an elder looked down to the stand. As his voice trailed off, shadows suddenly flashed out. They were all the cultivators who came to participate in the law battle. Jiutian platform was a place suitable for tempering one's own combative power and appreciate the strength of various rules power from other cultivators. It was of great benefit to one's own cultivation. Of course, to get on the Jiutian ranking was the dream of countless cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian stood up, and with one quick flash, he took a step into the void and soon descended upon the law battle platform that was in the void. The law battle of the 1st layer of heaven. As long as it conformed to the plane, anyone could participate. Wang Yin. At this time, countless eyes from the grandstand landed on one person. That young man wore a gorgeous golden robe, and he exuded an unusual and outstanding spirit. When he appeared on the battle platform, everyone around him was eclipsed. Sure enough, Wang Yin also came to 9 states platform. This is his first time at Jiutian Temple. I wonder which layer of heaven he will be able to reach. There's no doubt who's going to be first in this battle. After the first battle, he will directly advance to the 4th layer of heaven. Many people on the view stand discussing and gossiping. Clearly, this Wang Yin was well recognized, but because he had never participated in the law battle, This would be his first showing in Juqian Temple. On the viewing stand, even some of Wang Yin's elders had come to cheer him on, observing the battle. This would be the first step for Wang Yin to impact the Juqian ranking. On the platform, a beautiful woman smiled at Wang Yin. "Senior brother, you have to be merciful. It will not be a problem for you to go to the third layer of heaven," Wang Yin said. The second and third place in each round could skip over the second layer of heaven and were qualified to battle in the third layer of heaven. Many looked at Wang Yin and the woman and murmured to themselves about their bad luck. Wang Yin was one of the most outstanding disciples of the third generation of the sacred forces, quite famous. He had only begun to enter the Juqian Temple after he became a top-level magi, clearly wanting to impact the Juqian ranking. Since the woman was the junior sister of Wang Yin, it was obvious that she was also from the Xianxia clan, and she must also be very strong, and with Wang Yin backing her, the first 3 slots may have already been decided by this duo. It appeared that this law battle was quite unlucky, and all that could be done was to give it one's best so as to continue to participate in the following law battles. After some time, 100 cultivators of the Magi plane appeared on the battle platform and the matrix was initiated, surrounding them all, shrouding them with a huge light screen so as to protect the observers in the grandstand. "You may begin now," the elder announced, and as soon as his voice drifted away, a terrible atmosphere suddenly exploded in the vastness of the battlefield platform. The battlefield area was hundreds of thousands of meters high and was immensely wide, so that even when the sages battled, it would not appear narrow. Like Wang Yin, Lin Yuxiu also came from Xianxia clan and had just entered the plane of top-level magi. A radiance emitted from her and suddenly, hundreds of swords appeared all around her, chiming like real magical ritual implements. Her figure flickered, and hundreds of swords rushed forward in different trajectories. She stood in the middle of the sword, impressive with her prowess. In an instant, hundreds of swords aimed towards a single cultivator spat out fearful sword will until the space was filled with terrifying thoughts of murder. Suddenly, the cultivator who was under attack only felt that his spiritual will was about to be torn to pieces by the sword chi. The cultivator put his hands together, and suddenly a huge golden light screen appeared in front of him, blocking the onslaught of the swords, but the swords went directly to the same place. The golden light screen broke apart, and all the swords turned into one, and quickly morphed into brilliant lightning, flashed and were gone. In an instant, blood bloomed on the body of that cultivator as the sword chi penetrated his body. He fell from the sky and unwillingly withdrew from the battlefield. In other areas, there were also powerful battles taking place. Wang Yin stood there quietly, watching Lin Yuxiu fighting and thought that with her strength, even without his backing, she could reach the top 3. Yuxiu's strength could pass the 4th layer of heaven. Someone in the stands said. They were a sage-level cultivator from Xianxia clan who came to cheer for Wang Yin. However, the battle at the 1st layer of heaven was meaningless. The key was the follow-up battles at the topmost 3 layers of heaven. Yifutian stood quietly, calmly watching the battle on the platform. In regards to the cultivators of the upper worlds, their strength was not necessarily stronger than those from the 9 states, just that as a whole. Their sages were much younger, possibly because Emperor Xia's realm contained the richer aura of heaven and earth, and also the rule's atmosphere, and a greater spiritual environment in general. At this moment, sharp breaths came toward Yifutian. His eyes turned and he saw just in time that Lin Yuxiu came at him with the sword. Lin Yuxiu stared at Yifutian with her beautiful eyes. This person emitted an air that was extraordinary and he was handsome in looks. However, he did not participate in the battle like Wang Yin, standing aside and looking on as the others struck out one by one. How could she just let him get away with it? Wang Yin also turned his attention in the same direction. Before, he had noticed Yifutian standing there casually, as if he was an outsider. However, unless he was so strong that no others dared to challenge him, was it really possible to watch like an outsider? The powerful sword will made Yifutian feel a stinging in his spiritual will. He looked up and glanced at Lin Yuxiu, and remained standing quietly without moving. Presumptuous. Seeing Yifutian had ignored her, Lin Yuxiu spit out her displeasure coldly, and all the swords came at him, fast as lightning, and they were almost piercing through Yi Futian's body. However, when the swords reached the front of Yi Futian, they all suddenly stopped and screamed and seemed to be shaking. Not only the sword, but Lin Yuxiu felt that her body seemed difficult to move, as if controlled by an invisible force. "Sister," Wang Yin shouted. "I can't move." Lin Yuxiu was pale and knew that she had encountered a very powerful person. As her voice trailed off, everyone on the stand and was shocked. Countless eyes were fixed on Yi Futian. They had thought that this matchup would not have much uncertainty, but it seemed that there were still some twists and turns. Wang Yin stepped out into the void toward Yi Futian, then commanded, "Let go." Yi Futian glanced at him, and the rule power disappeared. Lin Yuxiu, who had been struggling to move forward, now suddenly catapulted to the front, sharp swords piercing at Yi Futian's body. Instead, they made crisp sounds, and none of them were able to stab through his skin. Lin Yuxiu herself rushed toward Yi Futian, propelled by momentum, but Yi Futian simply pushed his palm forward and a palm print directly impacted on Lin Yuxiu's chest and her body flew back as a result. It seemed that the two of them were not on the same plane at all. Lin Yuxiu, looking pale, could only feel the sharp pain in her chest. Wang Yin looked at her, then turned his icy stare to Yi Futian, walking toward him, step by step. Every step was like a sharp sword that pierced at Yi Futian, attempting to break down the power of his spiritual will. "Defeat the others and you can get within the top 3, Yi Futian said to Wang Yin. Wang Yin's expression altered, and then, in a very cold voice, he said, "How arrogant." What Yi Futian meant was that it was not even worth it for him to make a move himself, because he was certain he would be first. In an instant, an extremely sharp atmosphere swept out and there was a terrible silver storm appearing behind Wang Yin, releasing the spirit. Yi Futian cast a casual glance at him, then took a step out and, like lightning, he rushed into the incomparably sharp rules of the storm, allowing the violent and extreme rules to attack his body, remaining unmoving. Wang Yin felt a strong threat and he wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to have solidified, making it difficult to move. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The bones of the chest burst instantly, and Wang Yin's body flew backward. On the grandstand, countless eyes gathered, staring at the defeat of Wang Yin. Previously, when they saw Yi Futian's crush Lin Yuxiu with tremendous force, they knew that it was going to be good. This person would definitely anger Wang Yin, but no one had thought that the ending of this battle would be like this. Wang Yin was crushed in a single blow, defeated. Wang Yin of Xianxia clan was subdued in seconds. Who was that? Many looked to Yi Futian in shock. Someone who could subdue Wang Yin in seconds must not some nameless unknown. At the very least, the 7th layer of heaven was definitely possible. Many top cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm were able to get to the 3rd layer of heaven in Zhoutian Temple. In other words, those that were able to advance beyond the 7th layer of heaven were all proud sons and daughters of the realm. Extremely extraordinary characters. How could it be? The people of Xianxia clan were at a loss for a while, stiffly looking at the scene before them. The debut of Xianxia clan's Wang Yin and Lin Yuxiu at Zhoutian Temple ended in terrible defeat. Never mind first place, right now they were completely out of the top 10. This meant that they were not even qualified for the 2nd layer of heaven and must join the battles later. This debut ended tragically. In the area above the battle platform, many looked at Yi Futian with uneasiness. This person was a force to be reckoned with. Yi Futian paid no attention to the thoughts of these people. He glanced at the many cultivators still left in the void. His body slowly levitated, and a force of the rules swept out, covering the heavens and everyone within it. The expression of many changed. This guy wanted to challenge everyone head-on with his own strength? All the cultivators stopped battling and turned to face Yi Futian. The rule's power bloomed, and his look was cold. Yi Futian raised his palm and made a grabbing gesture in the void. In an instant, the space storm was born. Everyone felt that their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and the light of the endless starry laws shone forth. "Make your move!" a cultivator called out harshly, and the broadsword of spirit in his hand hacked through everything and split toward Yi Futian's body. But as if he did not see it coming, Yi Futian simply allowed these many rules power landing on him without moving. After 2 rounds of medicinal testing and refining, both his physical and spiritual will had been transformed greatly to resist rules powers and the ability to ignore the rules power and attack remotely. On the vast battle platform with its endless space, an immensely large star sphere seemed to have appeared. As Yi Futian closed his hand, the space was completely restrained and turned into star prison. All the movements of the people stopped and slowed down. They madly compelled their own rules power to try to tear down the rule power that bound them. However, as Yi Futian raised his right hand and struck toward the void, in an instant, countless star fists pierced through the space and pulverized the void. Bang! 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 With violent and turbulent sounds, many vomited blood as they were hit by the fists and lost their ability to combat upon impact. The bodies of all the cultivators rolled back like streams of light. On the battle platform, this radiant scene shocked anyone who beheld it. Many people's heartbeat increased, their eyes glued to the battle platform. Way too forceful. With his own strength, all the cultivators who participated in the same battle were defeated. However, there were still some cultivators who were able to block the attack from Yi Futian, but their hearts were trembling violently. If the cultivation was great to a certain extent and there was enough of a gap, it was not something that could be made up simply by number of people. The power of the rules force was enough to trample over everything. You will fight to determine the rest of the ranking. Yi Futian glanced at the people who were still standing. He had already locked in first place in advance. This time, no one disagreed, and the battle erupted. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood with both hands behind his back, as if none of this had anything to do with him. His goal was not here, it was the 9th layer of heaven on the Juqian ranking. Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? The people in the grandstand watching Yi Futian stood there quietly, but that presence was so much more than Wang Yin previously, as if even he had not just been battling and was just standing there. No one could surpass his glory. He had locked in the first place in advance for the rest of the people to compete for the rankings behind him, and no one dared to disagree. Just now there was a violent noise coming from the battle platform next to them, and many suddenly turned their attention that way. All they could see was an immensely dominant sturdy body that stood above the void. The glory of Buddha radiated from him. The palm of Mahavirakan crushed the firmament, suppressed all things. No cultivators were spared and were all subdued on the spot. The one not only had conquered all but left no room for even the 2nd or 3rd place to the others. The people witnessing this scene were completely speechless. What was happening today? This was only the 1st layer of heaven, and there were 2 such strong cultivators appearing at the same time. Wang Yin of the Qianshan clan debuted at the Juqian temple but ended up just as a side note. Because of the existence of Yi Futian and Yu Shang, the 2 battles ended very quickly. The elder in the void bestowed the Juqian order token, and on it was engraved one word only: 4. The 1st layer of heaven of Juqian temple was the battle of general selections. The person in the 1st place could skip the 2nd and 3rd layer of heavens and enter the 4th layer of heaven of Juqian temple. Those in the 2nd and 3rd place could directly enter the battle platform of the 3rd layer of heaven. People in 4th to 10th place may only step onto the battle platform of the 2nd layer of heaven. As for the others, in order to continue, they must stay and continue to battle in the 1st layer of heaven until they could get within the top 10. Yi Futian left the battle platform after he had received the Juqian order token and immediately headed toward the stairs on the side. He looked up and saw that each layer of the 9 heavens was thousands of feet high, so magnificent that the building at the very top was like a temple of the gods. The lord of the Juqian temple was also an extremely powerful figure, well known in the Emperor Xia's realm, and was someone who could actually meet Emperor Xia face to face. Lifting his feet, Yi Futian walked towards the top, and Yu Shang also came to Yi Futian's side. Walking up the steps, they both possessed the Juqian order token and could advance directly. They will go straight away to the 4th layer of heaven. The 2 of them were together? Many people had the same thought across their eyes, thinking that today, there may be a good show to see. With 2 such formidable cultivators at Juqian temple, who had just crushed all the cultivators with incomparable force to step onto the 4th layer of heaven, their goal would definitely not simply be the fourth layer of heaven. It was highly probable that the younger disciples of great and influential figures came to Juqian Temple for the first time, and such participants would have only one goal in mind, and that would be the top 3 layers of heavens. A higher goal might even be the Juqian ranking. Regardless of which was their goal, it was worth paying attention to. Let's go and purchase seats in the 4th layer of heaven. Many got up and wanted to see the following battles with these two. Let's go and watch as well, people from the Xianxia clan said. Wang Yin and Lin Yuxiu looked at Yi Futian, who was departing, then gave up the thought to continue battling and decided to observe Yi Futian's battle instead. The seats at the 4th layer of heaven were not cheap, and the seats of the 7th layer of heaven were nearly priceless. In fact, the battle could be faintly observed from below, but they were not clear and lacked the live experience when observing the combat in close range. This was how the Juqian Temple became one of the richest principalities in Emperor Xia's realm. Nevertheless, people were still willing to come. The people who cultivated could learn and fight with countless others in their same planes, thus judging where their strength may be among their peers. The Juqian Temple provided an unparalleled platform for all fight lovers. In particular, the influence of the Juqian ranking was recognized by Emperor Xia's realm. Therefore, countless generations of geniuses had set their eyes on the Juqian ranking. Even the little princess, Xia Qingyuan, had come to the Juqian Temple to battle and entered on the Juqian ranking with decisive gestures. This demonstrated just how much influence Juqian Temple had. As he sat down on the seat in the 4th layer of heaven, Yi Futian looked up at the battle platform. At the 4th layer of heaven, the battle was no longer that of 100 people. There would only be 10 cultivators involved in the battle. The rule at this stage was that the first 3 could advance, with the person in first place directly skipping the 5th layer of heaven to enter the 6th layer of heaven. The 2nd and 3rd place could enter the 5th layer of heaven. Under this rule, eventually more people were able to gather to the top, and they would be the strongest and the most powerful. Yi Futian and Yushang were still occupying adjacent battle platforms. Naturally, they would not appear together on the same platform. The number grandstands here were obviously a lot less than at the 1st layer of heaven. The 1st layer of heaven was open to everyone. There was no need to pay, so every day, there would be countless people coming to watch the battles. If there were very powerful competitors or the possibility of exciting battles in the 7th layer of heaven or above, then they would consider coming up to watch the battle. For example, at this time, many followed Yi Futian and Yushang to come up, which surprised many who were in the 4th layer of heaven. After some inquiry, many looked in the direction of Yi Futian, who came directly from the 1st layer of heaven directly to the 4th. It seemed that the following battle would be quite interesting. Soon, after the battle above ended, Yi Futian did not wait any longer and stepped on the battle platform right away and displayed the order token, which signified that he was eligible to participate. Shadows of figures levitated into the air. It didn't take long before there were 10 cultivators appear on the battle platform. Who do you think will take first place? Someone in the stand asked. Su Tu. In the previous battle, he lost to the strongest fighter, but in fact, he had the strength to compete for first place, so in this battle he should have a chance, someone said. Xianxia. She was equally strong in her battle, and her spiritual will was terrifying. Someone else said while looking at a woman. None of them have any chance, someone laughingly said. Yi Futian. It's the first time he came to Juqian Temple, and in the first battle he defeated all the strongest cultivators of the 1st layer of heaven, so he will be likely to continue to skip the 5th layer of heaven and enter directly into the 6th, and then launch his offensive in the 7th. He's only first in the 1st layer of heaven, and those who can set their foothold in the 4th were all coming from the 1st layer of heaven. It doesn't mean anything, someone else commented casually. Watch, many said, and the voices of various discussion did not escape the ears of the top 10 cultivators on the battle platform. Su Tu cast a glance at Yi Futian and Xianxia, then walked toward Yi Futian. Aggressive sword was swept out. A shredding sword appeared in his hand. His spirit also turned into a broadsword with boundless brilliance that wanted to chop off everything. Buzz. A residual shadow appeared. Although Su Tu's body looked heavy and awkward, he was an expert at the rules of the wind, with extreme speed. His whole person was like the sharpest sword. Look closely. Storm blade techniques blended with the powers of wind rules and shredding rules. Someone who favored Su Tu said. Su Tu, along with a horrible sword will, landed in front of Yi Futian. The sword light came down as if to split the void open, and that pressure was simply chilling. Many who were watching were sweating for Yi Futian. The sword light disappeared in a flash and was about to smash down. But Yi Futian stood there and still did not move. Su Tu revealed a look of coldness and had no intention to restrain his force. If Futian was asking for it, then he would oblige. But just as the sword light was getting close to Yi Futian, suddenly, there was an extremely strong conception which seemed to solidify the sword, making it difficult to continue moving forward and slowing down its speed. Pust, pust, sharp and shrill sounds pierced the eardrums, and the sword was still slashing downward, seeming to break the rule's defense and hacking toward the shoulder of Yi Futian. Chop! A cold look flashed across Su Tu's eyes. Was he not able to counter his attack? Above the body of Yi Futian there was a layer of starry radiance shining, and the sword light landed on his shoulder, but it only made a crystal-clear sound. The rule's powers were broken and could not continue its way down. The countless eyes on the grandstand were glued to them. Even those who were waiting to see Yi Futian being taught a lesson were speechless. Even the cultivator from the fourth layer of heaven could not break down his defense, so much so that he couldn't even have the power to make him move. Su Tu's storm blade techniques were a set of techniques incorporating two different powers of rules and was extremely overbearing. However, such a set of blade techniques remained incapable of breaking that youth's defense. The difference in power levels was apparent. Even though the blade's power of rules had been weakened, it should not have performed in such a mediocre manner. One could have said that Yi Futian's physical defense was just so great that not even rules were capable of breaking it. Su Tu stared at Yi Futian with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Yi Futian simply took a look at him before throwing a punch at him. Su Tu retreated like a gust of wind, but as the punch connected, the will imbued within it penetrated him and made him feel as if his innards were torn to shreds by the fearsome power of the punch. He was sent flying like a ragdoll in midair while spitting up blood. What the hell? Those who followed him to train from the first layer of heaven watched with burning eyes. They deemed him to be one would definitely make it to the seventh layer. Which force does Yi Futian belong to? There were those who felt curious about his background and began speculating. No idea. No one had any clue. However, given that there were a huge number of mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, it was quite normal that none of them had no clue about his identity. They only knew that there was one immensely talented cultivator beginning to make his way through the Jiuqian temple. Yi Futian's sight might have been set on reaching the 8th or even the Jiuqian ranking, which was the 9th. As for his eligibility to move to the next round, there was little to be left to the imagination. He was able to simply pulverize Su Tu, and that meant that there was no doubt that he would be able to make it to the stage at the 6th layer of heaven. Wang Yin shuddered restlessly and Lin Yuxiu bit his lips. It seemed that the problem did not lie with their powers, but their luck. They just happened to come across a human-shaped monster right from the first stage of the Jiuqian temple, and said monster was a genius-level figure who was fighting in the Jiuqian temple for the first time, just like they were. An unspoken consensus was reached between the others at the stage, and no one else dared to make a move against Yi Futian. They fought each other until, eventually, Xianxia was the only one left. Xianxia's eyes were crystal clear when she looked at Yi Futian. A powerful spiritual will power burst forth, and Yi Futian felt as if a mystical power was attempting to take control of his will. The woman before him trained in similar ways to Hua Jiu. I'm not going to do you any harm. Yield if you know what I mean, Yi Futian said plainly. His voice sounded like a bell, ringing in Xianxia's mind. The magnitude of the power imbued within made her realize that it was not something she was able to control. It became clear there was little left to the imagination with the battle between them. He was not someone she could defeat. I yield. Xianxia gave up and rescinded her powers. As expected, one fight was all it took for Yi Futian to emerge as the champion of that round of fights. The elder who was hosting the fights announced the result and bestowed Yi Futian with a Jiuqian order token. The word 6 was carved on the token, as well as his name, Yi Futian. Yifutian walked down the stage with the token in his hand. Yushang had been waiting for him down there, and Yifutian felt rather exasperated. Those who shared the stage with him were indeed out of luck. Both of them walked towards the steps and continued going up. Let's get to the 6th layer of heaven. Many followed, and the huge group was quickly formed behind them. Yifutian naturally realized the ruckus, but he did not pay it any heed. It would have been even better if the ruckus had been bigger. If Hua Jiu and the others happened to see it, then they would know that he came. Yifutian and Yushang did not separate at the 6th layer of heaven, as there was only one stage for every plane. There were considerably fewer combatants left there, and there was simply no need for 3 stages to be around. There would have been few battles fought on one stage if the stages were still arranged in such ways. Furthermore, their tokens were taken as soon as they reached the 6th layer of heaven. The rules of the battles there were different. The battles were arranged by the ones working at the Juqian temple instead of free-for-alls. Yifutian and Yushang came to a stage and took their seats, and many sat in the area around them. The phenomenon attracted the attention of many, and there were people asking, "What's going on?" There were some guys who managed to reach the 6th layer of heaven fighting only 2 battles. Those guys might actually make it to the 7th with just 3 battles. Someone from the crowd answered, "Who are those people?" Everyone pointed at Yifutian and Yushang, saying, "Both of them fought only 2 battles each. If they are able to become number 1 in the coming battles, they can make it straight to the 7th. Is it all that difficult to reach the 6th with just 2 battles?" A cold, aloof voice was heard, and many turned their eyes around. An impossibly handsome young man scanned everyone around and said, "Many on this 6th layer of heaven are capable of what you just said, but many of them fell right here. Only 1 out of 10 will be able to make it to the 7th, and they won't be fighting people of those levels anymore." The young man was too an exceptional figure, but he had been trying to reach the 7th, and he failed every single attempt. Furthermore, one was only given an opportunity to try their hand once a day. If they were to fail, they were required to come the next day instead. Many nodded and knew what he said to be true. All who were able to make it to the 6th layer of heaven were people who made it through rounds of selection processes. Furthermore, in the coming battles between 10 combatants, only one would make it through and was granted the right to step onto the 7th layer. It was worth noting that other than the ones who had just made it through back in the 5th, the mighty ones on the 6th layer also consisted of those who failed to make it to the 7th. Those were also people who emerged from the 5th before. Furthermore, according to the records of the Juqian temple regarding those who fought their way through, combatants to fight in the 6th were arranged to be carried out between newcomers and veterans, each side of equal numbers. It's all right if they fail. I've been trying to make it to the 7th for 100 days straight now. If I lose today, I will have lost 100 battles already. Hopefully, you'll be lucky enough to not be arranged to fight me." A huge fat guy at the side quipped jokingly. Many laughed in response. The fat guy had been incredibly famous around those parts. His name was Lu Chong, and while he was not actually weak and could even be said to be very powerful, he was really down on his luck. The one he was arranged to fight when he came to make his challenge every day had been unervingly powerful people. Out of the 99 losses he suffered prior, there had been over 30 times where he had emerged as number 2. His uncanny lack of luck was very obvious. Yifutian took a look at Lu Chong after finding the chatter around him to sound peculiar. He and Lu Chong were on the same stage, and Yushang was there as well. That meant that Lu Chong had a very high probability of being arranged to fight either him or Yushang, or maybe even fighting them both. "You're really down on your luck indeed," Yifutian said. "I know. But I think I'll have better luck today, as there doesn't seem to be anyone particularly powerful around today. That pale, clean guy might have some tricks up his sleeve, but he will still be an easy job," Lu Chong elaborated with a smile. He was talking about the handsome young man named He Lu. Yifutian did not say anything further. At that moment, a voice was heard from the stage announcing, "Lu Chong, Wang Yi, Jiang He, Yifutian, He Lu are to get up on the stage." Yushang's name was not on the list. He had deliberately asked to be separated from Yifutian when he handed his token in, and it seemed that the ones at the Juqian temple did as he wished. One figure after another took to the air, and 10 mighty ones came to stand on the stage soon. Boom! A tremendously wild aura burst forth, and Lu Chong's plump body quickly petrified in an instant. A stone godlike life spirit was unleashed, and he quickly transformed. His body continued to expand, and he became like a stone giant. "Kid, you're down on your luck then," Lu Chong said to Yifutian, and brought a wild power of rules to bear on him. The other 9 mighty ones bloomed with light of petrification, and their bodies started to become petrified bit by bit. Lu Chong went on to attack all the other 9 around him, which served as a testament to his confidence in his power. The other mighty ones brought their own power of rules to bear one after another, stopping the encroaching fossilization rules. But then again, Lu Chong's arms quickly extended in a frenzy and manifested many more stone arms, striking all 9 mighty ones at the same time. Yifutian came to understand somewhat why Lu Chong's luck had been so bad. He had been aiming to attack everyone right from the start. Such a high-profile way of going about things meant that it would end in a tragedy for him if he did not have what it took to overpower everyone else. But then again, he seemed to have a healthy attitude about things. The arms struck down like mountains with incredible force. Yifutian simply threw a punch. His power of the starry laws clashed with the stony powers of his opponent, and the powers of both sides were quickly reduced to dust. "Ha-ha! Good one, kid," Lu Chong laughed and said. His terrifying arms continued to sweep through the stage, and 2 mighty ones were soon hit and suffered internal injuries. "Everyone stop where you are," Lu Chong shouted, and mountains began to spring on the vast stage, attempting to seal the space they occupied within the rock. There were some whose bodies were completely buried by the light of petrification. They attempted to break free before Lu Chong's attacks were seen descending from above, throwing them back again soon. Yifutian saw powerful fossilization rules turning into rock and encroaching onto his body. Powers of rules out to tear everything apart flowed around him. It seemed that Lu Chong's powers were indeed formidable, yet he truly was down on his luck. Yifutian did not bother doing anything and simply stood by, watching how Lu Chong went on to crush all the other 8 all on his own. "It seems like Lu Chong will finally be making it to the 7th then," some around the stage laughed and said. "That guy you just mentioned doesn't seem to be all that capable. The battles down there sure lacked punch." Some laughed and jested, seeing how Yifutian's body was all covered in rock. "Just wait and see." Those who came with Yifutian replied. All who had seen Yifutian fight knew without a doubt how powerful he truly was. While Lu Chong was indeed incredibly powerful, Yifutian was still able to beat him. "What do you think?" Lu Chong took a look at Yifutian and continued. "You seem to be capable enough. How about you come with me then?" Yifutian took a look at him and said, "You're formidable, but it's a shame." "Shame? How so?" Lu Chong looked at Yifutian, who was covered in rocks, and asked laughingly. Boom! The rocks covering Yifutian were blown to pieces with a loud boom, and he streaked at Lu Chong like a bolt of lightning. Lu Chong was dumbfounded, but quickly laughed and said, "Good one indeed." Countless arms of rock fell down on Yifutian as soon as Lu Chong finished his line. However, Yifutian did not bother resisting. The light of the stars basked about his body while he took the rocky arms head-on. "You have a death wish or something?" Lu Chong was puzzled but quickly found at the next moment that his arms were blasted to dust. He responded immediately by bringing even greater power to bear on Yifutian, but his attempts proved futile. A streak of dazzling light shot straight through, followed by a finger bringing boundless light to bear on his huge body. The great rocky body blew up in an instant, and Lu Chong's body was soon exposed, shuddering as he looked at Yifutian before him. "I hope you have better luck tomorrow." A smile was seen on Yifutian's face. Lu Chong wanted very much to pummel Yifutian, but he seemed to know that the odds were stacked against him. He had actually lost 100 battles in a row. Another monster? Many around the stage looked at the scene, their jaws dropping. All of them were rendered speechless. Just as speculated by those who came up with him, Yifutian fought only 3 battles before making it to the 7th layer of heaven. Even those who were as powerful as Lu Chong were done for within seconds. Lu Chong's misfortune was really unnatural, as he even encountered one like Yifutian even on his 100th battle. Yifutian looked up at the figure who was hosting the battles. They took out a Jutian order token and carved Yifutian's name as well as the word 7 on it before throwing it to Yifutian, saying, "Yifutian, you made it to the next round. From this moment on, you're eligible for challenges at the 7th layer of heaven." He made it to the 7th layer of heaven. 3 layers within a single day. Yifutian walked off the stage as soon as he had gotten the Jutian order token to the 7th layer of heaven. Lu Chong walked off looking dejected as well. Countless eyes were on Lu Chong, who was hanging his head low, and felt rather impressed by his unnerving streak of bad luck. But then again, Yifutian was indeed really powerful. Lu Chong's powers definitely qualified him for the 7th layer of heaven, but he was severely lacking in luck. If Yifutian was capable of taking down the likes of Lu Chong in mere seconds, it meant that he had secured a place even in the 7th layer of heaven. However, no one was certain if he would be able to make it past the 7th. The rules in the 7th and the 8th layers of heaven in the Jutian Temple were far more terrifying than that of the 6th. The rules were such that they were known to be devilish. Every battle fought in the 6th leading to the 7th would definitely yield one winner. Even if there were a few battles fought within a day, there would be many mighty ones gaining access to the 7th as time passed. However, things were different in the 8th layer of heaven. If one were to advance into the 8th from the 7th, one had to face greater challenges. It was the same going from 8th to 9th. As such, even though Yifutian was extremely exceptional and it seemed guaranteed that he would be able to get a shining result at the 7th layer of heaven, he would have still face unnerving difficulty making to the 8th. As such, there were no guarantees about anything. Furthermore, one needed good timing to do so as well. Yifutian took a seat instead of leaving immediately, as Yushang had yet to fight. It seemed that the 10 combatants in his round had yet to be gathered. The host was still waiting. There were times where people would come to the stage he fought on, and other times someone coming up from below. After waiting for quite a while, the host finally announced that the battles would continue, and Yushang stepped onto the stage. Yifutian did not bother thinking about whether or Yushang would be able to make it, as there simply was no need to do so. As expected, when the battle started, Yushang brought his overpowering might to bear and threw one of his opponents off, looking invincible as he was doing so. When Yushang was battling, a dazzling beam of light showered down from above. Countless people around the stage looked up and saw glittering light way above the ground. At the same time, 2 beams appeared on the stage, shining onto 2 different figures. Yifutian was able to see things clearer from his seat at the 6th layer of heaven, catching sight of a figure standing from their seat, with eyes looking sharp as swords and piercing through the air, looking at the 8th layer of heaven. That figure was clad in a white robe that looked as clean and flawless as snow. He wore headgear that made him look dashing. He might have looked like a scholar and was simply standing where he was, yet he looked mighty nonetheless. "Third brother," Yifutian shouted deep within his mind. His third brother was actually at the Jutian Temple and was actually at the 8th layer of heaven. If his third brother was around, then Jiu and the others should be around as well. Mu Fanshan. At that moment, one shocked voice after another was heard saying a name. It was apparent that they were able to recognize the one who was standing beside Gu Donglu, an unparalleled genius named Mu Fanshan. Among the super mighty ones at the Jutian Temple's 8th layer of heaven, it was said that he had secured a stellar record of 8 consecutive victories, which meant that it would simply take him 2 more consecutive victories to earn a place at the 9th layer of heaven, and subsequently be ranked in the Jutian ranking. That would put him to be on par with those legendary figures, becoming known as someone like those people. Furthermore, Mu Fanshan definitely had what it took to be recognized as such. "That's Gu Donglu, no?" One voice after another was heard. "Yes. He appeared in the last showdown at the 7th layer of heaven," someone said. Yifutian finally understood from the surrounding chatter that in the key battles of the 7th and 8th layers of heaven, the stage above projected stronger light, enabling all within the Jutian Temple to witness those battles. He is something indeed. Just look at how many days it took for Gu Donglu to get 8 consecutive victories in the 8th layer of heaven. Many quipped with a shocked and impressed voice. It was said that Gu Donglu came from the lower worlds. That kind of talent is eerie indeed. In the rules of combat of the 7th and 8th layer of heaven, mighty ones who managed to secure 8 consecutive victories were arranged to fight another who had secured 8 consecutive victories as well. One of them would definitely end up losing and was required to start all over again. It worked this way for everyone else. If Mu Fanxian had secured 8 consecutive victories, that meant that Gu Donglu, who was standing opposite him, had also secured 8 consecutive victories. That would be their 9th battle, and the winner of that battle would be granted the right to challenge another who secured 9 consecutive victories at the 8th layer of heaven. The winner of that 10th battle would then be granted passage to the 9th layer of heaven and be ranked on the Juqian ranking. Powerful indeed, but I heard that Gu Donglu and the others from the lower worlds have become enemies with P23. The very reason why Gu Donglu fought in the Juqian temple is to be able to challenge P23, who is ranked on the Juqian ranking. He sure is going to be disappointed after this. I've also heard news about the little princess in this matter. If Gu Donglu is truly able to make it to the 9th, I want to get a seat at the 9th regardless of the price I have to pay, just to witness the battle between him and P23 for myself. The people around were growing restless and a voice was heard in the air. Gu Donglu, who has secured 8 consecutive victories, will be battling against Mu Fanxian, who has also secured 8 consecutive victories, at the 8th layer of heaven of the Juqian temple, an hour from now. The voice was cast from the 8th layer of heaven, and everyone was able to hear it clearly. Yifutian's eyes turned incredibly sharp. He had familiarized himself with the rules of the Juqian temple's battles and, as such, knew what was to come very well. His third brother had secured 8 consecutive victories at the 8th layer of heaven, and was making the way to the 9th one step at a time. Third brother, wait for me, Yifutian said to himself. He would be able to simply get up there and watch the battle as a spectator, but he apparently wanted to be more than a spectator. He wanted to see for himself, at the Juqian temple's 9th layer of heaven, what that P23, someone who dared to tear Wuxian's life spirit away, was like. It would have been easier to do with Xia Qingyuan around, as the name of Emperor Xia was not allowed to be tarnished, and the same went for Xia Qingyuan as well. With Xia Qingyuan around, he could do anything and there was nothing anyone could do about him. A lord of a holy land of the 9 states of the lower worlds, so long as he played by the rules. As such, Yifutian would have stuck to the rules and would not have challenged them. While he was a palace lord, he was in Emperor Xia's realm, and his status fell rather short. Yushang heard the voice from the 8th layer of heaven as well. He went to overpower all of the mighty ones on the stage with extreme might, taking the Juqian order token granting him passage to the 7th, then walked off the stage. He came to stand beside Yifutian and looked up. Gu Donglu and Mu Fanxian were both standing at the forum up in the 8th layer of heaven, but they had yet to fight. It was the rules of the Juqian temple. A noteworthy battle like that naturally needed more eyes on it, and it was one that would make some pay a hefty price just to witness it at the 8th layer of heaven. At that moment, none in the Juqian temple seemed to be in the mood to watch the battles in the stages before them anymore. They all looked up at the dazzling light at the 8th layer of heaven. Those at the bottom layers hated being at such a low place and wanted to watch the upcoming battle up close to the 8th layer of heaven. "Let's go," Yifutian said to Yushang, who nodded in response. They both walked to the steps at the side. "They're going up to the 7th. Those who had been paying attention to the battles fought by Yifutian and Yushang took a look at the air before turning their attention back to the two of them. Some got up and decided to head over to the 7th layer of heaven, as that enabled them to watch the battle between Gu Donglu and Mu Fanxian closer. At the same time, they wanted to watch the performance of both Yifutian and Yushang at the 7th layer of heaven. They wanted to see if those two, who fought only 3 battles before making it to the 7th layer of heaven of the Juqian temple, were able to continue to shine in their next stages. At that moment, a group of people appeared at the steps. It was none other than Li Qingyun and his people, who were tasked to guard the sky stairwell. Li Qingyun was formidable and he had a divine implement with him. It was due to said divine implement that he was able to make it to the Juqian temple from the sky stairwell in such a short period of time. He was rather shocked to see Gu Donglu and Mu Fanxian appearing in the sky. He was rather surprised at how far Gu Donglu had been able to go. "It's them," Li Qingyun saw Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who were heading towards the steps to the 7th layer of heaven, and was somewhat shocked. They're fast. The ones behind him were impressed. They all made it their due to the powers of their divine implements. They had not been spending much time on their journey and were all shocked to find Yi Futian and Yu Shang already at the 7th layer of heaven. Li Qingyun felt somewhat like a loser. He had been a very proud person once, but was quickly taken down by a strike from Yi Futian's halberd. They saw the obstacles of the sky stairwell to be non-existent, coming and going as they pleased. Li Qingyun and his people pursued them and found Yi Futian already at the 7th layer of heaven. They were such geniuses that it filled him with envy. Yi Futian might actually be one who could make it to the 9th layer of heaven. Follow them, Li Qingyun said, and they tailed Yi Futian and Yu Shang, arriving at the stands of the 7th layer of heaven. Yi Futian had already handed his token to the person in charge at the Jiutian temple and had them arrange his battles. However, no one was battling at the 7th layer of heaven at the moment, and no one seemed to be in the mood of doing battle. Their eyes were all on Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen, ready to see who among them would emerge victorious. There were fewer seats at the 7th layer of heaven, and those who were able to sit there were all notable people. Many of them hailed from renowned clans of Emperor Xia's realm. Mu Fanchen will win his 9th consecutive battle in this one, and he is but a step away from the Jiutian ranking, someone commented. This Gu Donglu fellow is not weak by any means. His life spirit is rather special as well. He wouldn't have been able to make it this far otherwise. He's definitely strong, alright, but he's still from the lower worlds. Mu Fanchen isn't someone he can win against. This battle will be Gu Donglio's last at the Jiutian temple. It's hopeless for him to be able to challenge Pei Qianying. A woman with exceptional looks said. Mu Fanchen gave you instructions before, so do you have a thing for him now? A young man jested at the side. Quit spouting nonsense. The woman looked rather embarrassed and continued. I'm just telling the truth as it is. Those from the lower worlds were taken by the princess for training, but some didn't know their place and actually wanted to make it to the Jiutian ranking. The insignificant one from the lower worlds that you speak of now stands at the 8th layer of heaven and all eyes are on him. Where are you now, if I may ask? A cold voice was said. Zhao Shi looked back and saw a handsome face, but the eyes were extremely piercing, and there was a touch of coldness about his figure. This person seemed extremely young, but he made those around him feel a lot of pressure. Her face changed slightly. She had belittled Gu Donglu in order to raise up Mu Fanchen. But in reality, Gu Donglu had had an 8-battle winning streak and was only 2 victories away from getting onto the Jiutian ranking. This was extraordinary and was obviously not something that she could do. However, she naturally could not admit this, and so she frowned and said, I said that people from the lower world do not have any kind of profound understanding. Do you have a problem with that? The chick mocks the phoenix, but in its self-satisfaction, it doesn't even know how high the sky is. Yi Futian glanced at Zhao Shi coldly. Afterwards, he didn't look at her but looked at the 2 figures in the 8th layer of heaven. Zhao Shi's face changed. He had actually used an insulting word like chick to describe her. The youth beside her cast his gaze upon Yi Futian. His eyes were sharp, and there was an air of threat about him. A saint had come into the Zhao clan decades ago, which meant that they had a place in Emperor Xia's realm. They were a power that was at the saint level, so they were able to get in touch with Mu Fanchen. They were close to Mu Fanchen's family, and Zhao Shi was indeed interested in him. So she would naturally speak up for him and belittle Gu Donglu, but she did not want to be mocked and humiliated like this. Take back what you just said and apologize. Beside her, Zhao Xi's eyes were cold as he glanced at Yi Futian. He was filled with a cold, invisible pressure. Yi Futian looked back and glanced coldly at Zhao Xi. These 2 obviously came from the same force. However, here on the 7th layer of heaven, they had mocked Gu Donglu in order to raise up Mu Fanchen, thus revealing their low breeding and humble origins. Yu Shang took a step forward. His burly body carried a compelling force with it. Several people were standing by Zhao Shi and Zhao Xi, all of whom had a faint force around them that then fell upon Yu Shang and Yi Futian. There were even sages among them, all of whom were cultivators from their clan. "Get out of here," Yushang said coldly to Xianxia. Yifutian averted his gaze, looking at him no more. Someone who had shown himself to be so petty was not worth looking at anymore, let alone apologizing to. If it had not been for him insulting his third brother, he would not have paid any attention to him. Zhao Shi and the others' faces all changed. These two were so supercilious. Yifutian seemed to be disdaining them by his actions, as if he were too lazy to even look at them. They had never seen anyone so pretentious. Even Mu Fanchen was modest and polite. When had he ever been like Yifutian? The more low-born someone was, the more they liked to embody their own uniqueness in such an independent way. They thought they were a cut above everyone else, but they didn't know how stupid they were. Now, a cultivator looked over at them and said, "You must know the rules of Jiutian Temple. If there is a problem, you can solve it on the law battle platform." "I understand." Zhao Xi nodded, then looked at Yifutian. "Have you come to participate in the law battle of the 7th layer of heaven?" Since they had displayed themselves so ostentatiously, they must have some power, and thus had come to fight in the 7th layer of heaven. Yifutian still ignored him, but the one who had come with him said, "We've already fought here in the 7th layer of heaven." Everyone looked interested and watched with excitement. This Yifutian was exceedingly arrogant. He had been disdainful to the Zhao clan. Zhao Xi had fought many times in the 7th layer of heaven. His record winning streak was 7 victories, so he could be said to be very strong. Although, as he had approached his 8th victory in a row, he had been defeated and had to start all over again, his strength was undoubtable. Moreover, it seemed that he was once again on a 5-match winning streak. "In that case, why don't we learn from each other on the law battle platform?" asked Zhao Xi. "Can you shut up?" Yifutian still did not look at Zhao Xi but looked at the two figures in the sky. The battle was about to begin. The people around them were speechless. He was so arrogant that Zhao Xi was simply not in his line of sight. "You express your extraordinariness in this way, yet avoid a direct confrontation? That's ridiculous." Zhao Xi's eyes were cold. Yifutian turned and finally looked at Zhao Xi and Zhao Shi. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he said, "If the people of Jiutian Temple arrange it, then I have no objections." "Good." Zhao Xi nodded, then looked at the person who presided over the law battles up on the law battle platform. "Could you arrange a law battle for us?" He looked at Zhao Xi and said, "You already have 5 victories in a row." People who had 5 victories in a row would usually face cultivators who also had 5 victories in a row, so the farther they went the higher the difficulty became. Most people could never get through it and would stay on the 7th layer of heaven. "This battle doesn't have to go on my record," said Zhao Xi indifferently. "Fine." The cultivator did not say much. There was a touch of coldness about Zhao Xi's mouth. Before, when Yifutian and Yushang had released their power, he had naturally felt their cultivation. They were mid-level magi while he stood at the peak of the magi plane. The best he had done upon the law battle platform of the 7th layer of heaven was a 7-battle winning streak. How could someone who was just stepping onto the law battle platform for the first time hope to fight him? Zhao Xi sat on the platform that looked up to the 8th layer of heaven, and he looked very indifferent. "Let's begin." At that moment a voice rang out. Up in the 8th layer of heaven, Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen stood up and faced each other. At that moment, in all the vast and high Jiutian Temple, other than the endless law battles, all other fights were temporarily suspended, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the 8th layer of heaven. An 8-battle winning streak was the most impressive accomplishment aside from a 9-battle winning streak. Thus, the audience was obviously engrossed in it. An endless brilliance was released from the 8th layer of heaven's law battle platform, making it easier to see and invoking the emotions of the cultivators of Jiutian Temple. The reason why Jiutian Temple was so famous in Emperor Xia's realm was because of the hardships and bloodshed experienced there. This was what every cultivator yearned for. The radiance was extremely dazzling. Gu Donglio's life spirit bloomed, and in a flash, the 9-word ring surrounded him, swallowing up the brilliance. A celestial shadow also appeared on him, the celestial shadow of the 9-word ring, making celestial light flow across his body. It was glorious to behold. I never would have imagined there were such peerless figures in the lower world. Many people in the Juqian temple stands thought secretly. The battle had not yet begun, but they could already feel the brilliance. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Mu Fanchen. Afterward, he split into several different bodies that stood in different positions upon the law battle platform. Each one of them was based on Mu Fanchen, but each had a different temperament, and the auras that came from them were different. A deafening roar sounded around Jiutian Temple. Mu Fanchen obviously enjoyed a great reputation, and many of the people clustered around believed he would win this battle. Each of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations has different abilities. He has already produced 6 exterior incarnations. It is said that he practiced so hard that he can produce up to 9. Each one is different. With such a powerful ability, how can Gu Donglu win? Zhao Xi said indifferently. Yifutian also saw Mu Fanchen's body changing. These exterior incarnations were much stronger than the Zhuge families. Since Mu Fanchen was able to win 8 matches in a row in the 8th layer of heaven, he was hailed as the next one to fight his way into the Juqian ranking. He was quite outstanding. But even so, Yifutian was not greatly disturbed. When Third Brother's life spirit had undergone its transformation, he had become much stronger than before. Now, after more than 3 years of trials, it was naturally impossible for him to fail to achieve results. Third Brother would definitely fight his way into the 9th layer of heaven. Suddenly, a group of figures that looked like gods of war was summoned around Gu Donglu. An ancient word was engraved on each figure, and in total there were 9 words. When the 9 figures were lined up, there were more of them than there were of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations. This scene made everyone even more excited, as if they were the ones fighting in this battle. Although Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen's abilities were different, the effects were somewhat similar. So, who was stronger? At that moment, a boundless celestial light seemed to bloom from Gu Donglio's body, covering the 9 summoned gods of war. They seemed to resonate with his life spirit. In that instant, the rays of his radiance covered the law battle platform. It seemed that the power of heaven and earth on that platform resonated with him and was there for him to use. Yifutian sometimes wondered why Third Brother's life spirit could awaken. He had never heard Third Brother mention his family. According to the master, at first, after seeing Second Sister, Third Brother would not follow him. But it seemed that the master must have deliberately abducted him, although he was not clear on the details. But the source of a life spirit, generally speaking, came from one's heritage, especially extremely powerful life spirits. The 9 gods of war with words carved into them moved as one, and they descended like a flash of lighting upon their opponent, giving birth to an incomparably dazzling, invincible Madra. Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations did not shirk their duties and directly collided with the gods of war. In an instant, the airflow on the law battle platform was dancing wildly. Soldier, spat Gu Donglu, and the god of war with soldier, carved on it, cut forward like a knife through bamboo. It was so sharp that it was like a sword slicing down. It turned into the Milky Way sword and sought to destroy everything in front of it. So strong. Everyone's hearts beat faster. Gu Donglu had taken the initiative and attacked. He had stepped out with the 9 gods of war. Each god of war was good at a different Madra and even used different rule powers. This level of ability was simply terrifying, and thus everyone's hearts were beating faster. Mu Fanchen has not attacked. He has chosen defense. The incomparably beautiful battle on the 8th layer of heaven made everyone in Jiutian Temple quiet. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Mu Fanchen seemed to be feeling Gu Donglio's power, as he took the initiative to defend, not to attack. There was a strange look in Zhao Shi and Zhao Xi's eyes as they watched the battle with amazement. Mu Fanchen must not have used all his power yet. He's observing his opponent, said Zhao Shi. Everyone ignored her. The battle in the sky continued. The 9 gods of war attacked at once, and at the same time they resonated with Gu Donglu. The light of his life spirit covered the 9 gods of war, combining the 9 into one. Mu Fanchen had still not counterattacked. Or perhaps he could not counterattack. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. How could this be? Gu Donglu was suppressing Mu Fanchen. Upon the incomparably beautiful law battle platform of the 8th layer of heaven, Gu Donglu had seized the initiative. The more the 9 war godlike figures fought, the more powerful they became. Endless rays of light connected them together, turning the 9 bodies into one. Each of their attacks was more powerful than the last, and they suppressed Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations. At this moment, even Zhao Shi was speechless, and her face was slightly pale. Although her level was much lower, she could at least understand what was going on in the battle. It was very obvious that Mu Fanchen was not merely observing Gu Donglu, but had indeed been firmly suppressed by him and had absolutely no chance to counterattack. One as strong as Mu Fanchen had been suppressed. Many people in Juqian Temple watched the showdown. They had thought that this would be another chance for Mu Fanchen to show off. No one had thought it would end like this. The crowd was silent. The cultivators who used to scream and cheer for Mu Fanchen watched the battle without a sound. Finally, an incomparable brilliance bloomed upon the law battle platform. Mu Fanchen was hit. He coughed up a stream of blood as he was sent flying. He wanted to keep fighting, but Gu Donglu did not give him the chance. His fists struck repeatedly, causing him to shake wildly and continuously spit up blood. It was quite brutal. A dazzling radiance shone out. Mu Fanchen was once again sent flying. He had finally stopped resisting. He looked up at Gu Donglu. He did not have the same countenance as before, and seemed a little dazed, and even a bit unsure of himself. He had been defeated by a proud son of heaven from the 9 states of the lower world. Could even be said that he had been crushed by him. He had only needed 2 more battles to enter the 9th layer of heaven. Now he had been stopped here and would have to start again. He believed he was strong enough to fight his way back to this point at any time, but this defeat was still a blemish on his reputation. Gu Donglu has won 9 victories in a row. At that moment a voice rang throughout Jiutian Temple, making everyone tremble. He had won 9 consecutive victories on the 8th layer of heaven. With just 1 more victory, Gu Donglu would enter the 9th layer of heaven, ascend to the Jiutian ranking, and would have his name engraved within Jiutian Temple. Those who could get on the Jiutian ranking were all prodigies of the divine path and would stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the top talents of Emperor Xia's realm. Upon the law battle platform, the light dimmed, and everything in the 8th layer of heaven gradually became blurry. Afterward, Jiutian Temple was in an uproar as everyone discussed the battle. This fight had obviously been shocking to many of them. Yifutian looked away from the 8th layer of heaven and towards the law battle platform before him. His next step should be to go to the 8th layer of heaven to reconvene with Third Brother. But according to the rules, he would have to win 10 victories in a row, and each victory would have to be against an opponent with an equal number of victories. Moreover, he would have to wait for someone from Jiutian Temple to arrange it. In general, they would arrange 1 battle per day. He didn't have time to wait. Not far from him, Zhao Shi thought that Yifutian would say something sarcastic. But Yifutian did not look back at her at all, making her face feel hot with embarrassment. This kind of disregard was ever so shameful. Yu Sheng glanced at her coldly, making her feel very uncomfortable. His contemptuous eyes seemed to regard her as an idiot. Could you arrange our battle first? Zhao Xi asked the cultivator on the law battle platform. The cultivator looked at Yifutian. Jiutian Temple had its own rules, but if someone asked and it didn't affect the rules too much, he had no objection. Some battles would attract more attention, and people would be happy to watch. You don't have to accept, he said to Yifutian. I accept, Yifutian said calmly. Fine. If you win, it will be counted in the record. If Zhao Xi wins, it won't be, said the man indifferently. Zhao Xi's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky. He then descended upon the law battle platform. He stood there and looked down on Yifutian. He had never seen someone as arrogant as him. It seemed as if, in his eyes, he could not tolerate anyone else. What are you waiting for? Zhao Shi still stared at Yifutian. Gu Donglu had defeated Mu Fanchen, making the joy leave her face. Thus, in this battle, Zhao Xi must humiliate Yifutian. In the stands, Li Qingyun looked at Zhao Xi and Zhao Shi with a bit of sympathy. He had just seen Gu Donglio's battle and felt that he was very strong. Yi Futian had come up the sky stairwell. He was probably no weaker than Gu Donglu. Xianxia would probably come to grief in this battle. Many eyes were upon Yi Futian. They saw him step forward onto the law battle platform. He did not look at Xianxia, and his gaze drifted as if he were thinking about something. "You first," Xianxia said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally looked up at Xianxia. He stretched out his arm, and suddenly, a stream of glittering particles flowed out from it. Although they were just particles, the aura that came from them made Xianxia feel threatened. His life spirit bloomed, and at the same time, he released his law will as he readied for battle. But when he saw this, Yi Futian crossed through the air like the wind and turned into a beam of light that directly descended upon where he was. He was too fast. He was there in an instant. Xiaoxi's aura burst out wildly, but Yi Futian's arm shot forward. The endless stream of particles pierced Xiaoxi's defenses and crushed everything. In that instant, the law battle platform trembled fiercely. Each particle was like a star and carried unmatched power. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and everyone's hearts leapt. They all stared at the law battle platform and saw Yi Futian's arm piercing through all the defenses and slamming into Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia was bending at the waist as if he could no longer stand up straight. His eyes were wide as if he had experienced something terrible, and his face was so white as to not have a trace of color left in it. With just one blow, everything had come to a stop. Yi Futian removed his hand from Xiaoxi's chest and put it around his throat. He lifted him into the air and said, "You want me to apologize?" Xiaoxia was lifted up like a corpse. He looked at Yi Futian, feeling endless humiliation. However, Yi Futian's eyes were the same as before, full of contempt and disdain, as if he had never held any respect for him. "Can he bear it?" Yi Futian asked indifferently, and he looked at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's face went white as paper. Several cultivators beside her stepped forward and shot cold glances at Yi Futian. "Release him," they said. "Immediately." "Who are you talking to?" A sharp, cold voice rang out. The Zhao family cultivators saw an old man walking towards them. In an instant, the Ling Tian sword will descended. They suddenly felt that if this man wished it, they would be sliced to pieces by the sword. This was the power of a saint. Their faces became extremely troubled. Who was this Yi Futian? Zhao Shi's face had lost all color. How could this be? All the cultivators looked at Yi Futian and their hearts beat rapidly. This guy was too strong, and he had a saint following him. So why did no one know about him? A figure like this could not be anonymous in Emperor Xia's realm. "Who are you, my lord?" One of the Zhao family cultivators asked Yi Futian. He had a saint following him. Even those of one of the clans could not dare to offend him. "I come from the 9 states, so I am from the lower world, just as she said Yi Futian. A strange look came over everyone's faces. It was rumored that Gu Donglu also came from the lower world, and today he had shown his brilliance. And now Yi Futian said he had come from there as well. "Gu Donglu is my brother," continued Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts beat faster. The two brothers were both outstanding. Zhao Shi finally understood how she had offended Yi Futian. The one she had disdained was Yi Futian's brother. "When I came to the upper worlds from the 9 states, some people dismissed me. Now, in Juqian Temple it is the same." Yi Futian swept his gaze over the crowd. He saw that Li Qingyun was also there. Upon hearing Yi Futian's words, he went red. Previously, he had indeed dismissed Yi Futian. However, from Juqian Temple to the 7th layer of heaven, there has not been one person who could bear even a single attack from me. Is this where your pride comes from? Yi Futian's eyes gradually became sharper, and his tone was full of arrogance. "I did not come from the lower world to prove how many layers of heaven I could fight my way through, nor to get on the Juqian ranking. My brothers and I came to find someone. It is said that he is on the Juqian ranking, and thus I had to fight my way up through the ranking." Yi Futian's calm words made everyone's hearts beat faster. Everyone knew who he had come for. Just like those others from the lower world, he had come for Pei Qianying. He had come to Juqian Temple not for anything else but to break through to the 9th layer of heaven. What a wild gesture this was. The battles on the 7th layer of heaven are meaningless to me. If there are those with different winning streaks here, can I fight them all together? I'm in a hurry, Yifutian continued. Everyone's gaze froze upon him. They understood what he said this for. He was in a hurry, so he didn't want to wait. According to Juqian Temple's rules, he would probably have to wait many days before he could get to the 8th layer of heaven. He was not that patient and had directly challenged people with different winning streaks. And he had challenged them all at once. This was simply... Before, when little Princess Xia Qingyuan had dashed off to Juqian Temple, the abbot had personally accompanied her. The rules were directly revised to allow her to fight her way into the 9th layer of heaven and climb onto the Juqian ranking. Now, Yifutian, who had come from the 9 states, wanted to challenge all the cultivators in the 7th layer of heaven with different winning streaks, making Juqian Temple change their rules once again. On the 7th layer of heaven, everyone looked at Yifutian upon the law battle platform. Those who had been following Yifutian's battles all along were speechless. They had followed him because they had seen his power and wanted to see what layer he could get to. They had thought that getting to the 8th layer of heaven would be too difficult. But they had never thought that Yifutian's goal was not the 8th layer of heaven. Instead, he wanted to fight his way up to the 9th to find Pei Qianying. Some of them were also a little angry. Those supernatural figures who had made it to the 7th level of heaven but not the 8th were already extraordinarily strong. Since Yifutian had crushed Xianxia, his strength was naturally beyond doubt. But by threatening to crush all the cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven, he had shown himself to be arrogant beyond words. At this moment, the cultivator who presided over the law battles swept his gaze over Yifutian and said, "When the princess forged her way onto the Juqian ranking, the rules were changed for her. What will you rely on?" He could see that Yifutian had crushed Xianxia so powerfully not only to give vent to his grievances, but also to show off his own arrogance. Taking pains to reveal his power to crush everything and provoke the powers of the 7th layer of heaven would make Juqian Temple change the rules for him and let him directly fight his way to the 8th layer of heaven. Xianxia had jumped at this provocation and had been made into a tool for Yifutian. It was truly tragic. However, Xia Qingyuan had so much status, so of course they had changed the rules for her. Although Yifutian's talent was outstanding, what could he rely on to make Juqian Temple make an exception for him? Yifutian looked back at the cultivator on the platform and said, "I have been cultivating for more than 30 years. I have never been defeated by someone on the same plane as me. I advanced to the position of Palace Lord of one of the holy lands of the 9 states while on the noble plane. I unified the barren state. All the sages obey my orders, and both the saints assist me in governing. In all the 9 states I am the only leader who is not on the saint plane. I came from the 9 states, ascended the sky stairwell, and no one could stop me. And no one will stop me from getting onto the Juqian ranking. Is that enough?" Yifutian looked calmly at the cultivator on the platform. However, outside this calmness, his proud spirit was clear for all to see. Everyone's hearts beat faster as they looked at this heroic figure. They finally understood why no one knew him, and why he was so strong. He was unknown in Emperor Xia's realm, but in the lower world, his name was known everywhere. He was the only leader of a holy land who was not a saint, with 2 saints who willingly aided him in ruling. This was a talent that defied the natural order. To be able to make saints help him was putting the cart before the horse. What was more frightening was that he had become a palace lord while in the noble plane. How glorious was this man in the 9 states! No one doubted the truth of Yifutian's words. After all, they had all just witnessed a saint following his orders. Zhao Shi's face grew as white as paper. Many people were thinking Yifutian ascended the sky stairwell and fought his way to this layer of heaven. And he is a palace lord. Could it be that he's stronger than Gu Donglu? Gu Donglu had won 9 times in a row. With just one more victory, he could enter the Juqian ranking. And judging by the strength with which he had crushed Mu Fanchen, it seemed that his success was highly likely. Anything that Gu Donglu could do, Yifutian could probably do as well. Would there be 2 people from the 9 states who fought their way onto the Juqian ranking today? The cultivator on the law battle platform stared at Yifutian. His heart was also in turmoil. Xia Qingyuan was hailed as the most outstanding figure of Emperor Xia's realm. Coupled with her high status, this had made Jiotian Temple change the rules for her. Now, the most dazzling figure of the lower world had come here as well, wanting to fight his way to the 9th layer of heaven. Although the most outstanding figures of the lower world could not be mentioned in the same breath as the princess, he still wanted to see just how strong this man who boasted of his prowess was. Wait here. The cultivator on the law battle platform stepped away. Obviously, he could not be the one to make the decision. Can you let me go? Yifutian was still carrying Xianxia. The blood had all drained from his face, and in his heart, there was nothing but humiliation. He was nothing more than a clown. Yifutian had carried him here, making the contrast between them very clear. Yifutian tossed him on the ground. He started bleeding from the mouth as he hit the floor. Zhao Shi ran over to him and helped him up. Her face was also extremely pale. When she looked up at Yifutian, she saw that he was not looking at her. It seemed that from the start he had not cared about either of them at all. Not long after, a group of cultivators broke through the sky. The cultivator who had previously been standing on the law battle platform was among them. Their eyes fell upon Yifutian, and they all stood around the law battle platform. Someone turned around and said to them, "Someone wants to challenge all the cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven of different winning streaks. Is anyone here willing to fight him?" Obviously, Jiotian Temple had agreed to his request and changed the law battle rules. "I'll try," came a voice. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure wearing a blue robe walk out. He looked to be over 30 years old. His eyes shone brightly, but there was also a depth to them, as if he had a charm that could pierce one's heart. Zhang Lai. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was the cultivator with the greatest reputation on the 7th layer of heaven. He already had a 9-battle winning streak. With only one more victory he could advance to the 8th layer of heaven, so he did not need to take the risk and participate in this battle. But he was the first to come out. Obviously, for many people, the reason they had come to Jiotian Temple was to feel out other cultivators at the same level as them, not just to reach the 9th layer of heaven. Yifutian was a tempting opponent, and so Zhang Lai had come out. "I'll try as well," came another voice. Everyone saw another cultivator walk out. Yu Qifeng. Everyone's hearts were once again shaken by the burly figure that walked out. Yu Qifeng was also one of the most highly regarded cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven. He already had won 8 battles in a row, and he greatly desired to one day join the ranks of the 8th layer of heaven. Zhang Lai and Yu Qifeng took the lead, and suddenly a group of others walked out. Soon there were 9 of them. Moreover, all of them had at least a 3-battle winning streak. The cultivator who was in charge of the law battles called out their names and records, then asked Yifutian, "Do you have any objections?" "No," said Yifutian. "Good." The man nodded, then said, "Everyone come up." As he spoke, the group shot up into the sky and then descended upon the law battle platform and surrounded Yifutian. The matrix was started up. In an instant, the light curtain on the platform began to turn, becoming brighter and brighter. Dazzling light flowed from the sky, falling down like quicksilver into the 6th layer of heaven. Down in the 6th layer of heaven, a group of figures looked up to the 7th. Not long before, there had been a great battle in the 8th layer of heaven. Would there be another one in the 7th? Many people's hearts beat faster as they became excited. Never before had 2 astonishing battles happened on the same day. But they were shocked when they saw the situation on the law battle platform in the 7th layer of heaven. What was going on? 10 great cultivators? On the 7th layer of heaven, all battles were one-on-one. More than one person could not fight at once. Why were 10 of them there? Isn't that Yifutian who rose through the ranks so confidently? On the 1st, 4th, and 6th layers of heaven, those who saw Yifutian had a strange look come over their faces. The people on the 1st layer were especially shaken. He had already made it to the 7th layer of heaven in such a short time and had gotten involved in a battle that was attracting so much attention. This speed was simply frightening. Zhang Lai with 9 victories in a row, Yu Qifeng with 8 victories in a row, Han Jiang with 7 victories in a row. A series of voices floated down from the 7th layer of heaven and spread throughout the 9 heavens, making everyone's hearts beat faster. What was going on? People with 9 victories in a row, 8 victories in a row, and 7 victories in a row had all stepped onto the law battle platform. They didn't understand. When the 9 names were all called out, the cultivator paused. Only the man in the middle had not reported his surname. Yi Futian challenges the 9 great cultivators. His voice fell, and everyone's hearts beat wildly. Yi Futian had challenged 9 cultivators. Juqian Temple had changed the rules for him and let him challenge 9 people. What did this mean? Who was this Yi Futian? Begin, announced the cultivator, and the 9 cultivators released their strong rule power. Zhang Lai's eyes suddenly turned purple. A destructive thunderstorm suddenly erupted all around him. Bolts of lightning fell. His eyes were like the center of a storm. As he swept his gaze over Yi Futian, an invisible chain of thunder swept out and turned into a terrible thunder monster that rushed towards him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhang Lai. He felt that he was going to be absorbed into his opponent's world of thunder. Boom! The terrible thunderclap's power drowned everything as it fell upon Yi Futian, but it did not shake his body. Yi Futian stood there, surrounded by brilliant stars. The thunderbolts smashed into them, causing cracks to appear in the starry light curtain. At the same time, a tyrannical power fell down from the sky. Yu Qifeng struck down from the sky with a wolf-tooth cudgel. The golden cudgel continued to grow bigger and bigger until it grew to 30 meters. It slashed down, and its boundless power seemed as if it would split the sky. An invisible rule power appeared around Yi Futian, reducing the wolf-tooth cudgel's speed. It seemed as if the space there had been frozen. But Yu Qifeng roared, and the cudgel continued to slash forward. There was an astonishingly loud noise as it smashed into the starry light curtain, making more cracks. Thousands of impossibly sharp swords also flew down from the sky towards him. In a flash, the 9 cultivators launched both rule spells and close combat attacks. Yi Futian seemed to be buried by all of it. Everyone's hearts beat faster. It was too violent. Could he really block such fierce attacks? Yi Futian still stood at the center of the law battle platform. At that moment, everyone saw him nod slightly. That motion made everyone's hearts tremble. The light coming from Yi Futian's body grew brighter, and brilliant particles of light bloomed from him, turning into a particle storm. They wound wildly around his body, and each of the attacks was shattered and destroyed in the vortex. Yi Futian spiraled up through the cyclone, seeming to bathe in his apotheosis. He thrust his hand forward, and suddenly the particle storm coalesced into a long golden staff that he held in his hand. In the next moment, Yi Futian flew up, and the particle storm wrapped around the golden staff. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the 9 cultivators around felt a strong threat from him. Whoosh! A strong wind swept out as the golden staff slashed down with endless brilliance, smashing through the 9 of them. Boom, boom, boom! The shadow of the staff blotted out the sun as the 9 cultivators were sent flying. The staff seemed to split the battle platform. He had come from the 9 states and sought to fight his way to the 9th layer of heaven. Too strong. In the Juqian Temple above and under the 7th layer of heaven, countless people saw the brilliant scene on the law battle platform and felt as if they were about to stop breathing when the golden long rod swept down. 7 cultivators were blasted and injured. The only 2 who were able to remain standing were the holder of 9 straight victories, Zhang Lai, and the holder of the 8 straight victories, Wei Qifeng. However, Yi Futian did not stop. The golden long rod sliced through the void with a radiant arc, endless particle storms still surrounding the long rod. Wei Qifeng, who was holding the wolf fang bat, felt his heart beating fiercely. The next moment he saw the rod coming at him, and under the long rod, the ray of each particle contained an incomparable force of suppression. And with the power of the strike before, Wei Qifeng felt that even the sky were falling. There was an incomparable brilliance bursting from his body, and both hands holding the wolf fang bat blasted forwards without looking back. Even if he knew it was unstoppable, he must try and see the strength of this blow. Bang! An incredibly loud noise was heard, and without any doubt, Wei Qifeng was blasted and flew out, hitting the matrix light screen that was on the law battle platform. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the violent light of thunder and lightning descended upon Yifutian, and that horrible thunderstorm rushed into his spiritual will, which contained a terrible power of destruction. When Yifutian turned around, he saw Xianxia's purple pupils cave in deeply, turning into a terrible whirlpool to swallow his spiritual will. Yifutian snorted with disdain. The rod disappeared, and he moved toward Xianxia. His eyes also became extremely magical, like a terrible spiritual storm. Golden lightning shot out from his eyes and aimed straight for Xianxia's pupils. The two stared at each other from a distance. A scream came out. Xianxia closed his eyes and blood came out of his pupils. But just at that time, Yifutian also retrieved his power. Even so, this scene was still too shocking. Yifutian was too powerful and invincible. As he had said before, once he stepped into the Jiutian temple, so far no one could oppose him. Neither Xianxia nor Wei Qifeng could bear even one blow from him. When his eyes opened, Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and looked at Yifutian. "Many thanks for your mercy." Just then, he felt a spiritual tearing force rush directly into his pupils with extreme aggressiveness. If Yifutian insisted on continuing his attack, he would have met a miserable end. At the very least, those eyes would be lost. On the law battle platform, others were also silent. They had also realized that although Yifutian crushed them with imminent force, he was still merciful and did not seek to annihilate them. For one man to sweep 9 opponents, this kind of power made them felt helpless. Yifutian indeed had the strength to fight in the 9th layer of heaven, but it was unknown whether he could defeat those listed on the Jiutian ranking. The cultivator who presided over the law battle took out the Jiutian order token, engraved the name of Yifutian and the word 8 on it, and then threw it towards Yifutian. In a loud and clear voice, he declared, "Yifutian won this battle, and that counts as 10 consecutive victories. He's eligible to enter the 8th layer of heaven of the Jiutian temple." Yifutian took the Jiutian order token. He had achieved his goal. He could now step into the 8th layer of heaven and join the 3rd senior brother and others. "Go then," the cultivator said. But Yifutian did not move, still standing there. "Anything else?" asked the cultivator. Just as he finished his question, he saw that in the view stands below, a figure stepped out and walked toward the law battle platform. It was Yusheng. "I will also challenge 9 people," Yusheng said. As he finished speaking, countless eyes focused on him. Yifutian had just suppressed 9 great cultivators, and now this guy next to Yifutian also wanted to challenge 9 at the same time. Was everyone in the lower worlds of the 9 states this crazy? The eyes of the cultivators in Jiutian temple fastened onto Yusheng. They were somewhat surprised in the previous battle. However, the battle had just ended and now Yusheng stepped out and also demanded a fight. Even though they lost, their previous records were based on real strength. They suffered some injuries in this battle. I can give them some time to recover. In addition, from the 7th layer of heaven, those who wish to fight may come together with them, Yusheng said. Yifutian claimed to be unparalleled in all of 9 states and has already made an exception in the Jiutian ranking. "Are you also unparalleled in the 9 states?" the cultivator asked Yusheng. "Yes," Yifutian replied. That cultivator asked with a cold sneer, his eyes on Yifutian. "What exactly is the meaning of unparalleled?" "He cultivated with me since childhood and was equally invincible in battles that were of the same plane, with no defeat. He will step onto the sky stairwell to enter Jiutian temple. If someone in the 9 states can defeat me, it could only be him," Yifutian casually said. "He will follow me and enter the 9th layer of heaven." "Very well," the cultivator responded. "Let him fight again then." When he finished speaking, he surveyed the others on the law battle platform and said, "Do any of you dare to continue?" All 9 cultivators nodded, and at this moment Xianxia, Wei Qi, and the others finally understood. This was the reason why Yifutian chose mercy rather than finishing them off, because there was still one person left. This bastard. Yifutian walked down the law battle platform and Yusheng went up, replacing him. He cast a glance at the 9 and said, "In order to win 10 games in a row, there still needs to be one more. They just fought and I don't want to take advantage of them. Who else wishes to come up?" In the view stands of 7th layer of heaven, everyone was speechless. Yi Futian and Yu Shang simply did not respect the so-called geniuses of the 7th layer of heaven. Since they have invited, whoever wishes to experience it may come up directly. The cultivator who presided over the law battles said lightly, and suddenly, several men stepped forward and descended onto the law battle platform. They also wanted to experience the strength of those who were unparalleled in 9 states. The 9 who were defeated instantly released a very strong and aggressive rule power. They would never allow what happened in the previous battle to occur again, where they were powerless to strike back. Boom! In the middle of the cultivators, the light of the Buddha and demon from Yu Shang rocketed to the sky with incomparable golden glory seeming to contain a darker golden luster. The battle form erupted, and rays of light directly ran through his body, making his body even more immense and majestic. Above the body, the endless golden light coursed, turning it into an indestructible golden body, the light of Buddha fiercely blazing. The sword arrived, falling down like a river from heaven, stabbing toward the body of Yu Shang. But that shredding sword, extremely sharp and moving forward, brushed against the burly battle form of Yu Shang and was unable to penetrate him. It's such a strong physical body. Many people's hearts trembled. Just as Yi Futian was before, now Yu Shang was the same, both with such amazing defenses. Wei Qifeng's wolf fang bat smashed down, and within it, there were hundreds of thousands of tons of divine power blasting upon his battle form. The indestructible golden body started to show cracks, and terrifying attacks now invaded Yu Shang's body, but he was still standing there steadily, much to the surprise of everyone. He can't be moved. In the Juqian temple, countless people had their eyes fixed and thought of what Yi Futian had said before. If anyone could beat him, it might have only been Yu Shang. The dual cultivation of Buddhism and magic had rendered his physical body invincible and immovable. A series of rules spells blasted, and the golden glow upon Yu Shang became more and more radiant. There were even the sounds of Buddha lingering, and above the firmament images of Buddha appeared. With Yu Shang's body as the center, a giant Buddha appeared and manifested 1,000 arms like shadows. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Shang's arms trembled, the darkened golden light flowing wildly. The domineering demonic power and the yin and yang forces of the Buddha now exploded from him, accompanied by the trembling of his arms, rushing to the front for the kill. In an instant, the Buddha with 1,000 hands blasted out the full aurora of the fist, piercing through the void. Wei Qifeng saw an incomparably giant fist coming at him through the air. He picked up the wolf fang bat and smashed at it and shattered the fist. But in the moment immediately following, his gaze was completely glued there. Both arms of Yu Shang were throwing out violent attacks so that the 1,000 hands of Buddha bloomed into an endless aurora of fists, drowning the entire law battle platform with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. If it was only a large-scale attack, it would have been meaningless because a simple release of spell could have blocked it. But the fists thrown by Yu Shang, each seemed to be able to pulverize the void. With the endless aurora of fists erupting at the same time, just how terrible would it be? It was like the apocalypse. All the cultivators gathered all their strengths in defense, but the great rumbling of noises could still be heard. Shadows of bodies successively flew out and hit the light screen of the matrix, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon, except for Wei Qifeng, whose battle power was extremely strong, everyone else had fallen. At this time, Wei Qifeng was still madly smashing the wolf fang bat, but he saw a shadow of a figure coming from the void. When his wolf fang bat smashed down, Yu Shang reached out and caught it, and in the next moment, his body was being swung into the air. "I'm not fighting anymore," Wei Qifeng said loudly, and then his body flew right out. From the 7th layer of heaven down, there was a silence in the view stands. In the 2 matchups, both battles had initiated great matrices so that even those below the 7th layer of heaven could see the 2 battles. The ending was shocking. The 2, with absolute power, swept the 7th layer of heaven. Who could oppose them in the Juqian temple? Take it. The cultivator who presided over the law battle engraved the Juqian order token with the 8th layer of heaven and gave it to Yu Shang. Yu Shang took it and walked back to the view stands. Yi Futian turned and walked toward the stairwell, with Yushang following behind and the village chief following. They were going to the 8th layer of heaven. Let's go. From the 7th layer of heaven, many were following them. Not only the 7th layer of heaven but even people from below were crazily rushing toward the top, ready to see with their own eyes the 8th layer of heaven. At this time, people in the 8th layer of heaven did not know what happened below. In the Juqian temple, Juqian was the most supreme level. The battle of the 9th layer of heaven was the battle of the Juqian ranking. Any battle would be projected to the vast Juqian temple, which was immense. Secondly, it was the key battle of 8th layer of heaven, the battle of 8 consecutive victories, and the battle of 9 consecutive victories. The battle for advancement in the 7th layer of heaven, likewise, would also be projected downwards, but it was impossible to move up. Above, it was a more advanced battlefield. At this time in the 8th layer of heaven, there was a group who was particularly dazzling. It was Gu Donglu and the others who had defeated Mu Fanshan not too long ago. Gu Donglu sat in place and there were many people surrounding him, all of whom were from the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. Among the people there was someone lying there quietly, and it was Yi Wuqian. There was a last battle, and then the 9th layer of heaven would be a reality, so they had brought Yi Wuqian with them. Even if they could participate in the battle of 9-game victories today, they would not leave. They would be here waiting for the coming of the last battle. They must get to Zhoutian, defeat Pei Qianying, or they would never return. All around them, countless eyes were looking at them. From this procession of people, all could feel the determination that exuded from them and the confidence to move straight ahead. Right then, some loud noises came from the direction of the stairs, and there was a group of cultivators climbing upward magnanimously. At the forefront, there were 3 people, and they stepped into the 8th layer of heaven. Who is it? There were less people on the 8th layer of heaven, and anyone who could get here was extraordinary. They looked strangely at the crowd of people coming up the stairs. They did not recognize the 3 people in front, but they must have achieved a brilliant record on the 7th layer of heaven to attract such a following. The 3 people in front looked all around, and then their gazes fell upon the group of people sitting quietly far away. They walked over there, and everyone moved aside to let them pass. They seemed to sense something. Those who were sitting there quietly looked up slightly and saw the heroic figures in front of them. At that moment, the figures stood up solemnly as they stared at the ones coming towards them. Yifutian had come. He had come from the 9 states and fought his way to the 8th layer of heaven. Yifutian had obviously heard the news and rushed here to find them. They wanted to say something, but when they saw his eyes fall upon Wuqian, they did not know what to say. They had all come here to train with Xia Qingyuan, but Yi Wuqian was the only one who had met with misfortune. They were all responsible for it. They all felt guilty, so they had not returned to the 9 states, instead coming here to Juqian Temple. The others on the 8th layer of heaven could feel that something was going on. It seemed that these people who had come to the 8th layer of heaven knew Gu Donglu and the others. 3 of them walked over to where Gu Donglu was. Gu Donglu looked up at Yi Futian as he walked over to him. Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuqian's side. He was lying there quietly with Phoenix beside him. She was the only one there good at healing. Yi Futian reached out with his spiritual energy and felt that Yi Wuqian's spiritual will was still fluctuating. He did not seem like someone who was sleeping, especially when looking at the space between his eyebrows. Invisible waves were still flowing out of him, and he was still shockingly bloody. He seemed to be in great pain, and his spiritual energy seemed to be tightly stretched. He did not dare to slacken it at all. Even though it had already come to this point, he still held on. Crack! Beside Yifutian, Yushang clenched his fists, making a crisp sound. In that quiet space, one could faintly feel the fury hidden within the silence. Someone removed his life spirit, Phoenix said to Yifutian. I know. Yifutian looked at Wuqian. There was no wild aura coming from him. He seemed very calm. No one was surprised. Since Yifutian had already come this far, then it was not surprising that he already knew everything. After Wuqian's life spirit was taken away, he never let go of his connection with it. He kept trying to control it and summon it back. I assume that he wanted to use the sword will that had been immersed into his life spirit, said Phoenix softly. However, the one who took his life spirit sealed it away and may be trying to refine the sword will. If the one who did this is unscrupulous, they may directly destroy his life spirit. Yifutian knew that Phoenix had said, unscrupulous, because of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan had given them 3 months to fight their way to the 9th layer of heaven and challenge Pei Qianying. He has always been a persistent person, said Yifutian. He naturally knew Wuqian's persistence and tenacity better than anyone, so he would definitely not give up easily. I only need to win one more battle to make it to the 9th layer of heaven. I will pay him back for this, said Gu Donglu. Third brother. Yifutian looked up at Gu Donglu. I will go with you. Pei Qianying would pay for this. Big brother, second sister. Yifutian looked at the familiar figures around him. He had not seen them for more than 3 years. They had all become more mature, and their presence was more imposing. They had clearly reached a higher level than before. Big brother had already reached the lower sage plane, and thus had no way to enter Jiutian Temple. After all, his opponents would be sages, even top-level ones. Third brother had cultivated up to the higher Magi plane. Thus he had made it all the way to the 8th layer of heaven. He only needed to win one more before he could enter the 9th. The others had all improved as well, almost all of them having made it to the Magi plane. But most of them were mid and lower level Magi. Jieyu. Yifutian finally looked at Hua Jieyu. She was the one he was closest to, but she was the last one he called, but she naturally understood him. She walked to his side and nodded slightly. She blamed herself a little bit and said, "It's my fault that I couldn't protect Wuqian." Among them, she and Sword Saint had the most combat capability. Jieyu, this has nothing to do with you. We were all held up in the ruins, and we had no chance to stop what Pei Qianying's people did to Wuqian, said Zhuge Mingyue to Hua Jieyu. Yifutian looked at Hua Jieyu, who was still feeling guilty. He took her hand and looked at her, saying, "Since Wuqian is still in contact with his life spirit, we still have time. When he wakes up, we will go back to the barren state." Everyone nodded. Yifutian's calm words had given them fierce determination. When Wuqian woke up, they would return to the barren state. The people on the 8th layer of heaven looked at this group of people, and one by one they guessed Yifutian's identity. The most beautiful woman of the barren state seemed to be his woman. These people had come to train with Princess Xia Yuan, but Yifutian had not taken part, so many people wondered who he was. At that moment, the people who presided over the law battle platform in the 7th layer of heaven followed them up. They talked with the ones who presided over the law battle platform of the 8th layer of heaven, making them look over at Yifutian and Yushang with amazement. These two had fought through a group of heroes to enter the 8th layer of heaven by their own strength. Yifutian looked up at them and said, "I wanted to prove everything when I was in the 7th layer of heaven. I have no time to wait. Can I directly challenge those with winning streaks?" A strange look came over the faces of all the cultivators of the 8th layer of heaven. What had happened on the 7th layer? There aren't that many people on the 8th layer of heaven, and they don't all come to Jiutian Temple every day. Those who have a winning streak are particularly rare. Once you have a 7 or 8 victory streak, you have to wait a long time to get a battle. Even if I agree to your request, there aren't enough people on the 8th layer of heaven right now, answered one of the cultivators. I heard that the princess fought her way to the 9th layer of heaven in a single day, said Yifutian. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy had made it all the way to the 8th layer of heaven in a single day? Moreover, was he really comparing himself to the princess? Was he crazy? In Emperor Xia's realm, Princess Xia Yuan was hailed as the foremost talent of the younger generation. Emperor Xia had even said that Xia Yuan was more talented than he was at her age. There was no one of the same age as her in Emperor Xia's realm who could compete with her. Such arrogance! One of the cultivators on the platform berated him. With the princess's status, of course, when she made her challenge to Jiutian Temple, all the heroes gathered together to witness her peerless style. That was how she was able to fight her way to the 9th level of heaven in one day. In that case, if we spread the news that I wish to fight my way to the 9th level of heaven throughout Jiutian Temple, will that speed things up? Asked Yifutian. The cultivators on the law battle platform looked at him sharply. Yi Futian's incredible strength had been confirmed by what he had done on the 7th layer of heaven. But he was simply too arrogant. He looked down on the cultivators of Juqian Temple as if he, matchless in the 9 states, was also able to achieve invincibility in Emperor Xia's realm. He was insane. "What if we schedule it for 7 days from now?" said a cultivator coldly. Since Yi Futian wanted to promote himself, Juqian Temple was willing to accommodate him. This also had benefits for Juqian Temple. It would attract attention as crowds would gather to feast their eyes on the group of heroes gathered there. Considering Juqian Temple's power, shouldn't 1 day be enough? Said Yi Futian. 7 days was too long. 3 days. That's the bottom line, answered the cultivator indifferently. Yi Futian stared at him. He understood Juqian Temple's intention. 1 day was too hasty, and then news would not ferment quickly enough. They obviously wanted to attract the greatest number of spectators possible and have innumerable people come. So they hoped for 7 days. Fine, answered Yi Futian. He knew that even if he persisted it would be of no use. Juqian Temple would not agree. Still looking at the cultivator, he said, "By the way, also let P23 know to be ready and waiting in 3 days on the 9th layer of heaven." Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests. Yi Futian had called out P23 of the Juqian ranking. Now it was not just Gu Donglu. "Let's go," said Yi Futian to his 3 brothers. They nodded, and then carried Yi Wuqian out. After they left, the news spread quickly throughout Juqian Temple, which immediately triggered an enormous uproar and shocked many cultivators. Juing Palace in Emperor Xia's realm was where the Juing Sword Saint cultivated. It was also the home of the Pei family. At this moment, the Juing Sword Saint was in one of the palace halls surrounded by countless sword wills. In front of him was a small silver sword. But this weak, small silver sword was filled with 3 terrifying sword wills that were connected to it. He wanted to refine the sword wills, but that small silver sword was not willing to let go of them. They were one with the sword, and if he wanted to refine them out he would have to destroy the sword. But to do this would be to disobey Xia Qingyuan. Obviously, even though he was a sword saint, he couldn't offend Xia Qingyuan. He would rather wait 3 months. At that moment, in a courtyard outside the palace, there was an unusual, handsome young man sitting quietly, listening to reports. One man had fought his way to the 7th layer of heaven and challenged 9 great cultivators at once there, and he was said to be peerless within the 9 states. His eyes became as sharp as a sword pulled out of its sheath. He said coldly, "In 3 days, he will learn the difference between the 7th layer of heaven and the 9th, as well as the difference between the cultivators of the upper worlds and the lower." In Emperor Xia's realm, there was a palace, complex and without boundaries, reaching high into the sky. It stood like a temple of the gods in Emperor Xia's realm. It was also the tallest building in all of Emperor Xia's realm that even the 9th layer of heaven of Juqian Temple dared not surpass in height. This place was where Emperor Xia cultivated, the Runhuang Palace of Emperor Xia's realm. At this time in this Runhuang Palace, a person clad in men's clothing yet appearing more beautiful than a woman, stood on the step of a staircase listening to the news brought by the people below. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Barren State Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states, brought Yushang, and both of them came up through the sky stairwell to the upper worlds, and no one was able to stop them. Later, the 2 went to Juqian Temple and reached the 8th layer of heaven in a single day. Furthermore, in the 7th layer of heaven, it was one battling 9 opponents who promised in 3 days' time to challenge everyone in the 8th layer of heaven and told P23 to wait for him in the 9th layer of heaven. Xia Qingyuan quietly listened to the reports made by the people below. Her eyes were steady and calm. She remembered the young man who did not want to follow her to begin the trials during Saint Xia birthday feast in 9 states. While she was the supervising inspector in the lower worlds of 9 states, she had heard that Yi Futian had extreme talent, which was the reason for her invitation, but it was refused. It appeared that he was absolutely confident in his own power. Even if he did not receive the qualification as one of the heavenly chosen ones to cultivate in the upper worlds, he was still able to climb the sky stairwell and had fought his way to Emperor Xia's realm. Send a messenger to Jueying Palace and have Jueying Sword Saint bring the stripped and controlled life spirit of Yi Wuqian to the Jiuqian Temple in 3 days' time. If the people of 9 states should win, the life spirit must be returned, Xia Qingyuan said. Yes. The person bowed and answered, then asked, Will Princess be going? If Xia Qingyuan was to go along, he would also need to go to Jiuqian Temple and let Jiuqian Temple Lord know in advance to arrange everything. I'm thinking about it. You may go, Xia Qingyuan said calmly, and immediately the man withdrew and left. This news quickly spread within the Emperor Xia's realm, and as it gained momentum, it set off great commotion amongst the people. The Battle of the Jiuqian Ranking had always been the grandest event in Emperor Xia's realm. The battles of each season of the Jiuqian Ranking would always cause a stir. What was more, this time around, someone from the lower worlds of 9 states had boldly announced they would conquer the 9th layer of heaven and challenged P23, who was on the Jiuqian Ranking. The news spread from Jiuqian Temple. This person from the lower worlds of the 9 states, who claimed to have no equal in the 9 states, was invincible in his plane and was the only palace lord of a holy land who was not of the saint plane and yet commanded saints. His talent and influence were obvious. Many concluded that Yi Futian and his group should have no problem getting through the 8th layer of heaven. After all, Gu Donglu had already gotten 9 consecutive victories. After one more, he would be able to get to the 9th layer of heaven, and Yi Futian should be able to do the same. The battle that was to take place 3 days from this time was labeled by everyone in the Emperor Xia's realm as the fight between the geniuses of the lower worlds and those of Emperor Xia's realm. With the Jiuqian Temple's intention to fan the flames of excitement, the waves that this had created could only be imagined. It was rumored that several people who were on the Jiuqian Ranking were highly interested in this battle and would personally attend Jiuqian Temple that day to witness someone step up to the Jiuqian Ranking to challenge P23. Those who had a record of consecutive victories in the 8th layer of heaven of the Jiuqian Ranking were appearing one after the other, stating that they would also participate in Jiuqian Temple. Everyone was optimistic that Yi Futian and Gu Donglu would be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven. It was as if these top players in the 8th layer of heaven were just their stepping stones. Therefore, one could only imagine how they felt at the moment. They wanted to see just how strong this unparalleled figure of the 9 states really was, how he dared to make such audacious claims. For the practitioners of Emperor Xia's realm, 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiuqian Temple was sizzling. Early in the morning, the bottom layer of the Jiuqian Temple was already full of people, occupied by those who arrived in advance, as this was the layer that everyone could enter. Although the view would not be as clear as the ones above, it was still possible to see the projection of the battles for the Jiuqian Ranking. Therefore, a seat there was highly desirable. Other than that, countless people walked toward every layer of heaven in Jiuqian Temple. Even in the 8th layer of heaven, there were already many people who had arrived, and the view stands were full. Even some of the well-known saints had already come to Jiuqian Temple to observe the battle today. This demonstrated how much attention was garnered by this battle. Outside Jiuqian Temple, countless people were waiting. Wang Jin, many exclaimed. Wang Jin, the cultivator of the 8th layer of heaven in Jiuqian Temple, had not appeared in Jiuqian Temple for a long time. His most brilliant record was 9 straight wins, but he was defeated when he took on the battle of the Jiuqian Ranking. His opponent entered the 9th layer of heaven and he had to start again from the beginning. Right now, he had accrued a 7-game winning streak, but in fact, he had been a cultivator who had won 9 consecutive victories. As such, Wang Jin's strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of heaven. Mu Fanchen. At this moment, another figure descended. It was Mu Fanchen, who lost to Gu Donglu the day before and had come to fight again today. After 8 consecutive victories, he was defeated the day before. At the moment, he had no winning streak to his name, and that was equivalent to no streak at all. If Yi Futian and Yu Shang wanted to take on the Jiuqian Ranking, they must take him on in the first battle and defeat him. It's Yu Zhan, that battle madman. Another figure arrived, and it was Yu Zhan, the owner of the 8-game winning record at the moment. But like Wang Jin, he had a 9-game winning streak before, was defeated, and had to start over again. If Mu Fanchen and Gu Donglu did not match up the day before, it was very possible that Gu Donglu would have matched up with him. This time, everyone is here? This lineup? The hearts of many beat wildly. but they were excited inside. This was too crazy. Those famous top fighters who were defeated in the 8th layer of heaven were all coming today. Some even wondered if Yi Futian and Yu Shang could get to the 9th layer of heaven and meet Pei Qianying. The arrival of these people meant that anyone who had a winning streak had a brilliant record before, and that they had gathered in Juqian Temple today. There was no doubt that since they were present, Juqian Temple would choose this group to battle to make the fights even more captivating. So what would be the outcome? It was crazy. The last Juqian Temple competitions were crazy. It was little Princess Xia Qingyuan who ran through the gauntlet of the Juqian Temple and went all the way through to the 9th layer of heaven. Today, they seemed to witness the same madness from when little Princess Xia Qingyuan challenged Juqian Temple last time around. Of course, this would only make the crowd more excited. It was just that they never expected someone from the lower worlds to have caused such a great sensation. They only hoped that he was truly strong. Otherwise, he would be a joke if he could not even enter the 9th layer of heaven. At this time, a procession of cultivators appeared in the void. When they were close to arriving at Juqian Temple, they then began descending. It's the people from Jueying Palace. Even the Jueying Sword Saint has personally arrived. All eyes were focused on the handsome and slender young man with incomparable grace next to Jueying Sword Saint. This battle started because of him. Pei Qianying, son of Jueying Sword Saint, cultivator on the Juqian ranking. The talent of Pei Qianying could be described as extremely exceptional. Back then, he entered the 9th layer of heaven as an upper-level sage and gained a spot on the Juqian ranking to allow everyone to witness his rare talent. Even the Lord of the Juqian Temple had said that in the future, when Pei Qianying was in the Magi and Sage plane, he would be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven. It was said that at the moment, Pei Qianying had already reached the peak of the Magi plane and was only one step away from the Sage plane. At the pinnacle of the Magi plane on the Juqian ranking, in this plane he was the top contender. Pei Qianying, 3 days ago Yi Futian told you to wait for him in the 9th layer of heaven. What do you think about that? A voice said from the crowd. Before the fight, such trash talking undoubtedly fueled more excitement, but most would choose to ignore such distraction. But at this time, Pei Qianying stopped in his tracks. His attention turned to somewhere in the crowd, his eyes as sharp as a sword. The person who spoke in the crowd felt Pei Qianying's gaze and felt a tingling pain in their eyes. Immediately, he lowered his head and did not dare to engage with those eyes. When I was young, my father never demonstrated his true strength in front of me. I cultivated in swordsmanship, and as I was expert at all kinds of methods, I thought I was superb in swordsmanship, that I was equal with my father. It was not until later on that I realized how foolish I was. When cultivation reaches a higher level, this truth will be more apparent. Pei Qianying said slowly, and everyone was momentarily stunned. They seemed to understand that he was inferring something. I heard that they were from the lower worlds of 9 states and think of themselves as incomparable, as if there are no talents in Juqian Temple. They want to enter the 9th layer of heaven and even compare themselves with the little princess. Pei Qianying continued to speak slowly. Perhaps after today, they will know more about the meaning of respect. After that, Pei Qianying picked up his feet and moved forward. Everyone watched his departing figure, and then an explosion like a terrible wave washed over Juqian Temple. They had thought that Pei Qianying would be quiet, but this time not only did Pei Qianying answer the question, but he had also publicly mocked Yi Futian from the lower worlds as being ignorant and without respect. Undoubtedly, this would only make everyone even more excited and increase their expectations for the upcoming battle. After that, there were extraordinary characters arriving gradually. The crowd had even seen several who were already on the Juqian ranking. Some even openly asked them about their views on Pei Qianying. Most of these people just smiled without comment and chose to walk toward the 9th layer of heaven instead. They would witness this battle in the 9th layer of heaven. Many people were waiting for the arrival of Yi Futian and the others. Finally, when a procession of people came with the sword, the moment they landed on the ground, the emotion of the crowd had reached the boiling point. Finally, Yi Futian and his people had arrived. And today they once again brought Yi Wuqian again. At this point, from Yi Wuqian's brow chakra, there seemed to be an even more intense spiritual fluctuation, apparently perceiving something. The Jueying Sword Saint had brought his life spirit, and Yi Wuqian had never given up his spirit, refusing to detach the connection to his life spirit. If it was detached, he would only lose his life spirit, making it difficult to move forward in cultivation. But if he persisted, the consequence could very well be the complete collapse of his spiritual will, leading to his eventual death. But he had chosen the latter. Yi Futian and his group moved forward step by step, ascending the stairs toward Jiutian Temple. Watching them leave, everyone felt a strong sense of determination and belief. Roaring cheers were heard everywhere in the Jiutian Temple, and every single stand in every single layer of heaven was packed. The event was of such fame that no battles were fought in any of the stages in the Jiutian Temple, which was over 10,000 feet tall. No one bothered fighting, as no one would have been in the mood to watch any other fights. Everyone was simply there for the battle at the 8th layer of heaven that day. They were there to bear witness and see if that unparalleled monster of a person would be able to make it to the 9th, the one who might have subsequently gone off to challenge Pei Qianying. Many looked up at the 8th layer of heaven's direction, but they were able to see little other than vague shadows. They were all waiting for the projections of that battle at the stage of the 8th layer of heaven's fight. It was a day that captured everyone's attention, and the Jiutian Temple went out of its way to promote the event. Regardless of who came, there was no doubt that the fight was one that was needed to be projected from the 8th layer of heaven for all to witness together. What's the hold-up? Many took their seats and began to feel restless. They just got here not long ago, and the temple needs time to field the candidates as well, someone replied. Well, among the three, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu, who do you think will be able to make it to the 9th layer of heaven? Or maybe they will all make it. There are just too many legendary figures who you don't get to see much elsewhere here in the 8th layer of heaven today. They have all secured many consecutive victories. I don't think it'd be easy for the three of them to all make it up to the 9th. Just wait and see. Gu Donglu was able to overpower Mu Fanqian, while both Yi Futian and Yu Shang have been able to take out everyone in their way at the 7th back then. That shocking scene might actually happen, the scene where all three of them make it to the 9th. Everyone chatted and had high hopes about the battle that was about to happen. Streaks of immensely dazzling, blinding even, light showered from above. However, no one averted their eyes as they were all at the peak of excitement. They were all too familiar with the light of that matrix. They knew the show was about to start. Their eyes pierced right through the air and their gaze locked at the 8th layer of heaven. Dazzling light was projected below. Many were taken aback when they finally were able to see what was happening at the 8th layer of heaven clearly, before erupting into sky-reaching shouts and cheers in a frenzy. Their voices heard even at the 8th layer of heaven. This is crazy. It is indeed. Even the temple itself has gone crazy. Everyone was shocked to find that there was more than one stage being projected from the 8th layer of heaven. All three stages at the 8th layer of heaven lit up. The three stages represented battles from three different planes: Sage, Magi, and Archmage. At that moment, people were seen on all three stages at the 8th layer of heaven. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu appeared in three different stages. That meant there would be three eye-catching battles taking place at the 8th layer of heaven at the same time. Jiutian Temple had never been so crazy before. The temple was actually crazy enough that time to project three different stages at the same time. When Xia Qingyuan fought in the Jiutian Temple, she was only fighting alone, and as such, there had only been one stage projected. What was happening that day was noteworthy enough to be recorded in the Jiutian Temple's annals. Everyone saw another person appearing on the stage where Gu Donglu was. It was the top-notch figure at the 8th layer of heaven, Li Feng, one who had secured 9 consecutive victories. He was one victory short from making it into the Jiutian ranking. Regardless of who emerged victorious from that battle, be it him or Gu Donglu, the winner would be ranked on the Jiutian ranking. Li Feng was also the only magi capable of winning 9 consecutive battles at the 8th layer of heaven thus far. Few at the 8th layer of heaven were capable of winning multiple consecutive battles. When 2 cultivators secured 9 victories each, the Jiutian Temple would then arrange for them to have a showdown. The winner would then be granted access to the 9th layer of heaven, while the loser would have had to start all over again. the Juqian Temple arranged for Li Feng to face off against Gu Donglu. Yi Futian was facing off against Wang Jing, Mu Fanchen, and other top 10 mighty ones. While there were no 9 consecutive winners at the moment, Wang Jing had secured 9 consecutive victories once. His streak was broken and he was forced to start all over again. Mu Fanchen had been winning 8 consecutive battles until 3 days ago. All the others had winning streaks as well, with the weakest having secured 7 consecutive victories. With the top 10 fighters of such caliber facing off against Yi Futian at the same time, if he was able to emerge victorious, fighting all of them at the same time, there was no doubt that he was qualified to be at the 9th layer of heaven. The same went with the stage where Yushang was. Yu Zhan had once secured 9 consecutive victories and everyone else around him were extremely renowned figures at the 8th layer of heaven. The fighters banded together on that day as they appeared on the stages, to face off against 3 top-notch geniuses from the 9 states. It was a sight that would have rendered anyone crazy. There were no cheers at the 8th layer of heaven, and things were considerably quieter there. Those who were at the stands there were renowned people after all. However, they nonetheless looked up at the 3 stages, looking at the mighty ones coming from the lower worlds. Pei Chenying declared with overwhelming force that Yi Futian and the others would learn to fear the greater ones from that day onwards. However, Pei Chenying did not come to watch the battles. He was waiting for Yi Futian at the 9th layer of heaven. Pei Chenying was not alone in this. Many other renowned figures were waiting at the 9th layer of heaven as well. In their perspective, if Yi Futian was unable to make it to the 9th layer of heaven, then he lacked the right to even see them for humiliating himself. The Zhao siblings, Zhao Shi and Zhao Xi were there as well, gazing at the stage where Yi Futian was. Cold hatred was seen in Zhao Xi's eyes. Li Qingyun and his people who were guarding the sky stairwell were there as well. They looked at Yi Futian and Yushang, the 2 who had been blitzing their way at the sky stairwell and made it to the Juqian Temple. Those 2 could not have been more unruly. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Jiu, Huang Zhouge, Phoenix, and many others were watching as well. Yi Wuqian was among them as well. It was a battle fought in Yi Wuqian's honor. They had immense faith in Yi Futian, Yushang, and Gu Donglu. All of them had unwavering faith that the 3 would emerge victoriously. The battle between Gu Donglu and Li Feng erupted alongside the cheers from below, making the spectators' blood boil. Mu Fanchen stepped out at Yi Futian's stage before everyone else. He had been defeated by Gu Donglu 3 days ago, and he was eager to see just how capable Yi Futian of the 9 states was. No one else budged. They were all top-notch figures at the 8th layer of heaven and extremely prideful people. While they were standing at the same stage at the same time, it did not mean that they were ready to join hands. They simply watched as Mu Fanchen walked towards Yi Futian. "You have to win this?" Zhao Shi whispered to herself deep down as she watched Mu Fanchen walking out. She did not want to see Mu Fanchen lose again. One exterior incarnation after another emerged. 6 of them had Yi Futian surrounded while emanating different auras in different forms. With Mu Fanchen added to the list, it felt as if Yi Futian was fighting 7 mighty ones at the same time. Yi Futian took a look at the exterior incarnations nonchalantly and said to the other mighty ones at the stage, "It's better that you all just come at me together." All within earshot frowned at his words. This fellow who is from the 9 states is simply too much. It's no wonder that Pei Chenying would comment that they have no respect. Mu Fanchen sent his exterior incarnations at Yi Futian at the same time, seeing how Yi Futian simply ignored him. Dazzling light burst from Yi Futian's body. A golden rock took to the air with its wild, unruly eyes watching its opponent, emanating incredibly sharp aura. "He's bringing out his life spirit?" The eyes of the spectators flashed. He never unleashed his life spirit in any of his previous battles. A wild, unruly aura burst from behind Yi Futian at that moment. An incredibly huge godly ape appeared and walked out, taking guard at a corner. 2 life spirits. The eyes of the spectators glittered as they found that both life spirits were fighting beasts. But then again, it was not actually all that rare and surprising. A dragon roar shook the air as yet another incredibly huge dragon appeared, circling Yi Futian as if he was looking down the mortals below. Godly creation of all things. A cold line was uttered from his mouth. Extremely terrifying spiritual power burst as a huge entity coalesced through the power of rules, appearing before him as if an ancient god had just emerged and guarding Yifutian. Countless particles seemed to be coursing around the huge ancient god's body, looking like glittering stars, as if a very old god had taken its place among the stars. I said, "Come at me at once. Stop wasting my time." Yifutian's body slowly took to the air with the roc and the ape at his flank, the dragon circling around him and the ancient god before him. It was quite a dazzling sight to behold, striking the hearts of all who witnessed it, awestruck. Is Yifutian, as he is now, truly at his fullest? He was the #1 genius from the 9 states of the lower worlds after all. The scene was just too shocking to many. The minds of everyone but Mu Fanchen shuddered at the scene. They all felt the extreme threat looming right before them. Extremely overbearing power rules emanated from Yifutian's glittering body, shrouding the entire stage. Under the light of the formless rules, the space seemed to have frozen over at the very next moment. Mu Fanchen and his exterior incarnations all felt an extremely powerful might attempting to fix them where they were, making the spacetime right there and then completely still. Boom, boom, boom. All of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations burst with extremely heavy might, breaking the bonds of the rules. There was simply no way they would have been able to fight if their bodies were all fixed into place. However, a golden halberd appeared on the roc's claws, drawing a dazzling arc and lashing out at one of the exterior incarnations. At the same time, the huge godly ape took hold of an immensely huge staff and brought it down hard. The ancient god before Yifutian stomped, and the force seemed like that of stars falling from the heavens, crushing everything beneath. All manners of powers burst at the same time. Mu Fanchen's face went rather pale. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him again, more so than the battle between him and Gu Donglu. However, he continued to bring his greatest attacks with the exterior incarnations, clashing with the roc and the godly ape. The roc streaked through the air at blazing speeds, bringing the halberd down hard. Mu Fanchen felt a terrifying shredding power above, or rather, the power of space being torn apart. That exterior incarnation blew into pieces bit by bit within an instant. Another exterior incarnation withstood a violent hit from the ape. The staff was brought down with might out to crush the heavens, and that exterior incarnation was no more soon enough. Countless watched at the Jiutian temple that the unparalleled figure of the 8th layer of heaven named Mu Fanchen had his exterior incarnations being crushed one after another without any means of retaliating. All of the spectators went speechless as they watched the truly peerless figure at work. The figure who was named Yifutian, who hailed from the 9 states. Countless looked at the stage at the 8th layer of heaven at the Jiutian temple. The roc and the ape crushed every single exterior incarnation there was. That ancient godlike figure took to the air and lashed out with its hand, bringing boundless light of particles downward. Many felt at the moment as if the stars had been brought down upon Mu Fanchen. Mu Fanchen's efforts of defending against the onslaught with all he had proved futile. He was quickly overwhelmed and ended up spitting blood, dropping limply on the stage. Someone as powerful as Mu Fanchen was completely powerless against Yifutian and was thoroughly overpowered in a one-on-one battle. The difference was so huge that Yifutian had only been standing where he was throughout the fight, commanding his powers while standing proud. His tall and proud silhouette in the air enabled everyone to feel the true might of the peerless one of the 9 states. He, a cultivator from the 9 states, crushed every single doubt cast upon him with his unquestionable powers. Countless were shocked at the 8th layer of heaven. Zhao Shi hung her head low and dared not look at the outcome. Her eyes were slightly reddened and she felt endlessly pathetic. The person whom she had seen to be her destined one was insignificant and utterly powerless before the foreigner. She felt as if something had been broken and sadness welled from her heart. She had no idea if she was feeling sad for herself or for Mu Fanchen. Yifutian did not pay any heed to the emotions of the spectators. His eyes remained eerily sharp while the roc and the ape continued to attack the other 9 mighty ones around him. The ancient god's body invoked an even more terrifying star particle energies around its body. Boom! Two booms were heard as the rock lashed out with the halberd at its target. The sky seemed to have been torn with the attack. The ape brandished its staff and lashed out with the 9 heavenly attacks, causing two mighty ones internal injuries. "Let's go," Wang Jing said. He apparently knew that his powers alone were utterly inadequate to move against Yifutian. Pride had no little to no place before absolute power. The fact that one was weak remained. The others shimmered at great speeds, seeing the ancient god brought its hand down on them. Powerful attacks burst and they slithered through the boundless particles, lashing out at Yifutian like streams of light. However, Yifutian had complete control of everything with that attack. Yifutian remained totally unfettered, seeing the mighty ones coming at him. He lifted his hand up in the air and unleashed his space-freezing rules. At the same time, he brought his rule spell to bear, the Star Prison. The stage seemed to have been buried by the stars in an instant. Every single mighty one who lashed out at Yifutian was trapped within the Star Prison, feeling utterly incapable of moving. Break! Dazzling light burst from Wang Jing's body, tearing the prison apart and lashing out at Yifutian. There was another who dissipated into hundreds of thousands of mirages and reconfigured themselves again, bringing massive destructive powers at Yifutian. They were all top-notch figures at the 8th layer of heaven after all, and were at the pinnacle of Magi Plane, which meant that they still had tricks up their sleeves to resist Yifutian. Yifutian extended his hand and an incredibly dazzling golden halberd appeared. It was a weapon materialized by coalescing the power of rules. Terrifying storm of rules circled around the halberd, and he moved at the very next moment. One mighty one dissolved into a massive number of mirages and came at him with overwhelming force. Yifutian was totally doubtless in his movements. He flashed and lashed out with a straight thrust with the golden halberd. A terrifying vortex of destruction manifested at the tip of the weapon like a black hole. The mirages were torn to shreds in an instant and penetrated. The halberd hit flesh and blood with a crisp stabbing noise. A figure stopped moving in the air, looking at the spot below their shoulder, where power capable of tearing everything was waiting to burst, as if their entire body would have been torn to shreds if Yifutian so willed it. Yifutian flicked his arm and threw that person's body away. He continued moving forward with the halberd in his hand. Seeing the others have broken out of their predicament, he extended his left arm once again. Space-time around all seemed to have ground to a halt as the space prison was brought to bear. Boom! Yifutian's body accelerated all of a sudden. Boundless light coursed on the halberd in his hand, while slivers of will of rules shrouded the place. The halberd shot forward. A beam of blinding light streaked through the air and crashed straight onto the Star Prison. The rule spell that he had laid in place exploded, and all the mighty ones who were trapped within felt as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. They all let out subdued grunts. Yifutian flicked his arm as he saw Wang Jing coming at him. He threw the halberd with extreme force. A beam of light tore through the space and shredded Wang Jing's attack completely. The halberd was totally unstoppable. Wang Jing was utterly startled as he gathered all he was able to muster to block the attack. However, the halberd broke through his defense nonetheless, and he felt as if his body was going to explode. Blood shot from his mouth as he crashed hard onto the edge of the stage. Blood still dripped at the corner of his mouth as he hit the ground. The rock, the ape, and the dragon all shot out with a massive force to clear the battlefield. Crashing booms were heard everywhere. Soon enough, everyone on that stage but Yifutian was panting without exception as they were all injured. Every single one of them looked at Yifutian with pale faces. Yifutian, who was basking in boundless glory at the moment, stood proudly in the air above the stage like some undefeatable god, looking down on his opponents. He overpowered all top 10 mighty ones of the 8th layer of heaven with his powers alone, breaking through the 8th layer of heaven. This is really something. Countless at the Jiuqian temple gazed at the figure who looked invincible. Yifutian of the 9 states making it to the 9th layer of heaven and will be ranked on the Jiuqian ranking. The host of the battle presented Yifutian with the Jiuqian order token for passage into the 9th on the stage. Yifutian's name would be listed on the Jiuqian ranking and etched on the 9th layer of heaven. However, Yifutian did not care for any of that. He looked up at the 9th layer of heaven and held the halberd in his hand high, pointing at the ninth. His next battle would be fought between him and Pei Qianying, who was listed on the Juqian ranking. Everyone went insane at his deliberately provocative move. Cheers boomed throughout the place. It was a crazy show of force. If one were to simply boast without having the power to back it, that would have been little more than arrogance. However, Yi Futian demonstrated his prowess like none other, and that made everyone crazy about him. Pei Qianying stated that Yi Futian and the others would have learned fear and respect from that day on, and that he would wait for Yi Futian at the ninth layer of heaven. At that very moment, Yi Futian's halberd was pointed at the ninth. It was a move that made everyone go crazy. Look at Yushang's stage. Many turned their eyes at the other two stages. Yushang brought both demonic and Buddhist powers to bear at the same time, overpowering all of his opponents. Like Yi Futian, he went on to attack all 10 of his opponents, with every strike being earth-shaking. There were some among the 10 who were able to hit him but utterly failed to make him budge. On the other hand, one strike from Yushang rendered them utterly incapable of even getting up, robbing them of any fighting capacity. Such insane levels of both offense and defense inspired nothing but despair in his opponents. Yushang will win as well. Many shuddered deep down. Both of them were about to step into the ninth layer of heaven. The tables are in Gu Donglio's favor, and he is attacking furiously. In yet another battlefield, Gu Donglu was seen pummeling his opponent. The scene made the hearts of the spectators pump hard. Are there going to be 3 mighty ones making to the ninth layer of heaven today? The powers of Little Brother and Yushang are getting increasingly strong. While they did not go on pilgrimages with us for the past 3 years or so, it seemed that they never slacked in their training. Zhuge Mingyue looked at Yi Futian and Yushang and felt rather pleased with their combat capacity. They had been coming here all the way from the 9 states, making it past the sky stairwell and fighting their way to the ninth layer of heaven. Pei Qianying needed to pay for what he did. Yeah. The Sword Saint nodded slightly. They all hoped to nurture their little brother back in the day. But Yi Futian's powers were no longer any weaker than his elder brothers and sisters. Both the Sword Saint and Zhuge Mingyue were pleased and proud at the same time. No one below the Saint Plane could rival Yi Futian's powers within another few years. It would have been the doom for those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty who were not at Saint Plane. With yet another boom, Yushang sent the last of his opponent flying. His stout, unyielding frame stood proud at the stage while shining brilliantly, looking invincible and unsurmountable. The second person to make it to the ninth layer of heaven was born that day. On Gu Donglio's stage, Li Feng eventually became unable to withstand Gu Donglio's relentless attacks and was hit. His body crashed into the light of the matrix of the stage and spat up blood. Li Feng lost the battle. The Juqian temple went quiet for a moment when that happened. The crazy cheers subsided. But at the very next moment, the uproar went even more insane, resounding through the heavens. 3 mighty victors stood on 3 different stages as if they had been fighting side by side all along. Every one of them brought unquestionable power to their battles. Within the span of a single day, they, from the lower worlds, made it to the ninth layer of heaven at the same time and were all ranked on the Juqian ranking. There had never been a scene where 3 cultivators made it to the ninth layer of heaven at the same time within a day since the founding of the Juqian temple. All 3 of them made history that day. They made good on their words, fighting all the way up to the ninth layer of heaven. Furthermore, they did not stumble throughout their journey and had instead looked brilliant, invincible, and utterly unstoppable while they were at it. If they were to win against Pei Qianying, who was ranked on the Juqian ranking, they would have broken through the ninth layer of heaven. It would have been enough to make one burn just imagining the scene. Many came to support the 3 who came from the lower worlds one way or another. Pei Qianying had been the one in the wrong for stripping others of their life spirit in the first place. Gu Donglu would make it to the ninth layer of heaven and gain the chance to fight him face to face. However, Yi Futian and Yushang came before Gu Donglu finished what he came to do. Both of them came all the way through the 9 states. Yi Futian and the others did not care about what the spectators of the Juqian temple thought about them and paid no heed to the cheers. They came with one specific purpose, and that was to fight Pei Qianying, not get onto the Juqian ranking. If Pei Qianying was waiting for them at the 9th layer of heaven of the Juqian temple, then they would have only needed to make it all the way there. The projections of the stages at the 8th layer of heaven disappeared and the lights dimmed. Countless went on to wait again at the Juqian temple. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu walked towards the stands and took a look at Yi Wuqian, then said, "Let's go." They then turned around and headed for the steps. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu were at the forefront, making their way to the 9th layer of heaven of the Joqian temple one step at a time. Joqian temple on the 9th layer of heaven embodied the glorious history of Emperor Xia's realm. The countless heroic figures in the upper worlds had all made names for themselves here. So far, each of the names inscribed in the celestial ranking was dazzling. The 9th layer of heaven was completely different from the 8th. It had a much broader magnificence. This was not only a place of law battles but also where the abbot cultivated himself. Behind the law battle platform were incomparably spectacular palaces that were just as imposing as an imperial palace. Moreover, the arrangement and placement of the stands were completely different from down below. As you went up the stairs to the 8th layer of heaven, you could set foot upon the 9th layer. There were seats on both sides, but far less than on the 8th layer. The battles that took place on the 9th layer of heaven were all battles for the Juqian ranking. Few battles took place. Even when a battle did happen, everyone who came to watch were all extraordinary figures. Ordinary people couldn't afford the admission, and those who were qualified to come didn't need to pay admission. In front of the stairs was a caved-in law battle platform. There were no rays of light on it, nor matrices. It seemed to be dark and lightless. Continuing forward, there was another high platform which was a very honorable seat. In front of it was a lofty palace built on top of the palaces of the 9th layer of heaven. There was also a huge stone tablet there with names carved into it. It was the Juqian ranking. At the moment, there were 3 places open on the tablet, left for Yi Futian and the others. They had fought their way to the 9th layer of heaven and had earned the right to enter the Juqian ranking. They would have their names engraved alongside many of the powerful figures of Emperor Xia's realm. At that moment, Pei Qianying sat upon that noble seat. Cultivators of the Juqian ranking who came there all had the right to sit upon that seat. This was a way of showing respect to them. And Pei Qianying wasn't the only one sitting there. Many people were there as well. Today's battle had surprised many people in Emperor Xia's realm, and some of the cultivators of the Juqian ranking had personally come to observe it. There were not many seats on both sides of the platform, and they were all full. Some people were even standing. They all looked towards the stairs. They had naturally just heard that shocking scream. The people who had come from the 9 states were about to enter the Juqian ranking on the 9th layer of heaven. A young man with an imposing manner dressed in blue robes walked up behind Pei Qianying and said, "The 3 of them have entered the Juqian ranking, and they have just set foot on the stairs up to the 9th layer of heaven." Gu Mu, the young master of Juqian temple, was extremely strong. He had cultivated to the sage plane and was well acquainted with Pei Qianying. After all, Pei Qianying's talent was outstanding. He was not only on the Juqian ranking, but he had 2 other identities. He was the young master of Jueying Palace and the son of the Jueying Sword Saint. Of course, had it only been for these identities, Pei Qianying would not be worthy of his friendship. Pei Qianying had also been sent to the Lihan Sword Palace to cultivate by the Jueying Sword Saint. That place was known as the premier holy land for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. The Lihan Sword Palace was at the same level as Juqian Temple. Today, some people from the Lihan Sword Palace had come to watch the battle and cheer for Pei Qianying, the celestial companions Emoli and Fengyu. These 2 were both on the Juqian ranking and were peerless masters. They were Pei Qianying's brother and sister in training. Since they were able to climb the sky stairwell, it is not surprising that they would boast that they are unrivaled in the 9 states. Pei Qianying said calmly. It's just that worthy opponents rarely come from the 9 states, and they still think they can be unrivaled in Emperor Xia's realm? In the next battle, they will understand. When Yi Futian arrived and rushed into Juqian Temple, this could be described as revealing his talent. And by making them change their rules, he could be compared to the little princess. Gu Mu smiled as he spoke. He was the young master of Juqian Temple, so naturally, He knew everything that had happened before. There are so many powerful figures in Juqian Temple, but that guy from the lower world is the most arrogant that I have ever seen. He's like an arrogant prince of the 9 heavens, and he thinks that in all the world only he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the princess," continued Gumu. He seemed kind of interested in all of this. He had seen all kinds of people in Juqian Temple, but Yi Futian was the first of his kind that he had seen. So, after today, he will learn about respect. Pei Qianying's eyes were as sharp as swords. How could the 3 of them be equal to the 9th layer of heaven? Many years ago, when he was still at the Sage Plane, he had fought his way onto the Juqian ranking. Many years had passed and he had only gotten stronger. Now that he could get back on it on the Magi Plane, he would do so in a sweeping manner. Over the past few years, he had fought with people on the Juqian ranking, had cultivated at the Lihan Sword Palace, and had practiced swordsmanship with his fellow disciples. As for his sword technique, even his father said he was far beyond him. Even if the 3 of them came at him at once, what could they do? Brother, they came up the sky stairwell from the 9 states and reached the 9th layer of heaven along the way. Their power must be extraordinary. Even though you're confident, you can't be too careless. You have practiced swordsmanship, you know the cost of underestimating your opponent. Beside him, Emoli from the Lihan Sword Palace whispered to him lightly. His voice was soft, like a gentle drizzle. He was refined and cultivated, and such a gentle person that it was hard to imagine that he was an outstanding swordsman. Of course, besides studying swordsmanship, he had also studied rhythmic sorcery and the Guqin path. I understand. Pei Qianying nodded. In a sword fight, a single blow could be fatal. He would not give his opponent a chance. To climb up the sky stairwell and fight your way to the 9th layer of heaven was quite brilliant. If he defeated him, it would doubtless become a legendary story that people would pass along. However, the story was not destined to end that way. I want to see this man who comes from the 9 states and boasts that he has no equal to, said a swift and fierce youth beside him with a smile. He was a cultivator of the Jotian ranking, Qin Qi, who was born in one of the most prestigious holy places in Emperor Xia's realm, Qin Palace. In reality, there were extremely few people of common birth on the Juqian ranking. They all had extraordinary status. Even if they were less well-born, they had later joined powerful forces. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and then there was the sound of clamoring. The sound of footsteps grew clearer and clearer, and suddenly a beam of light shot towards the stairs, and the 9th layer of heaven became quiet. Soon a face appeared in their line of sight. He was extremely handsome and looked to be only in his 20s, extremely young. Whether or not he was truly young, they couldn't be sure. His eyes were deep, like a starry sky, and his long hair reached his shoulders. At that moment, he stared straight ahead, as if his gaze could pierce through the air. A majestic and cold aura emanated from him. Although he had only cultivated to the Magi Plane, his aura gave people a feeling of detachment, as if he was in a high place overlooking everything. It was said that he had come from the 9 states in the lower world, and was the palace lord of a holy land. Since he was a palace lord, it was only natural that he would have such a superior aura. Beside Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Gu Donglio's auras were equally incredible. One was vigorous and spirited, and the other was sturdy and strong. The 3 cultivators stepped onto the stairs. At that moment, some cultivators of the Juqian ranking blocked their way and swept their gaze over the 3 of them. Let them come up, Gu Mu said indifferently. The others suddenly let them pass, letting Hua Jieyu and the others step into the 9th layer of heaven. They also carried Yi Wuqian's body. Many people followed them into the 9th layer of heaven. Of course, they were all people with extraordinary identities. For example, Li Qingyun came up as well, but he had to pay a lot to do so. Yi Futian and the others walked up step by step. They came to the end of the stairs, and in front of them was the caved-in law battle platform. In front of that was the high platform upon which sat many figures. One of them had eyes as sharp as swords. He seemed to have a sword will with him, and he cast his sharp gaze towards them. Even though this was the first time seeing him, it was obviously Pei Qianying. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and the others looked coldly at Pei Qianying. They had naturally met him in the process of undergoing trials. Gumu stood up and said to Yifutian, "Congratulations to the three of you for entering the 9th layer of heaven. You may follow me to the stone tablet and personally inscribe your names onto the Juqian ranking, leaving your seal there." "That won't be necessary," Yifutian said as he looked at Gu. Gumu stood next to Pei Qianying. He had heard that the young master of Juqian Temple had a good relationship with Pei Qianying, and where he was standing now proved that was true. Yifutian naturally did not think that if he managed to fight his way through the 9th layer of heaven, Gumu would consider his viewpoint. Fighting through the 9 layers of heaven was really just a martial trial for the people of Emperor Xia's realm and a way to prove oneself, and didn't have much relationship with Juqian Temple itself. Therefore, no one needed to consider their opponents. Moreover, he had come from the lower world. Gumu smiled carelessly. He was really an interesting character, which was also expected. Yifutian and the others had not come from the lower world and fought their way to the 9th layer of heaven to get on the Juqian ranking. Writing your name on the Juqian ranking has centuries of history. "Are you scorning this history?" asked Xianxia with a smile. Sure enough, he really was too arrogant and did not even care about the Juqian ranking. Yifutian glanced at Xianxia. If Pei Qianying and Xia Qinyuan had not set this rule, he would not have come to the 9th layer of heaven. "I came to find him." Yifutian looked at Pei Qianying and said, "Where's the life spirit?" At that moment Yi Wuqian's face contorted as his spiritual energy fluctuated and became stronger. His life spirit was still in his opponent's hands. "What does the sword saint of the void have to do with you?" At that moment a sharp sword will filled the air. Yifutian looked at the person beside Pei Qianying. It was someone on the saint plane similar to Pei Qianying. It was obviously the Jueying sword saint. The Jueying sword saint looked at the village chief behind Yifutian. He had seen him before. The sword saint of the void? Mo Li and Feng Zhao's eyes flashed. They had been born in the Lihan Sword Palace, so they naturally knew of the sword saint of the void. He was the old rival of their master. After the sword saint of the void had fallen, the Lihan swordmaster had become the top swordsman of Emperor Xia. Yifutian looked at his opponents. He felt coldness emanate from the Jueying sword saint. He had heard the village chief say that in the past the Jueying sword saint had called upon the sword saint of the void and been rejected. Senior, Mo Li and Feng Zhao looked at the Jueying sword saint. The person behind him is the sword saint of the void's sword servant from all those years ago, said the Jueying sword saint. The two of them looked at the village chief, and then their gaze once again fell upon Yifutian. No wonder someone from the lower world was so outstanding. He had a connection to the sword saint of the void. Since you have a connection to the sword saint of the void, you will leave on your own and depart from the 9th level of heaven, Feng Zhao said coldly to Yifutian. She respected the sword saint of the void whose name had once shaken the heavens and the earth. If Yifutian was to fight today, he could not bear the cost of defeat.